Everything starts when mysterious holes suddenly appear in the once peaceful sky. Through these rifts in the sky, the strangest things began to rain down. At first, it seemed like mere trash coming directly from some alien civilization. But soon, mysterious and highly toxic organic matter also arrived. With it, ruins completely infested with dangerous monsters emerged. All of humanity fell into despair in the face of that terrible, unstoppable threat. However, these same ruins brought hope as they held legendary treasures. There were special weapons capable of wounding and fighting those terrible creatures. There were also flying cloaks that floated thanks to a very mysterious power, not to mention alchemical potions capable of turning simple stones into pure gold, even delicious foods that went far beyond anyone's imagination. Over time, these valuable items came to be called relics. A new economy emerged, and fearless explorers became relic hunters. It is in this setting that a young rank E hunter named Kurogane Tuma finds something. The group leader congratulates everyone on the raid and announces he will divide the items. Just then, a man calls out to Tuma, who carries an absurdly huge and heavy backpack. The other hunters begin to pick the most valuable weapons and items from the raid. Meanwhile, the leader complains to another member for taking too much food. Toma decides to grab a simple flask, hoping it might help with his sister's illness. But another hunter snatches the object from his hand, saying he found a good treasure there. The man cowardly kicks Tuma to the ground when the boy tries to complain about the theft. Grabbing Toma by the hair, he says that a porter unable to use relics has no rights. The other hunters comment with disdain that even weapon relics choose their own owners. With a cruel smile on his face, the man throws Tuma's relic far into the ruins. He mocks the boy, telling him to go fetch the object from the rebel like a beggar. Ignoring the laughter, Tuma runs, determined to find the item no matter what, all because he possesses a special eye capable of seeing the glow of relics. Upon seeing the golden beam coming from the debris, he silently asks Suzu to wait for him. The scene cuts to a large hospital where the boy finally manages to arrive with the item. Rank a hunter Kiritani Gaia examines the flask and reveals it is magical eye drops. Toma is quite disappointed with the revelation, but the man asks him not to lose heart. He explains that the medicine cures blindness and promises to deduct the cost from Suzu's treatment fees. Gaia even praises the young man's incredible talent for tracking such valuable relics. Toma laments that it is no use if he cannot use weapons to hunt for better things. He thinks with sadness about the legendary elixir, which would be the only real cure for his little sister. Gaia explains that this miraculous cure, which heals any disease, has become just an urban legend. They say the elixir was found in the White Dragon's ruins, but the location is totally secret. Gaia himself sadly confesses that he became a hunter to try and find that same cure. This is because the terrible petrification disease consumes people's bodies without any cure. Those infected end up turning into statues of pure stone until their body falls apart completely. This is exactly what is happening to young Kurogane Suzu, only 14 years of age. At that moment, Tuma and the doctor enter the room and catch the girl breaking off a piece of herself. The boy is completely horrified to see that her petrified arm is crumbling away. Desperate, he shouts, asking what she thinks she is doing to her own sick body. The girl tries to calm her brother, saying it is all right and that it even makes things easier for her. She guarantees with a stubborn smile that she is feeling very well and that the food is still great. Suddenly, the girl points to his chest and notices he is still carrying that old pendant. She scolds him for not having thrown away that worn-out keepsake after so long. Suzu calls him an idiot, reminding him that it has been 10 long years since he got the object. However, the conversation is abruptly interrupted by a violent earthquake that shakes the entire hospital. The strong earth tremor scares everyone in the hospital, and people begin to shout in despair to protect themselves. Toma hugs his sister tightly to protect her until he notices the violent shaking has finally stopped for good. Just then, the doctor calls out to Tuma, horrified, as they both stare fixedly toward the room's window. They spot a gigantic and imposing floating ruin that bizarrely appeared very close by. Right above that structure, a majestic creature appears that looks very much like a winged dragon. Gaia remembers the old legend, saying that the appearance of the snow dragon reveals the white dragon's ruins. Tuma immediately realizes that the legendary elixir capable of curing Sozu is located inside that ruin. He looks at his little sister lying in bed and makes a drastic decision to save her life once and for all. Suddenly, Suzu coughs up a large amount of blood, leaving the boy and the doctor in total panic in the room. Desperate with the situation, Tuma calls out for the doctor, realizing his sister has never had such serious symptoms. The doctor lays the girl down with care and reveals with regret that her disease is already in its terminal phase. Hearing that his little sister's time is running out, quickly leaves, Tuma completely in shock. The doctor apologizes and confesses that he hid the advancement of the disease only because Suzu made him promise secrecy. She tried to hide her suffering, pretending to be perfectly healthy only during her brother's visits. All of this to avoid worrying him while he risked his life exploring the ruins to pay for medical costs. Toma grinds his teeth, feeling enormous guilt for not having noticed the severity of the pain his sister was in. Without hesitating for another second, the young man says he will leave immediately toward the newly emerged ruin. Weak in the hospital bed, the girl still tries to call out for her older brother with her last bit of strength. Suzu implores him, crying not to do anything foolish or put himself in extreme danger because of her. He gives a comforting smile, promising that everything will be fine and that he will return home very soon. Tuma runs through the hospital hallway, determined to find the miraculous elixir to save his sister. He enters the immense, floating structure courageously, while the powerful dragon roars fiercely in the skies. Walking through the place, the boy finds it extremely strange that he cannot find a single monster. He remembers when he used to carry weight alone and was used as bait by past hunter groups. Confident in his great agility and physical resistance, he believes he can handle the dangers alone. Suddenly, Tuma comes across a corridor filled with blood and several corpses of exterminated hunters. He gulps, realizing in terror that the terrible enemy responsible for that is still nearby. Before him, there is a multitude of mysterious footprints marked on the dusty floor of that dark corridor. Using his special gift, he sees a strong trail of light that attracts him with overwhelming intensity. That bright energy seems different from any common relic and sounds almost like a calling to him. While walking distracted, following the luminous trail, a creature with a serpent's body crawls behind him. Suddenly, a bizarre monster in the shape of a carnivorous flower attacks directly from the temple's ceiling. The boy is caught totally by surprise by the sudden attack and lets out a scream of fear upon seeing the creature. He manages to jump to the side just in time to dodge a crushing blow dealt by the creature. The violent impact of the attack destroys the stone floor and causes several pieces of debris to fly through the air. Looking around, the boy realizes in despair that he is now completely surrounded by several monsters. Without any weapons to fight, he uses all his speed to start running desperately away from there. Tuma repeats to himself that he cannot stop running, for he knows that a single mistake will mean his end. He tries to push the terrible fear out of his mind, while skillfully dodging claws and sharp teeth. Maintaining total focus, he continues faithfully following the luminous trail that shines intensely on the floor. The young man executes incredible acrobatic jumps to barely escape the monster's lunges. Even wounded and exhausted by the chase, he knows the exit or his final objective is just ahead. To his complete despair, the trail guides him directly to a dead-end wall at the end of the corridor. The hungry monsters surround him quickly, but the young man refuses to give up and tries to keep his faith. Letting out a scream with all his might, he launches himself in a desperate move to escape from the end. The boy ends up falling headlong into a dark abyss, while the trail of light guides his free fall. Dark monsters watch the boy's descent with sharp claws and teeth ready to attack the prey. Toma collides violently against the stone ground and tries to stand up with extreme difficulty due to the pain. Raising his head, he spots a bright room full of treasures with a dragon statue in the background. Amazed before that imposing statue, he realizes he has finally found the legendary white dragon. Toma finally approaches the altar and finds the glowing flask containing the legendary elixir potion. He observes that the magic aura of that relic is completely different from everything he has seen before. Holding the small flask with both hands, the boy is absolutely certain that this is the true elixir. He cries with relief, shouting that he finally succeeded, and that now he will be able to cure his sister's terrible illness. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierces the boy's chest cruelly from behind, spilling a lot of blood. Toma is left confused as the doctor appears, right behind him with a macabre and sadistic smile on his face. The doctor takes the flask from his hand, praising the boy's special eyes, and saying he will keep the elixir. The man thanks him coldly for the help before letting the young man's wounded body fall powerless onto the coins. Holding the relic up against the light, the doctor displays a greedy look of someone who had wanted that for a long time. Fallen on the ground and bleeding heavily, the young man agonizes, trying to understand the reason for that doctor's betrayal. Gaia turns with disdain, pointing his blood-stained blade, and mocks, saying that people become blind due to illness. He explains that any desperate person would pay a fortune, even for rainwater, if they were promised a cure. The doctor reveals that entire families handed over all their valuable relics to pay for expensive treatments. He begins to laugh madly, revealing that there was never any real treatment to save those people. The trader celebrates, bragging about being a genius for filling his pockets with money at the expense of so many foolish people. While losing his strength, Tuma holds his pendant firmly, thinking only of saving his little sister's life. The young man begs, crawling for the doctor to use the elixir on Suzu, promising to find even better relics. However, the man just looks at him with extreme coldness and refuses the offer without showing any pity. Gaia raises his arms, saying that with the elixir, he will have the power to make the wretch sick beg for his help. With a completely insane look, he shouts with happiness, declaring that now he has become a true god. Next, he questions why he would waste such a valuable cure on a useless and miserable girl like Suzu. Hearing the insults against his dear sister awakens an overwhelming fury in Toma's wounded and tired eyes. The villain turns, saying he no longer needs either of them, because new hunters who are easy to trick will appear. He decides to put a definitive end to the conversation, while the poor boy agonizes on the floor, extending his free hand. The doctor then takes from his pocket a small and strange dark relic in the shape of an invocation bell. Upon ringing the mysterious bell, he invokes a pack of fiery, monstrous wolves covered by a purple aura. Fallen and defenseless, Tuma watches in terror as the fire wolves growl and prepare to attack him without a chance. With a bizarre and frightening expression, the doctor orders coldly for the beasts to devour the boy without leaving traces. The wolves advance fiercely against the young man, who lets out one last shout of pure hatred, echoing the trader's name. Outside, the rumbling coming from the depths of that large floating pyramid echoes, scaring the surroundings. In the hospital, weak Suzu feels her body failing and senses that not much time is left for her to live. Meanwhile, in the ruin, the boy tries desperately to contain the brutal attack of the fire wolves with his hands. The girl joins her hands in a sincere prayer, asking the heavens to protect her beloved older brother's life. Feeling a new wave of determination, Tuma shouts that he will recover the elixir, even if it is the last thing he does. He holds the necklace firmly, swearing he will never give up because saving his sister is all that really matters. One of the wolves jumps fiercely, opening its sharp fangs to deal a mortal blow to the young man's head. The boy sees himself surrounded by all those monstrous beasts, ready to attack him at the same time he prepares himself. Suzu continues praying fervently in the hospital while her brother fights bravely with all his remaining strength. He lets out a desperate scream, saying that she is his only family, and that is why he cannot let her die. A mysterious and bright spiritual entity appears before his mind, questioning if that would be love. Suddenly, an immense explosion of bright blue energy erupts from Tuma's chest and pushes all the creatures away. The boy opens his eyes, very surprised to realize that a magical and invigorating light is emanating from his own body. Before his shocked gaze appears the beautiful floating figure of a female spirit made entirely of pure light. He stares at the celestial entity without being able to believe what he is seeing and wonders who that apparition could be. The floating being approaches the wounded young man gently, extending her hand of light toward his chest with care. She touches his old necklace delicately, which begins to react intensely to the contact of that magical energy. At that exact instant, an extremely powerful flash consumes the entire environment with a blinding and divine glow. The doctor watches in horror the immense column of magical energy that begins to spiral around the boy's body. Toma stands up, totally healed and enveloped in blue flames, leaving the traitor in complete shock and terror. The boy extends his hands, concentrating all his new spiritual strength to perform the weapon creation technique. Toma holds his new magical blade immersed in powerful blue flames with extreme determination. With a single quick movement, he attacks and easily cuts through the beasts that previously cornered him. He stares at the traitor coldly, showing that the game has now completely turned in his favor. Gaia retreats, incredulous, unable to accept that useless porter now possesses so much power. The doctor sweats coldly in the face of that overwhelming pressure and wonders where so much physical strength comes from. Without giving the enemy time to react, the young man advances like a blue lightning bolt toward the traitor. Gaia tries to defend himself by raising his weapon, but is easily overcome by the speed of the attack. The villain's sword shatters completely under the overwhelming force of the blow dealt by the boy. The impact throws the traitorous doctor backward, causing to bleed and lose his balance on the stone floor. Toma points his blade directly at the throat of the fallen adversary, demanding the elixir back. Silence takes over the large hall while the two stare at each other after the brief and violent confrontation. The man begins to laugh loudly, mocking and saying that a weak, ranky hunter will never control that power. He brags, claiming proudly to be a rank hunter with combat experience far superior to his. Toma remains calm and says coldly that he will show his opponent the true difference between them. Guy activates his golden relics of golden armor that he bought with the money stolen from victims. A flash of blue light cuts through the air in a fraction of a second before the villain can even attack. All of the doctor's valuable armor disintegrates and breaks into little pieces in a totally inexplicable way. Desperate, he screams in horror, unable to understand how his defensive items were destroyed so easily. The young man says coldly that he has no time to waste, and that his sister's fate cannot wait any longer. With a frightening look, he demands calmly that the doctor hand over the sacred elixir without resisting. Toma feels his mind expanding, while each sense of his wounded body becomes incredibly sharp. All the ancient knowledge about how to wield and use that powerful weapon flows directly into his head. The fallen doctor trembles with fear, observing the mysterious glow of that unknown relic in the boy's hands. Greed speaks louder, and he begins to scream madly that he wishes to steal that incredible weapon for himself. He draws his last and most powerful yellow weapon, saying that the boy will get a taste of a supreme level item. The traitor advances, dealing a destructive attack with his golden relic called gluttony against him. The female spirit resurfaces beside the young man and instructs him gently to change the blade of his magic sword. She warns that the current form consumes too much vital energy and that continuing to use it will put his life at risk. The young man then draws a green magic stone to use it as a physical base for the new structure of his blade. The weapon reveals itself to be the black sword iron, endowed with the incredible ability to recreate itself through any matter. Toma activates the power, combining the stone with the help to reshape the sword's structure completely in seconds. The magic blade materializes instantly, assuming a solid form made of indestructible black iron. The beautiful spirit floats with grace beside him and warns serenely that the weapon is ready to be used. The villain realizes that his terrible golden attack has lost all power and falls into despair upon seeing the boy arm himself. All the destructive energy of Gaia's attack is repelled violently by Toma's new overwhelming power. A colossal cut divides the hall in half, opening a huge rift with an immense wave of destruction and smoke. Stone debris and intense flames explode all over the ruins corridor, leaving a trail of total destruction. Toma maintains his firm posture with his eyes shining in a very vivid and determined yellow tone amidst the dust. The blow was so powerful that the shockwave cuts through the stone walls and cracks the entire structure around them. The outer wall of the gigantic floating pyramid ruptures, opening a huge hole to the open sky outside. The blue sky and calm clouds can now be seen through the huge damage caused by Toma's crushing attack. Totally disarmed and trembling before that divine power, the villain realizes he has no chance of winning. His precious golden sword lies completely shattered and lusterless on the destroyed ground of that hall. Gaia trembles from head to toe while his mind is consumed by mortal dread before the boy's presence. Seeing the young man approach, he raises his hands, begging for mercy, and promises to return the elixir flask. He bows humiliatingly, extending the medicine with both hands, and begs, crying for his life to be spared. But behind all that false submission, the doctor hides an evil and treacherous smile, full of ulterior motives. In a quick and treacherous move, he grabs the hilt of the black sword, trying to rip the magic weapon from Toma. However, the sword is too heavy for him, and his body becomes totally paralyzed under an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Toma just stares at him with contempt, warning coldly that he could even forgive what he did to himself. Toma warns with much hatred that he will never forgive what the doctor did against his dear little sister Suzu. He deals an extremely violent punch to the traitor's face without showing any more hesitation. The young man executes a strong and precise blow, throwing the man directly against the hard stone floor. The villain falls headlong with extreme force, generating a large explosion of dust and debris in the hall. In the surroundings, the terrible creatures of the ruin watch the agitation from afar, sensing the imminent danger. The entire structure begins to collapse, launching huge rocks onto the monsters while the young man runs. Tuma notices admiringly that his body feels incredibly light and agile during the entire run. He floats beside the mysterious spirit and asks if that formidable power belongs in fact to her. Curious about the situation, the young man questions for what reason such a divine entity would be helping him. The spirit explains with serenity that she had been suffering from a terrible and unbearable hunger for a long time. She reveals that she had just feasted on the beautiful brotherly love shared between him and his young sister. The being of light raises her arms, celebrating that precious feeling was the tastiest food of all. Tumo is quite confused and asks shyly if she ate his special paper folding. The spirit reveals that her true nature is to be a devourer that feeds on pure love to be able to live. The boy continues running with a comical expression of complete confusion stamped on his young face. She explains that she chose to transform into a relic using that origami filled with his feelings. The young man understands that the entity now lives inside the very sword that was created from that paper. She finally introduces herself as Ayan, revealing herself to be a powerful existence banished from another distant world. In the name of all the pure love she witnessed, she promises to guide the boy and serve as his main source of strength. Meanwhile, the day dawns with a blue and clear sky over the city's large hospital, where Suzu is lying down. Tuma arrives at the location in a dash and jumps through the hospital window, taken by uncontrollable anxiety. He runs desperately through the building's corridors, hoping with all his might to manage to arrive in time. The boy swings the room door open, shouting his dear little sister's name with wide eyes. However, he comes across the terrible scene of Suzu, completely transformed into a gray stone statue. The young man staggers forward, feeling that his legs are about to fail due to the terrible shock he received. He extends his trembling hand and touches delicately the petrified arm of his sister, feeling panic rise in his chest. A solitary tear rolls down his face upon realizing that Suzu's body is completely cold like ice. Desperate, he tries in a clumsy way to pour the drops of the miraculous elixir onto her stone lips. Tuma cries and begs repeatedly for the girl to please wake up and not leave him alone in that world. He pours his own tears over her petrified face, begging for a true miracle from the heavens. The boy hugs Suzu's lifeless body, pleading to hear her sweet voice calling him older brother again. Suddenly, a strong blue and bright light begins to emanate from the entire gray statue of the petrified young girl. To the boy's surprise, Suzu's beautiful eyes begin to open slowly under the intense, purifying energy. The girl stares at her older brother with a serene expression and asks sweetly if it is really him there. Toma stares at her face, completely disbelieving, while tears of pure happiness run down his face. He wraps her in an extremely tight hug, crying with relief for having managed to save her life in time. Suzu smiles sweetly and leans her head on her brother's chest, feeling immense gratitude for being alive again. The spirit of Ayan watches that entire scene from afar, feeling immense satisfaction to see the love between them. The entity savors with pleasure that immense energy of pure affection generated by the emotional reunion of the siblings. She sighs, amazed, thinking about how that feeling is infinitely precious and comforting for her soul. Ayan floats happily, celebrating her own life and the warmth that her former civilization had abandoned in the past. Both siblings cry, hugging each other, celebrating the miracle and proving that the true love between them is capable of anything. Suddenly, Suzu points to the side, a little scared by the presence of a mysterious figure in her room. Ayan approaches Tuma and says calmly that she hopes his sister recovers completely soon, but then she points to Suzu's chest, asking if the young man really still has not noticed a detail. The girl is confused by the serious look of that spiritual woman, not understanding what is happening there. Tuma looks shocked at his sister's chest and sees that the dark mark of petrification is still clearly visible there. He asks, confused, why only he can see the entity while the beautiful Ayan smiles in a caring way. The boy despairs, not understanding the reason why the terrible disease did not vanish, even after using the sacred elixir. Ayan reveals that the item was actually not an ordinary elixir, but rather the rare and legendary tears of the white dragon. She explains that the white dragon's tears cure wounds and common illnesses, but do not break curses. The power of that miraculous potion is unfortunately not capable of removing effects caused by other relics. Tomo is completely in shock upon realizing that his sister's terrible petrification is the work of a relic. Ayan recounts that the guilty relic is called Basilisk, and that he will need to obtain it to achieve a total cure. Desperate, he asks immediately where he can find this mysterious relic called Basilisk. Ayan asks for calm, saying that the dragon's tears still in Suzu's body will contain the disease for a few years. Relieved to gain time, the young man smiles, but his little sister does not understand anything. He is murmuring to himself. Suddenly, the majestic white dragon roars fiercely outside, causing great destruction in the city. The hospital room begins to shake violently again and scares Suzu quite a bit, and she lets out a scream of fear. Upon looking through the room's window, Tuma spots the dragon flying over the buildings and causing chaos out there. That immense and formidable beast with blue flames is in fact the powerful white dragon that dominated the ruins. The two siblings in Ayan's spirit observe, with great seriousness, the dangerous approach of that great threat. Ayan confirms that the terrible flying beast is the supreme boss of that immense floating ruin that appeared in the city. The dragon seems to look furiously for the creator of the relics, while it stares at everything with its bright yellow eyes. With a focused look, the spiritual entity murmurs that she will not let the beast escape from there in any way. Seeing the chaos spread through the city streets, Tuma gets extremely furious with all that gratuitous destruction. He jumps through the window, determined to protect the city where he lives with Suzu, and swears he will not let anything be destroyed. While falling, he wields his black sword and summons Ayan to help him face the powerful monster at once. The beautiful spirit agrees immediately and promises to fight by his side as long as there is pure love guiding his actions. The legendary white dragon opens its immense mouth, from which emanates a devastating burst of burning blue flames in the sky. Some armored warriors try to contain the beast, but despair upon seeing that it is extremely aggressive. A hunter shouts desperately, asking about the rank S warriors, but receives the news that none arrived. The surviving warriors try to coordinate a desperate counterattack, throwing arrows and spells at the beast. However, all physical and magic attacks collide against the monster's scales and ricochet without causing damage. The beast stares at the small warriors with a cold and imposing look, showing that the insignificant attacks did not have effect. Seeing that the offensive failed, the hunters quickly grouped together, trying to create a defensive barrier against the counterattack. Huge pieces of rocks fall from the ceiling onto the group, who realize in despair that the barrier will not hold. Suddenly, a powerful beam of blue energy cuts the air, destroying the gigantic rocks before hitting the men. fallen on the ground and scared by the explosion. The hunters look up, trying to understand who saved them from death. They spot the silhouette of a young hunter standing before them and are amazed by that heroic apparition. The white dragon roars with fury upon seeing its attack nullified and stares at the intruder who dared to stand in its way. Tuma maintains his firm posture, holding his powerful black sword, while the group of hunters watches him with hope. One of the wounded men thanks him and asks, astonished, if he is not that weak rank porter from the ruins. The boy just smiles and confirms his identity, asking gently that they leave the rest of the fight to him. The dragon begins to concentrate an immense amount of blue magical energy in its mouth to fire a mortal breath. The armored warrior despairs and shouts for the young man to run away from there immediately, because the attack is impossible to stop. Tuma displays a calm countenance and guarantees that everything is under control while he prepares to counterattack the beast. Ayan appears floating right behind him, celebrating happily for finally having found a hunter capable of wielding her. The young man extends his hands, invoking his special technique of weapon creation to focus all his spiritual power. The fallen warriors watch everything in absolute silence without being able to take their eyes off that impressive scene. However, nothing happens in the first few seconds, leaving the hunters confused and shouting to beat a quick retreat. The immense dragon seems to laugh in mockery upon seeing the boy's frustrated attempt to create some weapon against it. Tuma looks at his black sword without understanding the reason for his weapon creation technique having failed so suddenly. The beast ignores their presence and begins to fly back toward the pyramid while the boy calls for Ayan, confused. Without strength, the young man ends up falling from high up with the warriors in the middle of a curtain of smoke and debris. He falls tired next to the surviving hunters, trying to catch his breath after the extreme effort he made. Toma holds the sword hilt and calls for Ayan, desperate, wanting to know what is wrong with her power. The beautiful spirit resurfaces, hovering calmly in front of him, and suggests serenely that they return soon to Suzu. With a tired countenance, she reveals that she is completely exhausted and without strength because there is no love there. The boy tries to argue that they need to defeat the monster first, but the entity reminds him that an army marches on a full stomach. Ayan complains about feeling useless emotions and confesses lazily that she is very hungry again. Tuma despairs upon hearing that and shouts, saying that that moment of danger is no time to feel hungry. The hunters watch from afar and find it very strange that the young man seems to talk to himself in the middle of combat. Suddenly, the protectors realize in despair that their defensive shields are already at the maximum limit. A warrior shouts to retreat and says he will get the terrible dragon's attention to save the group. The man jumps into the air with agility and kicks a powerful sphere of golden light directly against the monster. The projectile hits the immense beast's face and explodes with a very strong flash, generating a scream of pain. Furious, the dragon attacks the warrior with its breath of fire and shouts, calling the human an insignificant insect. Toma watches that terrible scene and tries to keep calm, knowing he needs to convince his partner. The young man shouts for Ayan, but the spiritual entity just stares at him with a sad and quite tired countenance. He tries to argue, asking what would be the difference between saving his sister and those people helping each other. She stares at the armored soldiers and replies that that is just pure survival instinct and not love. One of the hunters seems about to say something important with a quite tense and worried countenance. Toma shouts with all his might, affirming that the instinct to protect others is also a form of love. Ayan is surprised by the boy's words and begins to sniff the air, sensing a very different smell. At this moment, Tuma takes out his glowing cell phone and tells his partner to look very carefully at the screen. She stares at the various definitions of affection written on the screen and becomes confused by that huge list of words. The boy shouts with determination, explaining that each one of those feelings represents true human love. Hearing that grand revelation leaves the spiritual entity completely shocked and truly without reaction. Various images of families, boyfriends, and friends of Toma begin to appear in the light creature's mind. She realizes that humans manage to love not only their acquaintances, but also animals and nature itself. An immense light erupts in her chest upon noting that humans manage to love all types of things. Ayan holds her head in denial, saying that so many types of love would be something impossible for her own species. She shouts, sweating cold, and concludes comically that this huge human obsession with feelings is perverted. Toma stares at the void with a determined look and realizes that he finally has the chance to manage to win. He shouts, saying he accepts being a pervert that means the whole world overflows with love. The boy continues shouting that the feeling is overflowing while a divine aura surrounds him entirely. Ayan feels that energy overflowing and begins to release an incredibly powerful blue glow from her body. Back at the real battle, the immense blue dragon stares at the group, preparing a mortal burst of blue fire. One of the hunters remembers his fiancée sadly and laments a lot for having to cancel his own wedding. Another heroic warrior runs forward with his large golden shield to protect his fallen companion. He calls his partner an idiot and warns desperately that his protective relic has already reached the maximum limit. The shield warrior just smiles amidst the tiredness and tells the young groom to shut his mouth and run away from there. He asks for apologies, laughing, and laments that the wedding gift money will now have 2 fewer people. Upon witnessing that heroic sacrifice, Ayan blushes intensely and drools with hunger upon seeing so much pure affection. She floats above the warriors, celebrating that she almost let that wonderful banquet of feelings pass by. Suddenly, the terrible dragon, as its burning breath of blue flames, died directly against the retreated soldiers. With his eyes shining in yellow, Tumo invokes his powerful magic sword to intercept the mortal attack. The young man deals a perfect diagonal cut in the air, cutting the beast's blue flames with extreme ease. The protectors watch in complete shock to see that the monster's breath of fire was divided in half by him. Tuma leans on the ground with his new weapon and smiles happily to see that the power worked perfectly again. Ayan floats happily and savors each type of love present on the battlefield with extreme satisfaction. She praises the young man and notices that he also possesses a very strong feeling that motivates him to fight. The young hunter places himself before his allies, protecting everyone through the strength of that pure affection. The dragon stares at the sword and asks what the spirit tries to prove by turning into a relic for a weak human. Ayan stares at the monster with seriousness and reminds him that desires and freedom are not allowed for creatures like him. The creature accumulates even more blue energy in its sharp fangs, preparing a new brutal lunge. The dragon's entire aura begins to expand in a dangerous way, making its attacks much more destructive. Without retreating, Tuma runs toward a metal pole and activates his weapon creation ability. He digs his magic sword into the iron pole, generating a shower of sparks to reshape the object. Tuma activates the powerful steel cutting blade, releasing an immense electrical energy from his magic sword. However, the blow collides with the monster's hard scales and ricochets, leaving the young man quite surprised. He notices, scared, that the protective shell of that legendary beast is absurdly hard to cut. The colossal dragon roars fiercely right in the boy's face, declaring that his attack was totally useless. From afar, the surviving mages and archers begin to fire spells, shouting to protect the young hero. Tuma looks back, worried, and begs for the hunters to run away from there immediately to save themselves. Irritated by the humans' interference, the dragon invokes dozens of immense spheres of blue flames in the sky. The warriors look up in absolute panic, knowing that it is impossible to block so many attacks at once. At this crucial moment, Aeon appears and advises Tuma not to be attached only to the traditional format of a sword. He understands that the power of his relic allows rebuilding matter in any form without any limit. The terrible beast stares at the boy with its bright eyes, preparing itself to launch its mortal blast of fire. The dragon orders everyone to turn into ashes while it rains an implacable storm of blue flames over them. Toma throws his weapon upward, initiating an impressive magic transformation right before everyone. The young hunter jumps into the air, concentrating all his spiritual energy to perform the creation without a sword. Tuma's weapon expands in a spectacular way, assuming the colossal form of a gigantic steel umbrella. The hunters watch everything completely open-mouthed, unable to believe he created an umbrella. The storm of flames collides violently against the immense steel barrier, causing large explosions in the air. The dragon stares at the scene, totally perplexed to see its most destructive attack be blocked by that structure. Protected under the gigantic dome of metal, the warriors begin to realize with relief that they survived the attack. They look up, amazed, trying to spot the boy who performed that miraculous feat to save them. The dragon praises Aen's power but mocks, saying that creating a shield will not help at all against it. It affirms with disdain that her master is still very immature and weak with that broken sword in his hands. Toma extends his hand, invoking his weapon's parts back, and reconstructs the magic blade in an instant. The boy jumps toward the monster, wielding his imposing blue sword, totally restored and shining. He falls from the sky, dealing an extremely powerful vertical blow directly against the opponent's back. The colossal white dragon stares at the boy with fury, repeating with arrogance that any attempt of his will be useless. Tuma lets out an infuriated shout, ordering his blade to change shape one more time during the direct impact. The sword collides with the scales, generating intense red sparks, while the boy applies force to cut the monster. He smiles, saying that that was exactly what he wanted by focusing the blow on a single slit in the beast's armor. A violent cut of blue energy hits the white dragon's back, provoking a huge wave of destruction. Tuma shouts that he will overcome the beast's indestructible scales, using their own material to strengthen himself. He activates his special technique again, channeling intense blue electrical rays around his body. With extreme agility, the young hunter runs fast through the destroyed ground, preparing himself for the final blow. His sword assumes a new and majestic reform, enveloped by a bright blue dragon aura on the hilt. Aen observes the young man with pride, amazed that he managed to fight so freely with only a small piece of advice. Toma stares at the enemy with an overwhelming look, focused entirely on destroying that terrible beast at once. A colossal beam of blue energy cuts the horizon at a speed totally impossible to be followed. The attack hits the beast's neck with overwhelming power, releasing an alarming destructive potential. The white dragon roars in agony, unable to accept that it was defeated in such a humiliating way by a human. The gigantic creature falls lifeless on the rocky ground, disintegrating amidst the debris of the destroyed temple. Toma falls exhausted onto the dust, while his powerful black iron sword falls without glow right by his side. Fallen on his back on the ground, the young man tries to catch his breath, noticing, scared, that he lost all his strength. He tries to extend his trembling hand, feeling that all his body's vital energy is disappearing quickly. In the sky, an immense spiral of clouds and storms begins to rotate right above the mysterious floating pyramid. The storm begins to dissipate, allowing the first rays of sunlight to return to illuminate the entire city. The imposing white dragon lies completely defeated over the stone ruins, murmuring its last words. A magic rain falls, healing all the wounds of the surviving hunters, who celebrate happily for being safe. Toma kneels in the rain, noticing emotional that purifying water is the rare dragon's tears. He thanks the great fallen beast for healing Suzu's illness and asks for apologies for having needed to defeat it in the fight. The young man smiles at his partner and says with a light heart that now they can finally go back home. Aen floats with a giant belly for having eaten all the love accumulated at the location, leaving Toma totally incredulous. The boy stares at the beautiful rainbow in the sky, unable to believe that he, a mere rank E porter, beat the dragon. The scene cuts to the immense headquarters of the Japan Hunter Association, where a shout of surprise echoes through the rooms. The counselors are in complete shock upon discovering that a weak rank E hunter defeated the terrible dragon. Suddenly, firm steps with traditional wooden sandals begin to echo through the corridor of the large building. A mysterious person invades the director's room without permission, leaving all the present officials revolted. The blonde intruder sits very relaxed in the presidential chair, as if he were the true owner of the location. The poor director of the location stammers a lot, sweating cold, upon complaining that presidential chair belongs to him. The blonde murmurs about the incredible presence he felt coming from the ruins. Knowing the relic owner is formidable, the legendary rank S hunter Hasho Kyoki displays a confident look, determined to find the bearer of that power. Meanwhile, Tuma follows his path, displaying a gentle smile on his face with his duty fulfilled after the battle. Days after defeating the creature, the young man tries to start a new life by the side of his dear little sister Suzu. Upon opening his bank book, the boy almost falls backward upon seeing a colossal deposit of 50 million. He walks through the city accompanied by Ayan, who comments, surprised, about the financial potential of major missions. With his eyes shining, Toma celebrates happily, knowing that with that fortune, he will be able to feed Suzu with the best. Ayan asks if there is love in that money, but the young man replies, embarrassed, that that is a different feeling. The boy notices that now he manages to communicate perfectly with the light entity, just by using his mind. Upon opening the door of the house, he is received with a welcoming smile by Suzu, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Toma feels immensely happy to be able to enjoy a quiet and peaceful life back home with his sister. However, upon looking at the table, he comes across a completely unexpected visit dining in their house. Ayan ignores everything and begins to devour the energy of affection contained in the delicious homemade food made by Suzu. The young hunter joins his hands to thank for the meal, trying to enjoy that brief moment of peace. The blonde guest praises Suzu's food a lot while Toma sweats cold, not understanding anything of that situation. With a totally terrified expression, the boy shouts, asking who in fact that person would be in his house. The young blonde visitor displays a radiant and charming smile with glitters, enchanting everyone around with his beauty. He reveals himself to be Hasho Kyoki, a rank S hunter and official envoy of the influential Japan Hunter Association. The siblings enter a comical confusion, not understanding if the blonde is a coworker or just a family friend. Tuma decides to act fast and suggests nervously for both of them to talk in a more reserved way outside. Both meet in a deserted park during the night, and the guy asks what the elite hunter wants with him. Kyoki goes straight to the point, revealing that he already knows that the boy is tracking a very mysterious relic. He explains that Tuma's searches in the system were blocked because data about relics are state secrets. The young man confesses that he is looking desperately for information about the dangerous basilisk relic. Kyoki reveals that rank A hunters possess free and unlimited access to the entire relic database. Toma loses heart, thinking that leveling up, being only rank E, is an extremely distant goal for him. The rank S hunter points to him and offers a special nomination for the young man to take the rank A test. The boy is in complete shock, unable to believe he has the chance to skip so many ranks at once. The hunter affirms that subduing the powerful white dragon alone is already an achievement more than sufficient. Tuma reflects in silence, realizing that this is the only viable chance of managing to save his sister from petrification. Raising his finger seriously, Kyoki warns that he will help the young hunter as long as he accepts a condition. Tuma gulps with an apprehensive countenance, waiting anxiously to hear what the man's demand would be. With a bright smile, the rank S hunter surprises the guy by asking for a sum of money on loan. The next day, the boy walks through the forest discouraged, looking at his almost empty bank book. He follows Kyoki, trying to understand how an elite hunter was almost sold due to so many debts. The blonde comments, laughing, that the exact amount of his debt was Tuma's balance, and says that this can only be destiny. Toma charges the payment desperately, but the man ignores him and celebrates, saying they finally arrived at the destination. Before them appears a colossal stone bridge that serves as a stage for the feared rank A selection exam. The guy stares at the surroundings, wondering if all those present there will also participate in that difficult test. Toma sweats from nervousness upon noticing that each of the warriors gathered there exudes a very powerful aura. Kyoki says goodbye, warning that he will wait in the surroundings until the guy concludes his evaluation. A shadowy figure with glasses appears, charging Kyoki in an intimidating way for being 2 minutes late. Tuma discovers, shocked, that the man with glasses is the lone shark who was charging Hosho's debts. The man introduces himself seriously as Hako, the rank A hunter in charge of evaluating the candidates. He explains that the test will serve to fill the vacancy left by the passing of Hunter Kuretani Gaia. The examinees comment among themselves, whispering that the late Dr. Gaia possessed a legendary golden relic. Tuma remembers the ease with which he beat the doctor and wonders how someone with that rank was defeated. The examiner stares at the hunters coldly, saying that talented people do not need vacancy limits. Hako guarantees that all participants who show real value will be promoted to rank without exceptions. Hearing that, most candidates celebrate happily, thinking they will have an easy test ahead. Sitting in a tree in the surroundings, Haosho observes the group's excitement with a slight sarcastic smile. The examiner snaps his fingers, creating a magic spark, and warns calmly that the test will be very simple. He draws an immense golden circle on the bridge's stone floor, dividing the candidates from the outer area. Hako points to the stopwatch, warning that the rule is to resist inside the circle for 5 minutes without falling. The man completes the challenge, saying that to win, it is enough to push him outside the mark or simply defeat him. Some warriors begin to laugh, mocking the ease and comparing the test to a simple sumo fight. The examiner warns them to attack with full force, revealing that that body is just an indestructible clone. Excited by the numerical advantage, the hunters shout furiously, advancing with everything toward the evaluator. Toma analyzes the situation, knowing that using his dragon scale sword is too risky for his body. Without another viable option, the guy decides to invoke his known steel blade to start the dispute with safety, adjusting his dark glasses. Hako stares at the challenging group and authorizes solemnly the start of the official exam. In a fraction of a second, the examiner moves like lightning, knocking down several candidates with invisible blows. An aerial view shows several fighters falling defeated and scattered on the stone floor of the large bridge. The remaining warriors retreat, scared and trembling before that frightening demonstration of physical speed. The group sweats coldly, murmuring apoplectic that they did not even manage to see the evaluator's ultra-fast movement. Hako laments deeply their weakness, saying that hunters who rely only on relics are useless. He affirms with disdain that Gaia was the worst rank a hunter for having bought his rank using only money. The examiner stares at the warriors and says that if they intend to be like Gaia, anyone there could do the same. Hako darkens his countenance and alerts that elite hunters cannot fail, for failure means death. He casts a deadly look, guaranteeing that he will never allow weak hunters like them to obtain the coveted rank A. At the association's headquarters, the counselors follow the cameras, predicting that no one will pass the test this time. They debate that everyone there possesses the technical level required, but understand the extreme rigor of the strict examiner. The director of the evaluation committee explains that Hako remains at the same level precisely to filter out the weak. On the battlefield, the surviving candidates attack together, trying to corner the man with all their weapons. Hako repels each of the attacks in an implacable way, maintaining the history that no one ever passed by him. Desperate with the overwhelming force, the warriors begin to flee the circle, shouting that the test is impossible. The examiner stares at those fleeing until a young red-haired warrior stands firmly before him. The rank B warrior Kamo Hyatt smiles confidently, pointing out that the evaluator's clone possesses only 1/10 of the force. Hyatt invokes his golden class relic, transforming his sword into a gigantic flaming blade. The warriors in the surroundings shout, astonished, upon recognizing the imposing glow of that legendary golden weapon. Tuma analyzes the red sword's energy, noticing that its spiritual force is far superior to Gaia's. Dealing a war cry, the redhead advances with speed, dealing a devastating blow with his golden sword. He executes his special technique, creating a colossal arc cut of golden flames directly against the opponent. Akul remains motionless and raises calmly a small silver dagger to block the huge sword of fire. To Hyatt's absolute astonishment, the tiny silver blade of the examiner stops the destructive impact without effort. The spectators shout in panic, unable to understand how an inferior silver relic could stop a legendary golden item. Hyatt forces his huge sword against the opponent, but Ako continues holding the blow using only one hand. Irritated with the implacable resistance, the redhead grinds his teeth, affirming that now he will start to fight for real. In the next millisecond, the young hunter feels feels a mortal chill upon focusing on Haku's cold eyes. The examiner makes a slight rotation movement with his dagger and disarms the adversary completely in the blink of an eye. Disarmed, Hayat walks outside the circle, leaving the other candidates confused with the withdrawal. The redhead sweats cold with dread, revealing that the item used by the examiner was not a silver relic but something worse. Hako reveals calmly that he used only a common kitchen knife to disarm the opponent. All the candidates in the surroundings are completely shocked upon discovering the truth about the combat. The young redhead grinds his teeth with frustration and murmurs to himself that he has not been defeated yet. Determined to get much stronger, he runs out of the location while the others just watch. The evaluator lets out a long sigh and comments that fleeing can be a good survival strategy. He turns directly to Tuma and notices that the guy is the only one who did not retreat before the pressure. Tuma explains seriously that he needs to climb to rank A to find a specific relic. The boy grips the hilt of his blade with quite firmness, preparing his heart for what is to come. He swears he will not retreat in any way until he finds the basilisk to save his little sister. The examiner smiles from the corner, sensing a strong flame of determination coming from the heart of that young man. Both collide quickly, initiating an intense exchange of blows in the middle of the golden circle. Hakao executes quick attack movements, creating several white light beams around Tuma. The metallic sound of the attacks echoes through the bridge, while the warriors continue fighting with agility. Tumo is quite pressured, feeling as if he were facing a true hurricane there. The examiner looks sideways, noticing that only 2 minutes are left until the official end of the test. Toma smiles, noticing that his speed increased, but knows he needs more to win the fight. He notices, surprised, that the adversary manages to follow each of his blows with great precision. The evaluator remains attentive without lowering his guard against the mysterious power of that relic of his. Hako notices that that simple knife will not be sufficient to extract all the boy's potential. The man decides to pull his true weapon, which begins to release an intense golden energy in the air. The boy widens his eyes upon sensing the danger coming from the electric discharges of that new weapon. A powerful lightning strikes the combat location, generating a huge electrical explosion over the bridge. Tuma lets out a moan of pain upon being hit directly by that overwhelming shockwave. The young man is thrown far away and slides through the hard stone floor, trying to maintain his balance. He notices that his iron blade conducts electricity and puts him at an extreme disadvantage in the confrontation. He stares at the opponent with a look of pure stubbornness, even after receiving that devastating attack. Hako points his weapon enveloped in rays and asks if the young hunter really will not retreat from there. Without answering anything, the guy firms his feet on the dusty floor and prepares himself for the next movement. Tuma admits mentally that the strength of his opponent is on a completely different level, but he refuses to give up at that crucial moment, knowing that his sister's future depends on him. He shouts with all his might, declaring that he will never retreat from such an important battle. The examiner widens his eyes, surprised, upon sensing a new wave of spiritual power coming from the boy. Tuma invokes the legendary dragon scale sword that shines with an intense and beautiful bluish flame. The evaluators in the broadcast room get scared upon seeing the boy invoke a golden level item. The committee notes that his black relic does not belong to any of the 3 common degrees already known. The association's director adjusts his glasses seriously, sensing that something incredible is going to happen. He focuses his vision and deduces that that mysterious black weapon possesses a level far superior to gold. In the middle of the large scenario, the 2 fighters stare at each other in absolute silence, waiting for the clash. Toma knows very well that he will not be able to use his steel cutting blade against that enemy anymore. The evaluator maintains his serious countenance, analyzing meticulously the new posture of his adversary. The boy remembers that his old weapon's iron acted as a perfect conductor for his rays. Knowing that the obsidian blade is not reliable, he tries to find another path to victory. He realizes that he will only manage to perform a single attack with full force using his new divine weapon. Before this, the young man decides to bet all his life and spiritual energy on this decisive lunge. He jumps fast toward the examiner, initiating a direct confrontation of epic proportions. The weapons collide violently, generating a wave of sparks that illuminates the entire battlefield. Toma notices that even avoiding the lightning, each impact of that long spear is too heavy. However, the young man notes with attention that the adversary's frequency of blows decreased quite a bit. He notices that because it is an extremely long weapon, it ends up becoming much more difficult to guide. Hako notices that his sword changed, but finds it very strange that the guy has not attacked yet. Haku notices that the guy keeps his eyes fixed on him, waiting for an opening to deliver a single blow. Tuma dodges a fast attack, and the examiner notices an extremely dangerous glow in his eyes. The boy focuses his yellow vision, looking for any great opening to manage to attack. Tuma prepares to jump with his weapon at the exact moment the adversary advances against him. Hako appears quickly in front of him, dealing a punch, and warns him not to jump without thinking. With the fist charged with rays, the evaluator strikes, taking advantage of the opening that appeared out of nowhere. An immense electrical discharge hits the boy with an absurdly devastating impact. The hunters shout, scared, with the huge explosion of fire that consumes the entire combat area. Hako praises his dodge but alerts that that reaction level is only acceptable for rank B. The man points his finger, saying that the boy would already be defeated if he had someone to protect. Tuma looks back, scared, noticing the total destruction caused by the adversary's attack. Kyoki watches the entire dispute from afar with a smile, noting that 30 seconds remain. The young man grinds his teeth with frustration, feeling the weight of that huge difference in power in the fight. He stares at the examiner, noticing how overwhelming the presence of a true elite hunter is. Aion appears floating by his side and comments that the young man became terrible at handling his power. She explains calmly that the relics work through an energy called guide force. The entity tells that just holding a relic grants a small part of that benefit. Toma tries to block the quick attacks with his magic sword while he hears her teachings. She says that extracting that force directly from the weapon increases physical capabilities absurdly. He struggles in the combat and asks mentally if he is also capable of performing that technique. To his complete surprise, the small spirit replies immediately that he was already doing it. Toma is pushed backward, feeling tiredness accumulate quickly in the middle of that test. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he hears Aion reminding him of when he fought that doctor. Upon hearing the advice, the young man begins to remember the sensation of power he felt at that moment. He recalls in detail when he awakened that immense spiritual strength in the dragon's ruins. Aion praises his creativity for defeating the white dragon without even mastering the guide force. She alerts with a smile that just that will not be sufficient to win against this examiner. Both continue exchanging fast blows while the entity explains the truth about the test. Sparks and yellow rays cover the adversary's hands, who prepares more of a mortal lunge. Aion commands the young hunter to imagine he is fighting to protect his beloved sister right behind him. An image of Suzu praying fervently for him appears vividly in his thoughts. A gigantic explosion of energy erupts from his body, generating a spectacular shockwave. A colossal column of blue flames rises to the skies, scaring everyone around the bridge. With his eyes shining in blue flames, the entity guarantees that that beautiful feeling is his strength. The examiner widens his eyes, extremely surprised upon noting the sudden change in the boy's aura. Several cuts of bluish energy begin to materialize around Tuma's powerful sword. He advances, dealing a devastating aerial attack that collides directly with Hako's weapon. The violent impact of the blow cracks the stone ground and launches dozens of gigantic rocks through the air. The spectators flee, apoplectic, trying to protect themselves from the rocks that fall onto the arena. Hako adjusts his glasses with a trembling hand while he tries to understand his overwhelming strength. The examiner stares at the boy enveloped in blue fire, totally perplexed before such spiritual power. An crosses her arms with pride, affirming that nothing is impossible for the hunter she chose. Tuma jumps into the air, feeling his body extremely light, and deals multiple consecutive blows. The rank S hunter Haosho Kyoki watches that entire demonstration with a wide smile on his face. The examiner blocks the frenetic blows without understanding how the young man became so strong suddenly. He is impressed to note that the young man of rank E mastered the guide force manipulation in seconds. Haku displays a focused look, noticing that he finally found the person he searched for so much. The man concludes that the guy is in fact someone worthy of carrying the prestigious title of rank A. An impressive succession of explosions of light and energy happens in the middle of the combat circle. The counselors watch, shocked, noticing that someone will finally manage to pass his test. The director adjusts his glasses, demonstrating to have a strong hunch about the exam's result. He focuses his vision and murmurs to himself that the young hunter really has chances to pass. The other candidates begin to vibrate and cheer for the guy, while the director follows pensive. The bridge's large stopwatch changes, indicating that only 5 seconds remain to end. Both continue exchanging blows in a frenetic way while the time runs very fast. Lacking only 2 seconds, the warriors increase the speed of the attacks to the maximum. At that moment of extreme tension, both feel a terrible external threat emerge suddenly. Without waiting for the official end of the test, both simply run away from the exam area. The other candidates remain without understanding anything upon seeing the location empty and the sky darken out of nowhere. Kyoki observes the examiner moving away while the storm begins to form in the forest. The rank S hunter reaches Hako and comments in a relaxed way about the guy's talent. The examiner adjusts his glasses and confesses that it was a great choice to have recommended the guy. They smile satisfied, knowing that Tuma demonstrated an incredibly formidable potential. A gigantic and mysterious black rift opens in the sky in a totally frightening way. Tuma runs in a dash through the dense woods, accompanied by Ayan, who questions about the exam. The boy stops upon spotting a sinister green flame emanating from the bottom of that dark forest. He senses the same evil presence that was consuming the body of his dear little sister in the hospital. The young man arrives at the location and comes across a guy with glasses standing near some people. The guy with glasses turns, scared, upon recognizing Toma from the hunter selection exam. Tuma notices that the 2 candidates who were there seem to be completely motionless. He enters total panic upon noting that the people were transformed into stone statues. The young man with glasses warns Tuma in a trembling way, saying that that could be the work of a monster. He alleges he was only passing through and complains with nervousness about the location's danger. Without hesitating, Tuma points to him and asks directly if he is in fact a relic. Ayan is totally confused upon hearing the sudden accusation made by her young partner. The guy remembers that his special eye allows him to see the secret aura of the relics. He notes that the dark energy does not come from an item, but rather from the own body of that guy there. The suspect feigns total confusion with the question and says that the guy's words do not make sense. Tuma decides to be more direct and asks, without beating around the bush, if he is the legendary basilisk relic. The mysterious young man changes his countenance and with a macabre smile asks how the human knows about that. Extremely furious, Tuma orders him to bring the people back to the normal state from before. The guy advances, determined, wielding his blue sword, and demands the reversal of the petrification. The enemy just stares at him with a cynical look and extreme mockery, maintaining his calm posture. He moves quickly to dodge the aerial attack, while the guy shouts the relic's name. A violent clash happens in the forest, releasing a strong magic shockwave through the location. Tuma is in absolute shock upon seeing the opponent block the blade with his own naked hands. He widens his eyes, unable to believe that the enemy held his most powerful attack. The being smiles in a sadistic way and whispers from close, but that the guy understood everything totally wrong. The guy exerts force, but notices in despair that his large magic sword is totally trapped. The man admits that he petrified the other candidate, but denies being the true basilisk relic. Totally confused with that revelation, Tuma asks what in fact he meant by that. Ignoring the question, the enemy analyzes the blue sword, confessing he never saw an item like that. Suddenly, he sniffs the air and says he remembers very well that repulsive spiritual energy. With a piercing look, the villain asks if the Endirs herself transformed into a relic. He stares at the sword and whispers Ayan's name, leaving the beautiful spirit of light extremely tense. The adversary jumps backward, moving away from the boy while he plans his next step. He places his finger on his temple and murmurs about what, in fact, would bring more benefits for the basilisk. Toma sweats cold upon realizing that opponent is intimately connected to the relic he seeks. The villain makes a funny pose in the middle of the forest, appearing to think in a very relaxed way. Suddenly, he displays a frightening smile and shouts in a crazy way that he simply does not care. The mysterious young man approaches Tuma, whispering coldly that he does not care about anything. In an agile movement, the adversary deals an extremely potent blow that pushes the boy away from there. The villain advances in an implacable way, dealing followed attacks with the clear intention of ending him. Ayan observes the combat with attention and notices the furious movements of the enemy's mysterious weapon. The beautiful entity stares at the object and manages to finally identify the legendary spider sword Anansum. She confirms that the adversary is not just holding an item, but that he is the own relic. She explains that a consciousness asleep inside an item managed in some way to get a physical body. Ayan deduces that the basilisk must act in the same way, but Tuma interrupts her, shouting at the enemy. Tuma launches into the air with anger, demanding to know the reason he transforms people into gray stone. The villain with glasses shrugs, affirming he is only following direct orders of the basilisk itself. Toma attacks him, asking furiously about the exact number of people he already petrified in life. The guy with glasses mocks the question, comparing the victims to things impossible to count by head. Upon remembering the suffering of his beloved little sister, Tuma shouts, demanding him to stop the kidding. With his eyes shining in pure fury, he concentrates all his spiritual power in a direct attack. Both blows collide with extreme violence, generating a strong wave of light and heat around them. The enemy warns with disdain that divine items are indestructible and that Ayan herself knows that very well. He begins to laugh loudly and invokes a second yellow weapon, guaranteeing that now he will duplicate his attacks. The adversary initiates a fast sequence of blows, asking how the guy will deal with two blades. Tuma dodges as he can, trying to contain the movements of the opponent, who moves with much agility. Suddenly, the young man widens his eyes upon noticing that the enemy activated the feared power of towers. A colossal storm of rays and golden chains begins to form around the entire arena. The immense spiral of destructive energy involves the location, leaving the young man without any clear escape route. The villain with glasses notices with surprise that Tuma also knows the true name of that relic. In the blink of an eye, the experienced examiner Huko appears before the boy to intervene in the fight. With an expression of extreme seriousness, the man positions himself before the young man to protect him from danger. Huko spins his baton with force, preparing a powerful counterattack against the storm of chains. The adversary moves quickly through the golden beams, trying to confuse the vision of the hunters. An impressive exchange of quick blows and electrical sparks happens in the center of that forest. Haku blocks the attacks, but notices that the structure of the enemy weapon is extremely hard to break. Torres praises the examiner's speed, noting that his relic acts almost as part of his body. The villain forces his chains against Heiko's baton, trying to disarm the experienced elite hunter. The examiner focuses his sharp vision through his glasses, noticing that there is something wrong with his technique. Suddenly, the villain reveals he actually possesses 4 floating blades connected by his chains. Huko makes a tremendous effort to repel the storm of attacks that come from all directions. Ayan observes amazed and notes that the examiner with glasses was holding a lot of power in the exam. Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, Tuma runs, determined to hit a direct blow from the back. Ayan floats behind him, desperate, and shouts, asking for the young hunter to wait and not act without thinking. He believes that while the villain is occupied with Huko, his blows will finally manage to pass. Tuma wants to get information about the basilisk at any cost, but his partner tells him to retreat. Ayan implores him to keep calm and tries to alert him about the true nature of that dangerous weapon. The guy jumps to strike, but the opponent notices his approach and displays an extremely sadistic smile. Torres makes his chains change direction suddenly toward the young man, who is in the air and defenseless. The chains multiply, revealing a dangerous and mortal set of 8 sharp blades against him. Tuma widens his eyes in complete dread upon noting he will not have time to defend himself from that attack. A large amount of blood splatters through the air while the boy falls to the ground without understanding what happened. He looks up, shocked, to see that Hako jumped in front and received the entire mortal impact in his place. The experienced examiner's blood drips onto the forest's green grass in an extremely tragic way. Hako whispers with difficulty, "That is what happens to those who focus only on looking forward." He reminds the young man that hunters always protect with their lives those who are behind them. The man concludes by saying that with such a narrow vision, the guy will never manage to protect who he loves the most. Toma stares at the man, surprised to hear that lightning clone of his already reached its maximum limit. The clone declares solemnly that he recognizes him as a rank hunter and entrusts him with a mission. He extends his hand, asking to resist for 5 minutes until his true body arrives there. The examiner touches his shoulder, saying calmly that now is the moment for him to protect others. Tuma watches in silence the light clone disappear completely, leaving him alone in the forest. Torres laughs in mockery upon noting the clone's disappearance and complains that facing the young guy will not be fun. A drone observes the scene from above while the enemy decides to eliminate all who know of his existence. The psychopathic opponent lets out a hysterical laugh, anxious to initiate his banquet of destruction. In the command center, the evaluators enter complete despair with the images received from the camera. Tuma lowers his head with determination, swearing he will not allow there to be any more victims there. The young man remembers with regret when he thought only of himself and the well-being of his dear sister. Remembering Hako's sacrifice, he swears he will never accept continuing to be protected for free. He promises to cure Suzu once and for all, but knows he needs to deal with the current threat first. Tuma raises his look with fury, decided to protect the mission that the examiner entrusted to him. Ayan, with a serious expression, says that they also need to discover how the sword assumed that form. The beautiful spirit reveals that weapons created with the creation technique possess unique properties. She guides the guy to activate the special ability of his legendary dragon scale sword. Tuma unsheathes his bluish sword enveloped in strong magic flames with extreme determination. Torres smiles with sadism, spinning his golden chains, anxious to cut the guy in half. Tuma activates the full release of his divine weapon, generating a colossal explosion of destructive energy. The villain with glasses lets out a desperate scream of pure pain as he is consumed by that violent power. The crushing blow acts as a true feast of strength, destroying the enemy chains. The opponent falls violently headlong to the ground, letting out one last groan of agony in the fight. The adversary's body begins to break into small gray pieces after receiving the final impact. Extremely exhausted, Tuma leans on the grass, trying to understand the secrets of his powerful weapon. He understands that the scale blade accumulates all the force of the blows received to strike back at once. The guy realizes his bones would have been broken without the help of the guide force's spiritual power. Tuma walks slowly toward the fallen opponent, calling the terrible relic by its real name. The young man pressures the enemy, demanding that he reveal everything he knows about the basilisk relic. Torres stammers in pain and asks ironically if the boy thinks he would betray his companion. The villain affirms proudly that the basilisk is his partner, and that is why he would never commit a betrayal. Irritated with the mockery, Tuma shouts, saying that people were cruelly petrified because of him. Torres notices a purple glow on his own face and murmurs, laughing that his time has already run out. The enemy begins to turn into magic dust and decides to give one last important piece of information as a gift. He reveals that the basilisk has already discovered about Ayan's transformation and will come after her soon. The villain swears revenge while his head cracks completely, turning into floating ashes. Toma stares at that frightening destruction in absolute silence, unable to digest what happened. Dark dust floats through the skies, carrying the last threatening words of that fallen relic. Ayan watches the disappearance of the opponent with a deeply thoughtful and quite serene expression. The guy looks at the light partner, asking what that word about revenge meant. The spirit decides to tell the whole truth, revealing that she herself created all the weapon relics. She confesses sadly that she sacrificed a human life to manufacture and strengthen each of the weapons. The spirit tells that her former world was totally infested by hordes of terrible monsters. The relics served to protect the innocents, but the turn of things ended up changing in a tragic way. Her civilization discovered a way to banish the monsters by sending them to dimensional portals. Without use, she and all the combat relics were discarded and thrown into the same abysses. Tuma listens to that story with much sadness, feeling a deep pity for his partner's fate. The boy asks gently if she also carries any resentment against humans. Ayan just silences for an instant while watching fixedly the remains of that broken relic. She touches the purple dust on the ground, murmuring with care that there still resides in Ansem's great love. Ayan feels a soft and nostalgic warmth rising through her hands upon coming into contact with that energy. A flashback reveals the moment in which the terrible monsters invaded the limits of the last defenses. A young warrior with spiky hair agrees that that was the only viable way to save everyone. Ayan in her former human form stares at the volunteer with an expression full of regret and seriousness. The guy smiles, trusting his own life to her so that his power could be used to defeat the monsters. She understands emotional that all those heroes decided to transform into weapons out of pure love. Back to the present, the last ashes dissipate completely into the calm and silent forest air. A familiar voice interrupts the silence, commenting seriously that the guy managed to win. Tuma looks back, very surprised upon spotting the true body of Hako walking in his direction. The young man feels an absurd spiritual pressure and notices that the man's strength is on another level. Hako confesses, smiling, that the guy was the only one who managed to exceed all his expectations. The man stares at the petrified people in the distance while he thinks about the danger that the feared basilisk brings. Hako says that since both are now rank hunters, there is no need to speak with so much formality. He praises calmly the guy's performance, calling Tuma affectionately by his name. The boy is left totally without reaction and on his knees before that unexpected praise from the examiner. He thanks immensely with tears in his eyes and displays an immense happy smile on his dirty face. Hako extends his hand, offering help to stand up and support the exhausted young hunter on his shoulder. Meanwhile, in a mysterious undiscovered ruin, a young man with light hair carries a huge sword. The hooded figure walks calmly toward several colossal monsters with a frightening appearance. Suddenly, a huge storm of red flowers appears, crushing the monsters in an implacable way. The figure apologizes for the silence, explaining that he wanted to clean the location before welcoming everyone. He warns that new companions will join the group because the previous ruin was too small. The young man with light hair warns, in a relaxed way, that Ayan's spirit transformed into a relic. Basilisk remains quite thoughtful and says in a mysterious way that he feels very happy with that news. The villain displays a shadowy aura, revealing his terrible plan to destroy an entire island nation. He smiles in a macabre way, commenting about the immense rift in the sky that looks like the start of a big festival. The mysterious figure releases a frightening and dense greenish magic energy around his body. The shadowy being stares at the horizon, waiting with mockery for the humans to like what is about to happen. Back to the forest, Hako suggests taking the petrified hunter home, and Toma agrees with a nod. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the earth, making the guy look to the skies totally terrified. They spot a colossal floating ruin of unimaginable scale emerging through a rift in the sky. Toma stammers upon noting that the location is dozens of times larger than the White Dragon's powerful ruins. Hako explains seriously that the size of the rift in the sky represents the gravity of the danger that is to come. The man concludes that it deals with a threat capable of destroying the entire nation, leaving the young ones in panic. Suddenly, a gigantic and destructive beam of golden energy hits the immense floating structure in the skies. Kyoki appears, falling from high up, complaining in a spoiled way for not having found any treasure chest. Tomo and Ayan watch in complete shock upon seeing the immense ruins shatter entirely into purple stones. Hiko adjusts his glasses and affirms that that mysterious person is without doubt the strongest in the entire world. He reveals Kyoki's secret rank as the legendary #1 rank S hunter of the Elite Association. Tomo is left completely dazzled upon realizing how absurd the ally's true power level is. Kyoki approaches, walking calmly with his wooden sandals, praising the young man's victory. The blonde celebrates, saying that the guy was incredible upon passing the test and defeating that humanoid relic. Kyoki places his hand on the guy's shoulder, affirming that he has an important personal request to make to him. The blonde displays a radiant and bright smile, asking the guy to lend him more money again. Hako points his weapon, irritated, while the blonde apologizes in a playful way in the middle of the forest. Kyoki changes the tone, explaining that he is gathering elite hunters from all parts of the world to fight. The blue-eyed guy points his finger, affirming that he sees a formidable growth potential in Tuma. Tuma widens his eyes upon hearing the important invitation to join that powerful elite alliance. Kyoki extends his hand with a confident look, asking one more time if he accepts fighting by his side. The young man bows politely, refusing the invitation because the absolute priority of his life is taking care of Suzu. The blonde just smiles from the corner, demonstrating that he already expected that determined answer from the guy. Tuma turns, thanking warmly the examiner for having risked his own life to save him. The guy comments, worried that the miraculous elixir could help in the recovery of the other wounded ally. Hako recounts relieved that the association managed to secure a part of the White Dragon's rare tears. The examiner shouts, demanding the blonde pay his debts quickly, while he says goodbye happily. The man with glasses argues with his companion, calling him selfish for borrowing money from the young man. Kyoki just waves his hand in a carefree way, guaranteeing that that is not a problem in any way. The #1 hunter guarantees with a smile that his destiny is to join the alliance just like Haku. He displays an extremely confident and challenging expression, asking his companion to just watch. Kyoki jumps toward the skies at high speed, leaving his companion thoughtful in the middle of the forest. A memory from the past shows the moment when the blonde invited Hako to form an elite alliance. Haku complains that he was forced to accept in an unfair way, while the blonde laughs with happiness by his side. Hako massages his own forehead, wondering what kind of madness the leader is planning to pull this time. While walking back home under the beautiful city sunset, Ayan asks if it was a good idea to refuse the invitation. She explains that even if the guy searches for the basilisk alone, counting on strong allies would facilitate his mission a lot. Tuma confesses with a smile that he was extremely happy and honored to receive an invitation from such powerful people. He explains that the members of that alliance need to live together at the base and travel to ruins around the entire world. Ayan understands immediately that the young man's main concern at the moment is not leaving his dear sister Suzu alone. Tuma confirms seriously that his only and true life goal continues to be curing Suzu completely. The guy reflects, intrigued, and asks how the opponent with glasses managed to petrify people without being the basilisk. Ayan clarifies that the basilisk manufactures diverse toxins, and that probably he delivered a petrification potion to the villain. She tells that the basilisk was very admired in the past, and that for sure there are other people cooperating with him. The boy notices that he will face powerful enemies, and that for this reason he will need to become infinitely stronger to win. He implores for the spirit to train him, but she explains in a funny way that the physiology of both is very different. She promises to consider the request if he manages to satisfy her hunger and suggests having Suzu prepare something tasty. Both arrive at the residential building, and Tuma opens the door of the house, announcing happily that he finally returned. The guy finds it very strange to find the apartment totally silent and begins to call for his little sister. Ayan lies on the table, complaining of hunger, while the young man spots a small note of paper left at the location. In the note, Suzu warns that Kyoki invited her to his clan and that she decided to make her debut as a hunter. Tomo lets out a desperate scream and enters complete panic, unable to accept that absurd situation. He orders his partner to track Suzu's smell of love, and she accepts the role of sniffer in a comical way. She sniffs the air, guiding the guy to an ancient stone tower in the middle of the ruins, where the girl must be. Upon invading the stone temple, the boy is surprised to come across the rank S hunter standing calmly there. The blonde displays a proud smile, commenting that Suzu is incredible and that she learned to use a weapon very quickly. Tuma asks furiously for his sister, and the blonde replies, embarrassed, that the girl is probably exploring the location alone. The guy gets extremely irritated and asks for what reason he decided to drag the young girl to such a dangerous place. With a shadowy look, Kyoki confesses coldly that he did all that only to force the boy to join his alliance. Toma shouts for the blonde to stop playing and activates his sword, less creation technique, generating a strong blue aura. The guy advances at high speed, wielding his steel-cutting blade, desperate to find Suzu as soon as possible. Suddenly, a huge barrier of iron swords emerges right in front of him, blocking his path completely. Kyoki appears floating happily upside down, thanks to his legendary golden flying cloak. Toma grinds his teeth, affirming with much anger that he has no time to lose fighting him at that moment. Ignoring the opponent, the guy runs desperately toward the ruin entrance, shouting for his sister's name. Kyoki pours an alchemical potion onto his gigantic sword, transforming the metal blade into pure gold in seconds. The blonde deals a colossal gold blow that throws the young man backward with an overwhelming shockwave. The image displays a loving memory of a beautiful woman feeding the boy with foods from another world. Kyoki appears in the air, eating delicious sweets, and comments happily about how tasty that banquet is. In a quick movement, the rank S hunter kicks the guy far away while he continues to delight himself with the food. The blonde with open arms lectures, ironically, about how the relic era brought a false prosperity. He remembers with bitterness the innocent people who lost their lives and homes due to the terrible monsters of the ruins. The warrior confesses that his true life desire is to erase once and for all the mysterious rifts of that world. With a look deeply sad and determined, the rank S hunter declares that his great goal is to save the world. Toma stares at the alley fallen on the ground and is impressed to note that his goals are infinitely greater than his own. The young hunter lowers his head, admitting with humility that he does not possess feelings so noble and grand. He confesses that even if he obtained a divine power and needed to choose between saving the entire world or his sister, the guy raises his focused look, declaring with firmness that he would choose to save Suzu without thinking twice. Suddenly, the young girl appears waving happily from afar and announces proudly that she cleaned the dungeon alone. She runs, showing her cell phone screen, and celebrates happily, saying she managed to clear the location thanks to a virtual game. Toma discovers, totally incredulous, that the clan for which Kyoki invited his little sister was just a cell phone game. The sweet girl smiles with much pride, saying she finds the future partnership of the two heroes wonderful. She tells that all her school colleagues sent thanks for him having defeated the terrible White Dragon. The young girl blushes shyly and confesses that she feels very proud for having such an incredible and heroic older brother. Suzu touches her brother's chest affectionately, saying that there are many people around the world needing his help. The young girl hands him a lucky charm, asking him to take care and promising to return home from time to eat. Toma stares at the charm in his hands, deeply emotional and speechless, before so much affection from his little sister. Suzu asks, laughing, for him to throw away the old origami while Ayan jokes, commenting that her shame is also love. Kyoki hugs the guy in a fun way, joking about his excuse of not thinking himself noble enough. The rank S blonde guarantees, with a beautiful smile, that putting one's own family in first place is totally normal. He explains with open arms that his hunter alliance was created precisely to gather people with these values. He says that each one gives the best of themselves to protect those they love, and that this union of forces brings an incredible result. The blonde concludes with a bright look, saying that saving each loved one will naturally end up saving the entire world. Extending his hand officially, he asks for the last time if the young hunter accepts being part of his alliance. Toma displays an extremely confident smile and clenches his fist, accepting once and for all that noble challenge. The guy bows respectfully in front of the new leader, asking formally to join head first the elite alliance. Kyoki displays an extremely victorious expression and celebrates happily, knowing he finally concluded his great plan. Suddenly, the examiner appears, irritated, from behind and deals a violent punch to Kyoki's head to punish him. Kyoki complains about the blow but is harshly reprimanded for having used such a childish trap to recruit the guy. Hako guarantees the young man he does not need to worry because he will send a lightning clone to watch over and protect Suzu. Hearing that his dear little sister will be totally safe leaves the young man extremely relieved and with a beautiful smile. Toma tries to alert Suzu not to follow the blonde, but the girl reveals, laughing, that the training location is very safe. Kyoki warns seriously that from now on the guy will work directly in partnership with Hako's team. He reveals that dangerous humanoid relics like Tors are starting to awaken in diverse parts of the world. With a worried countenance, he explains that the group's main mission will be to contain that terrible global threat. Toma sweats cold, knowing that the imminent danger is too great and that he cannot continue with the same level as before. The guy shouts with determination, affirming he will do everything to become much stronger and protect everyone in the alliance. Kyoki points to the large stone tower, suggesting an intensive training of only one night before they leave. The young hunter lowers his head, thoughtful, before that sudden training proposal from the legendary Rank S leader. The blonde guarantees with a challenging smile that he will manage to make the guy 3 times stronger inside that ruin. He points his finger, inviting the guy in a relaxed way to initiate that important training session with him. The number 1 Rank S hunter repeats with extreme conviction that he will transform his skills completely until dawn. The guy clenches his fist with a focused look, knowing that that was exactly the golden opportunity he sought. Upon remembering all the difficult battles of the past, he swears he will never again accept staying behind against the villains. Toma shouts, asking fervently for the legendary warrior to teach him and guide him on the path of true power. Suddenly, Hako interrupts the conversation, asking ironically for what reason the blonde thinks he went there. The examiner with glasses warns that the young man will join his team, but the leader insists, saying he wants to have fun in the training. Both begin to argue in a comical way about who in fact possesses more right to train the new rank, a hunter. Suzu observes that entire confusion without understanding very well the reason for that sudden rivalry between the warriors. With an innocent smile, the girl suggests that both experienced hunters simply train him together in the forest. The blonde thinks the idea is excellent while Hako plans a scary schedule without rest or sleep for the guy. Kyoki asks if the guy will not die, but the examiner guarantees that it is enough to give healing potions to keep him totally active. Both warriors display frightening looks and invite the young hunter to initiate that hellish training. Toma sweats cold and trembles from head to toe, imploring in a scared way for them please not to go too hard. The sweet Suzu waves happily, wishing good luck to her beloved older brother without noting his imminent suffering. The scene cuts to the imposing Alliance headquarters, where the other members comment about the newcomer's arrival. In the luxurious living room, the warriors celebrate happily, knowing that the team will finally have 4 active members. They comment that the new arrival is the smallest of rank, but admit that passing Haku's test is an incredible feat. The furious Rank S hunter in Joe Ryuga crushes his own cell phone, unable to contain his indignation at the news. The cute warrior Anraku Makuto celebrates happily, saying that the newcomer's talent is for sure on the Rank S level. Ryuga displays a frightening look and asks angrily if his companion is suggesting that the guy is stronger than him. The young hunter lets out a scream of dread upon being stared at in such an intimidating way by the temperamental partner. The irritated young man grabs his partner by the hood, shouting that he would have passed easily the test if he did the same exam. Ryoga asks when the newcomer will finally arrive while Makoto warns, scared that the guy is already right behind them. Ryuga runs, laughing maliciously, determined to show the new member who is in charge of the Elite Alliance. He swings the room door open, shouting furiously for the newcomer to initiate his intimidating reception. However, both warriors are left completely scared upon seeing Tuma's state of shock there. The guy is completely pale and trembles from head to toe due to the extreme fatigue of that intensive training. Both partners conclude, scared, that the newcomer already went through hellish training before even arriving. Hako presents the guy as the new member of his official team, asking the others to treat him very well. Toma tries to greet his new guild companions with an extremely weak and tired voice. The examiner with glasses shows a syringe, explaining that he applied a recovery potion directly into his veins. They enter panic, imagining how terrible the training must have been for him to need a potion injection. The man warns that he received an urgent call and orders the two to take the newcomer for the day's mission. Ryuga demands to go along, alleging that the superior's call is more dangerous, but the examiner ignores him coldly. Hako warns seriously for them not to overestimate their strengths and work in perfect harmony in the mission. The experienced hunter disappears instantly amidst a violent discharge of rays and electricity. Ryuga grinds his teeth, irritated, complaining about that man's audacity to act as superior being only rank A. The redhead turns to the newcomer with an intimidating look, wanting to make clear the huge difference between them. Tuma just stares at him with cold sweat on his face, without understanding the hostile attitude of his new team companion. Ryuga stomps his foot on the ground in an arrogant way, remembering that the guy is the smallest of rank, while he is rank S. The rank S redhead leans over the guy, asking in an intimidating way if he understood his words. He shouts with all his might, sending the newcomer to engrave in his heart that he is in an inferior position. Makoto appears happily, interrupting her partner to welcome the young man with a beautiful smile. The young girl begins to speak in an extremely fast and enthusiastic way, leaving the newcomer quite embarrassed there. She stares at the black sword with shining eyes and asks, fascinated, if she can register that weapon in the database. While Tuma notices that she is addicted to relics, the redhead gets furious for being ignored in the room. Ryuga holds the guy by the collar, shouting for him not to think himself important for having such a powerful weapon. Tuma agrees in a peaceful and sincere way, leaving the opponent irritated with his lack of reaction. Ryuga runs in front, ordering the newcomer to just watch the backs of his veterans during the mission. Ayan comments that she found the veterans very interesting and notes that the girl possesses a great love for relics. The beautiful light spirit denies his assumption and affirms that that assumption about the redhead is not true. She reveals calmly that she senses in the redhead a love energy very similar to that of Toma himself. The three hunters walk toward a gigantic and ancient stone tower in the middle of the mountains. The white-haired young girl comments with sympathy that she also thought that type of mission simple in the beginning. She explains that if the ancient ruins are not conquered in time, the barriers break and free the monsters. The girl reveals that the real reason they abandoned the location is because the difficulty of conquest is extremely high. The scene displays a violent confrontation of a group of hunters fighting desperately against wild beasts. The surviving warriors celebrate happily, displaying pride for the perfect teamwork they performed. To the absolute dread of the warriors, an immense horde of even more dangerous beasts emerges from the stone debris. The hunters despair upon noting that their secret weapon failed in the fight, accumulating another defeat in the ruin. The colossal crawling monster opens its mouth of sharp teeth, preparing itself to devour everyone at once. Suddenly, a powerful and bright cut of red fire appears in the air, dividing the beast with extreme ease. Ryuga positions himself in front with style, mocking the weak hunters and telling them to look for another job. The brave redhead stands alone before that entire horde of wild beasts without showing any fear. He raises his shining flaming weapon, summoning in an imposing way the legendary Purgatory Masamune sword. The rank as hunter deals a colossal cut of fire that burns instantly the monsters around them. The survivors fallen on the ground watch that overwhelming display of power, totally open-mouthed. Toma stares at the scene, amazed by the partner's strength, and whispers, impressed with such combat ability. Makoto comments that fire relic is of a type of natural energy, very similar to Haku's power. Ryuga executes perfect and fast sword movements, cutting the beasts with much precision in the middle of the hall. He displays an extremely confident and challenging smile, proud of the overwhelming power of his fire relic. The surviving colossal beast gathers its strength to fire an immense blast of energy against the hunter. Ryuga dodges with extreme agility the enemy projectile, mocking the useless attack dealt by the creature. The power spheres fly in their direction, and Makoto despairs upon noting that dodging will put the others in danger. The young girl begins to rummage through her backpack, running from one side to the other in search of a specific tool. She finally finds a golden circular artifact with engraved runes that begins to shine intensely. Activating the directional rotation ability, she manages to divert the trajectory of the enemy projectiles in the air. The power spheres collide violently against the creature's own body, generating an immense explosion. The monster roars in pain under the impact of the counterattack, while the girl observes it with a bored expression. Toma is left completely shocked to witness the absurd level of combat ability of his new veterans. Ryuga mocks, saying that a mere rank hunter will never manage to follow the frenetic rhythm of that battle. The boy grips the hilt of his sword firmly, swearing in his mind that he will not accept being surpassed by them. The young hunter displays a focused look, decided to test all the results of that hellish training of his. He activates his sword-less creation technique, invoking the dragon scale blade in its reverse form. He uses the swordless creation technique and explains that it is an extremely versatile and useful skill for combat. Toma falls to the floor exhausted, clutching a sword wrapped in blue flames, and gives thanks with the strength he has left. The instructor in glasses remarks that the young man's force manipulation almost reached the required level during training. He explains that the young man needs to absorb all types of materials to be able to adapt to any situation. The man crouches down and warns that the dragon scale blade must be kept charged to release its maximum power. The boy realizes that to activate the reverse scale, he must first accumulate a sequence of powerful impacts. The instructor creates clones wrapped in electricity and asks, in a challenging tone, if the young man will be able to block them. The boy is confused to notice that he has suddenly been transported in front of an immense stone structure. The scene highlights the names of the powerful swordless creation techniques and the legendary dragon scale blade. Right after, the devastating power of the reverse scale is revealed with a massive reddish explosion on the screen. Toma finally breathes a sigh of relief before the destroyed remains of the monster he had just faced in the hall. The white-haired girl cheers excitedly, shouting that she has never seen such an impressive skill. He smiles sheepishly, revealing that, unfortunately, that devastating blow can only be used once. The redhead clenches his fists and screams in anger, saying that there is no way he will acknowledge that display of power. The red-haired boy points irritably and accuses the newcomer of having copied his legendary Purgatory Masamune sword. He rants that it is impossible to go from rank E straight to A and accuses his rival of using a purchased relic. The girl tries to calm them both down, but suddenly makes a drastic decision to resolve that childish rivalry. She proposes that whoever defeats the ruins boss first will be the winner, and both accept the challenge immediately. They begin to argue about the absurd terms of the bet, while the others just watch the pathetic scene. As they enter the ruin, they notice that all the smaller monsters have already been defeated and continue down the hallway. The redhead walks in front, grumbling arrogantly that he is more than capable of solving everything all by himself. The group arrives in front of an immense metal door and realizes they have reached the ruin's legendary treasure room. While they talk about the boss's whereabouts, an extremely freezing cold takes over the entire environment. A huge, sharp crystal appears, cracking the stone wall and startling everyone present. Shortly after, two paws covered in shining, jagged ice crystals slowly touch the frozen ground. A colossal creature wrapped in blue flames and ice spikes emerges right in front of the red-haired boy. The three young hunters are completely paralyzed with fear in the face of that terrifying, gigantic presence. In the blink of an eye, the redhead is hit by a swift attack and thrown backward, letting out a cry of pain. pain. Tuma wields his weapon and looks around, frightened to realize that the terrible monster has simply vanished from sight. The beast emerges silently right behind the white-haired girl, who is left completely paralyzed with terror. The redhead recovers, saying that the creature is just fast, while his communication device begins to ring. The girl answers the device with trembling hands as the communication center tries to reach them urgently. The operator warns seriously that the mission orders for the group are being updated at that very moment. The young woman listens intently to the new instructions from headquarters, and her expression changes to one of complete shock. At headquarters, the employee stares at the monitors, very worried, as she identifies the beast's true identity. She explains that the monster is identical to one that froze an entire island in Hawaii in just a few hours in the past. Reports indicated that the ruin had initially been classified as a city-level destruction threat. However, the terrible monster's actual danger classification was at the national destruction level. The girl repeats the words in complete panic, barely able to believe the severity of the situation they are in. The operator orders the immediate withdrawal of the group and warns that elite reinforcements have been sent to rescue them. The withdrawal warning is repeated insistently while the giant beast stares at the three young hunters in the hall. The red-haired youth flashes a challenging and arrogant smile, claiming that the creature is his prey. He shouts furiously, reminding everyone that he is a rank S warrior and that he doesn't need anyone else's help to win. The redhead pushes Tuma back, telling the newcomer not to get involved and to stay away from the battle to come. At that very instant, the colossal head of the blue beast emerges imposingly right in front of the two young hunters. The monster performs a devastating leap and hits the ground with absurd force, generating a massive wave of destruction. The violent impact throws both hunters backward, causing them to collide brutally against the stone floor. They lie on the ground covered in wounds and dust, desperately trying to get up after the blow. The white-haired girl watches the scene, completely paralyzed, while a cold mist covers the entire hall. She lets out a cry of despair, unable to understand what happened, and panics at the devastating situation. Makoto falls into total despair, screaming repeatedly over the radio for the rescue team to arrive as fast as possible. The beast's enormous ice paw appears frighteningly right above the head of the girl, who remains completely paralyzed. Ryuga and Tuma rush forward, delivering a coordinated strike to save their teammate at the last second. The two take a heroic stance in front of the fallen girl, protecting her with their swords ready for combat. The blue beast moves away slowly, keeping its red eyes fixed on the three hunters who prepare to fight. Tuma realizes, tense, that the monster's speed is comparable to Hako's own lightning-fast movements. Ryuga wipes blood from his face and flashes a proud smile, commenting that the weather has now become refreshing for a fight. The girl thanks them, moved by the help, but insists desperately that they begin their withdrawal immediately. The redhead yells, telling his partner to calm down and get ready to provide cover while he advances against the beast. She runs in a panic, throwing various items and relics out of her bag in search of something that might be useful in the battle. Toma warns his companion that this is not the time for rivalries and suggests they both fight together to win. Ryuga refuses the partnership proposal immediately and demands to be called a veteran even in the middle of that terrible chaos. The red-haired warrior claims he needs to defeat the beast alone if he wants to reach the top of the elite rankings. He channels all his energy with the goal of proving that he will become the #1 rank S hunter in the entire world. The fearless redhead releases his maximum power, unleashing a gigantic and devastating eruption of flames against his opponent. The beast dodges all the tongues of fire with extreme ease, leaving the white-haired girl in a panic. The redhead flashes a manic smile, commenting that the monster's speed won't matter if he burns the entire hall. He spreads his flames in every direction to surround the enemy and leave no escape route for the creature. Makoto complains irritably, saying they will end up burning to death first, and her partner tells her to solve it herself. Tuma realizes the tactic is madness and begins to think of a way to deliver an attack even faster than the beast. The young hunter decides that this is the ideal moment to use the special skill he learned during his training. He tries to mold the energy, but realizes that creating fluid forms without a solid core is a quite complex task. His experienced mentor reminds him that it is very difficult to focus on the core of unstable elements during the creation technique. The master orders the boy to master that technique by dawn and promises to give him very special weapon. Tuma closes his eyes, concentrating to the maximum to recall every detail of the hard lessons applied by his instructor. He channels an immense amount of electrical energy around his body, believing he is capable of performing the feat. The boy focuses on stabilizing the flow of power, trying to mold those unstable golden lightning bolts into the shape of a blade. The physical effort is brutal, making the young hunter groan in pain as he fights to keep the powerful energy under control. With a scream of determination, he activates his swordless creation technique, releasing an intense explosion of electricity, wrapped in violent yellow sparks. The boy advances with firmness, demonstrating that he has finally managed to master the power. The young hunter channels all his concentration to convert the wild lightning into the perfect structure of a sword. He grips the handle of the weapon with extreme force, enduring the terrible electrical discharge that runs through his entire right arm. The special swordless creation technique with a lightning element is finally activated in the middle of that burning hall. Holding the shining lightning blade, the boy displays a confident expression, ready to deliver a swift counterattack. The arrogant redhead is left completely speechless as he witnesses the unbelievable evolution of the newcomer's skills. The young hunter raises his lightning sword, which glows intensely, illuminating the entire place with golden energy. The ice beast jumps at high speed, but the boy prepares himself on the ground with his electric weapon fully charged. A violent rumble echoes through the hall, while the other two teammates watch the confrontation, completely shocked. The image shows mysterious projection of two united silhouettes, representing the perfect synchronization of their movements. A colossal and brilliant explosion of light occurs in the center of the hall, causing the red-haired warrior to retreat, tense. When the dust and flames finally begin to settle, both hunters try to see the result of that clash. Tuma appears standing and totally unharmed right in front of the gigantic ice monster, which now seems motionless and defeated. The boy's incredible feat leaves his companions astonished before the immense creature, which is completely paralyzed on the ground. Dozens of sharp ice spikes appear suddenly around them, threatening to hit the young hunters all at once. Yuga yells irritably, telling the girl to focus her strength in her eyes to be able to see the invisible danger. The redhead sweats coldly as he realizes that the attack unleashed by the newcomer bears an undeniable resemblance to another famous technique. He notices that the blow executed by Toma is the legendary lightning chain dance used by his experienced tutor. The mentor praises the boy's progress for having managed to convert that powerful electrical energy into a usable weapon. The man in glasses promises to personally teach the legendary swift movement technique as a reward for his effort. The technique consisted of manipulating electrical currents in the body to accelerate muscle reactions to the maximum level. The technique allows the hunter to perform high-speed movements by controlling the electromagnetic fields around him. The colossal ice wolf roars in fury, advancing in the direction of the young hunter with its sharp teeth exposed. Ryuga and Makoto jump backward in desperation while immense frozen spikes emerge from the ground, shattering the stones. Toma moves like a true bolt of lightning, easily dodging every swift and lethal strike delivered by the creature. The boy positions himself firmly before the fearsome blue monster, which roars as it prepares to deliver the killing blow. He plants his feet firmly on the ground, cracking small stones to accumulate the energy needed for his counterattack. The hunter reveals that the true value of that secret lightning technique is not just the incredible dodging ability. He focuses the power on the blade, explaining that its true strength is the ability to pierce enemies like a lightning bolt. The young man delivers the final blow, called Roaring Thunder Flash, which cuts through the air with an immense discharge of electrical energy. The powerful creature lets out a final groan of pain as it realizes that an immense circular hole has been opened in its chest. Shortly after, the gigantic ice monster collapses on the ground, breaking into hundreds of shiny crystal pieces. The young man takes a deep breath in the middle of the cold mist that begins to clear from the hall after the conclusion of that arduous battle. Electrical sparks slowly fade from the handle of his weapon, showing that he has exhausted almost all of his power reserve. Suddenly, a brilliant and intense golden aura completely envelopes the boy's body, leaving him quite surprised. He falls to his knees on the ground, feeling strong physical exhaustion and groaning in pain after releasing so much energy all at once. The hunter realizes, frustrated, that he still cannot use that technique continuously due to a lack of physical training. The spirit congratulates the boy on his success and comments that the two alliance leaders have proven to be excellent mentors. Makoto jumps for joy, celebrating the fact that the newcomer defeated a national destruction class monster all by himself. The boy turns around with a serene look, calling for his red-haired companion, who is visibly tense next to his partner. Tuma flashes a mischievous and playful smile, asking what the promise was again that the loser of the bet should fulfill. The redhead goes into total combustion of rage, screaming that he will burn his rival for trying to turn him into his slave for a week. They continue to argue amicably about the terms while the white-haired girl just laughs at her partner's stubbornness. The veteran admits begrudgingly that the newcomer is strong but makes up a silly nickname like Seaweed Head to hide his pride. The young hunter yells indignantly, claiming that the new nickname is incredibly worse than the previous term. The redhead accuses the boy of having copied another lightning technique, and Toma explains, irritably, that it is reconstruction. The girl gets between the two, pushing their cheeks, and asks them to stop wasting time on nonsense. She reminds them that now that they have defeated the area's master, they need to make the most of the time before that ruin disappears. With a big smile on her face, the young huntress runs ahead, throwing open the immense golden door of the main vault. Her eyes shine intensely with pure happiness as she encounters the absurd amount of riches stored inside. The place is a gigantic, shimmering hall filled with gold coins and various rare relics of enormous commercial value. The redhead poses proudly, claiming that he doesn't care about the treasures as long as he has his faithful mass-immune fire sword. Tuma crouches down to examine carefully a small, intriguing, shining artifact he found in a treasure chest. He recalls that in ordinary missions, hunters usually collect artifacts only to hand them over to the elite association. The girl displays two shiny magic orbs and celebrates animatedly, saying she can't wait to test their effects. She tries to store everything in her special 100-fold bag, but realizes that the amount of treasures exceeds the limit. Toma praises his teammates' intelligence, and Ryuga grumbles that her only real hobby is indeed studying relics. The boy asks if that curious board-shaped compass is the main combat weapon she uses on missions. The girl confesses awkwardly that she possesses a legendary combat weapon, but admits she still can't use it very well. She gets excited and begins to give a long theoretical lecture, explaining the main differences between each type of rare relic. She details that utilitarian relics are created from organic materials collected from defeated monsters. The huntress reveals that special-level relics are capable of absurd feats, such as reactivating reactors or traveling back in time. Tuma listens attentively, realizing that just one drop of that miraculous elixir would be enough to cure his dear sister. The girl comments, intrigued, that the designs of all the relic weapons seem to have been made by the same creator. The beautiful blue-haired spirit watches the girl in silence, thinking that the young huntress is extremely perceptive. Makoto stares at the immense golden hall and comments she finds it very strange not to have found any weapon relics in the place. The wise light spirit stares at Toma seriously, revealing that she is also feeling a strange and unsettling presence there. The irritated redhead tells everyone to stop talking, while the girl becomes desperate, trying to decide which meat to take home. The group climbs the stairs of the stone temple, while Makoto celebrates, saying that the immense stock of relics will help everyone. The huntress admits she didn't fight very well this time, but guarantees with a radiant smile that she will fix everything in the next combat. Suddenly, the legs of a mysterious opponent appear falling from above, startling the hunters who were walking through the dark corridor. Suddenly, the floor disappears completely, leaving the three hunters floating in a mysterious space without gravity. Tuma calls desperately for Light Spirit, asking what is happening, and she warns that it is the worst possible scenario. Ayan explains that they were sucked into a rift in the sky that functions as an interdimensional space junkyard. The group spots an immense amount of monsters floating around them amidst various remains of ancient relics. A colossal purple monster with horns and sharp teeth appears suddenly, letting out a terrifying roar right toward them. Tuma sweats coldly as he realizes the immense horde of dangerous creatures that is about to attack them in that floating void. While the redhead wants to fight, Tuma remembers, worried that it is impossible to brandish their swords without having anywhere to plant their own feet. Riva tries to deliver a fire cut, but ends up spinning aimlessly in the air due to the complete absence of gravity in the location. The redhead spins awkwardly in the air, and the young hunter realizes, desperate, that they are totally useless in that situation. The red-haired swordsman screams, telling Mikuto to use one of her utilitarian relics to get them out of that mess quickly. The girl's eyes spin with dizziness, and she yells back, saying it is impossible and that they must do something. The red-haired warrior tries to move in the vacuum, but ends up grumbling, frustrated for not being able to move from his spot. In a desperate move, Ryuga kicks his partner away in an attempt to launch her toward the safe direction of the temple. The young huntress flies backward, screaming in terror, while the other two partners remain floating helpless in the vacuum. She spins out of control toward a terrible horde of monsters that awaits her with claws and sharp teeth down below. The bizarre flying creatures advance on her, and the young woman complains in tears that it isn't fair for only the monsters to fly freely. The girl cries copiously, thinking that this will be her sad and tragic end at the hands of those terrible space beasts. She remembers her fear of dying alone and desperately thrusts her hands into her treasure bag to seek salvation. The huntress pulls out a bomb called I-Explosive, but remembers that the item is low, level, and unreliable against beasts. Without many options, she throws the artifact with all her strength in the direction of the beasts, screaming for them to stay away from her. The small metallic sphere collides directly against the chest of one of the flying creatures, releasing a strong glow. An immense and noisy explosion of fire occurs, hitting the monsters that were trying to devour the young woman in the air head-on. However, the gigantic purple monster with elephant-like features reemerges intact from the middle of the smoke, roaring with fury. Tuma realizes, discouraged, that the attack didn't work, but the redhead tells him to look more closely at what is occurring. The monsters stare, confused, at a small floating blue jewel that suddenly begins to multiply magically in the vacuum. Dozens of replicas of that bomb begin to appear rapidly, forming a huge network interconnected by purple energy. The entire horde of space creatures, completely cornered by the gigantic amount of explosive spheres in the air. The image shows the bright green eyes of one of the bombs activating just before starting the detonation sequence. She reveals that she used a duplication potion to multiply the bombs, creating an extremely destructive and effective combo. A colossal and uninterrupted sequence of fire explosions consumes the beasts, generating an overwhelming wave of destruction. Tuma manages to grab his partner safely and congratulates her, very happy for the brilliant plan that saved their lives. The youth celebrate, relieved, while Ryuga asks what they should do now to get out of that interdimensional void. Aeon catches the dark-haired boy's attention, pointing to an immense stone structure floating in the middle of the void. She reveals it to be an ancient floating ruin and suggests that the best option for their survival is to try to reach it. The spirit explains that entering the temple can open a passage back to the human world, just as it happened in the past. Toma agrees with the plan but asks, intrigued, how they will manage to move and reach the floating temple without gravity. Suddenly, a controlled explosion occurs right behind the group, propelling the three hunters at high speed toward the ruin. They approach the immense reddish stone structure that is strangely covered by bright red flowers. The trio falls awkwardly onto the stone floor, relieved to finally feel gravity acting and to be able to rest their legs. The light spirit warns seriously that their main goal in there will be to reach the temple's treasure vault. She reveals that the treasure room possesses special mechanism necessary to open a portal directly to Earth. Ian warns firmly that they must not defeat the local master, at the risk of causing the ruin to disappear forever. Thomas swallows hard as he notices dozens of immense, motionless, reddish monsters that completely block the corridor. The boy widens his eyes in complete silence as he realizes that the bizarre creatures seem like lifeless statues there. Suddenly, a dense and frightening purple smoke begins to emerge around the stones, indicating that something is waking up. The arrogant redhead runs in the direction of his companion and yells irritably, asking what the plan is to advance in the mission. Ignoring his partner, Truman extends his hand with curiosity and touches softly the stone carcass of one of the red beasts. He confirms, perplexed, that all the monsters in that immense temple corridor are completely transformed into stone. The boy walks focused, realizing that absolutely all the local beasts have suffered that same terrible process. Thomas sweats coldly as he comes across a dagger wrapped in purple smoke and realizes, terrified, that the terrible basilisk is nearby. Suddenly, the statues begin to release strange groans of pain, while the purple smoke dissipates completely. The redhead draws his weapon, excited to have his feet firmly on the ground, ready to face the new horde of beasts. Mikuto agrees, quickly with a tense smile, and asks the two boys to take care of the creatures in front. Upon taking a step back, the girl feels the floor tremble and notices a sharp change in the atmosphere of that mysterious hall. She is suddenly surrounded by other beasts and screams in desperation, begging her friends not to leave her alone. Tomo and Ryuga try to run to help her, but are paralyzed by an intense blue light that wraps around their bodies instantly. In the blink of an eye, the darkness of the temple disappears, giving way to a beautiful and sunny scenario of white columns. The redhead yells, furious, asking where his partner went, and notices that the entire landscape around them has changed completely. They look up and spot a mysterious man with white hair standing quietly on top of a large column. The stranger welcomes them with a mocking smile, saying that this is one of the beautiful rooms of the Sky Rift. Ryuga points his sword, furious, and demands to know if the man was responsible for the sudden disappearance of Mikuto. The subject comments with contempt that he left the other boy behind because he doesn't possess any useful legendary weapon. He concludes coldly that the white-haired girl has probably already turned into monster food by that time of day. Hearing that leaves the red-haired swordsman furious, causing him to release in a wave of heat and blue flames. Toma holds his partner's arm, asking for calm, and warns that this mysterious enemy is not a common human being. The boy realizes that the energy of that adversary is identical to that of the terrible humanoid enemy he faced previously. He focuses his gaze and concludes that that being is actually an ancient relic that somehow obtained a physical body. Tuma remembers the examiner's warning about the dangerous relic humans, but Ryuga yells, saying he doesn't care. The villain smiles on the side, demanding not to be compared to that other warrior, whom he calls a complete idiot without a brain. The opponent extends his arms, revealing shining wings called Icarus, and commands the hunters to surrender the relics. The wise light spirit emerges next to the boy and warns him seriously to take extreme care with the enemy's wings. She explains that those golden wings function like sharp blades and grant the adversary flight at absurd speed. The man with white hair takes his hand to his waist, preparing to draw a beautiful and shining sword of pure gold. With a sadistic and confident look, he wields his golden weapon, declaring the start of that mortal combat in the hall. Toma recognizes the opponent's frightening relic, identifying it as the legendary and dangerous power of Gaia's gluttony. The adversary notices the boy's reaction and realizes that he is the same hunter who conquered the White Dragon ruins before. The white-haired villain claims it is much easier and faster to take the relics from the hands of mere weak humans. He displays an extremely somber expression, winking one of his shining eyes mockingly at the two youths. The enemy makes a quick movement with his shining blade that emits a reddish glow of pure destructive energy. Ryuga disdains the opponent, calling him a complete idiot, and tells Tuma not to worry so much about his strength. The redhead comments, laughing, that the villain will weaken his own power by trying to activate two relic weapons at the same time. The white-haired boy throws his golden sword into the air, laughing mockingly at his rival's arrogant assumption. He comments on the limitation of human beings and suddenly activates the destructive explosion power of his golden blade. An immense and violent explosion of fire occurs right in front of the enemy, who continues hovering in the air with his shining wings. The terrible impact of the detonation throws Ryuga and Toma backward, causing them to retreat with their arms protecting their faces. The villain holds his golden sword in flames imposingly, demonstrating total control over that terrible energy. Toma screams in disbelief as he notices that the enemy manages to perform a double activation that not even Hako is capable of doing. The light spirit explains, worried, that the effects of a living relic using other artifacts are unknown. The boy with yellow eyes realizes that this opponent is far superior to the previous relic human they defeated. However, the young man clenches his fists, confident, remembering that he also became much stronger after his hellish training. Toma tells the redhead to move away, but the proud veteran warns that it is the newcomer who should get out of the way to avoid getting hurt. Ignoring the mutual warning, the two youths advance together, delivering their most powerful swordless creation blows. The white-haired enemy just smiles in a mild and calm manner, observing the frontal assault of his opponents. Ryuga yells, telling Tuma not to get in his way, and conjures his devastating flame attack called Roaring Fire Inferno. Tuma advances from the other side, wielding his immense shining diamond blade, concentrating all his strength into the blow. The arrogant villain hovers in the air, commenting again on the fragility and great limitations of human hunters. Amidst the coordinated attack, the two teammates continue arguing stubbornly about who should retreat from there. Both ignore the imminent danger and focus all their spiritual energy to collide their maximum attacks against the villain. Toma executes a swift movement on the marble floor, looking for the perfect gap to deliver his diamond cut. The redhead ends up firing his flames awkwardly, hitting his own partner and yelling that he told him to stay away. Ryuga yells, furious, demanding that the opponent send him back immediately to the location where his partner is. He channels all his fury, delivering a devastating cut of pure flames known as the Roaring Fire Cutting Blow. The fearless, red-haired swordsman smiles mockingly, ordering the enemy to be completely blown to pieces. A colossal pillar of fire explodes in the hall, generating a devastating seismic eruption that consumes everything around it with heat. However, the adversary hovers intact in the middle of the fire, leaving the red-haired hunter completely shocked. The opponent just uses his shining wings to disperse the flames calmly, demonstrating total superiority. He displays a sadistic smile and asks mockingly if the redhead finally feels better after discharging all that anger. The rank S hunter trembles with hatred as he realizes that his most powerful attack didn't cause even a scratch on the adversary. The villain mocks, saying the redhead should have listened to the newcomer's advice, and reminds him that relic humans are resistant. He laughs at his rival for getting the real name of the relic wrong, mocks the lack of combat instruction of human warriors. The white-haired being hovers, inviting the opponent with contempt to try to attack him again in any other way. Ryuga grinds his teeth in pure frustration, cursing the enemy while he tries to come up with a new attack strategy. He claims he doesn't need to know the weapon's real name because he possesses his own destructive way of fighting on missions. With an insane and determined look, the redhead promises to reveal his ultimate trump card to annihilate his rival once and for all. Meanwhile, Tuma drops from above, wielding his new weapon, and questions whether the villain's real goal is to capture Aeon. The enemy promises to send the boy back safely if he decides to surrender the beautiful light spirit without offering resistance. A violent clash of energy occurs in the air, generating a large golden explosion that illuminates the entire ceiling of the stone temple. Tuma executes an agile maneuver with his new and flexible golden chain blade, trying to surprise the adversary. The boy blocks the villain's quick counterattack with extreme precision, keeping his eyes fixed on the rival's movements. He realizes, impressed, that the performance of the legendary gluttony skill changes drastically depending on the user who activates it. Running along the columns, Tuma questions whether the adversary's great and true goal is to obtain revenge against humanity. The man with white hair responds with disdain, stating that ancient resentments and discards do not matter to him. The villain confesses, happy, that his only and real desire is to receive praise from the basilisk, and that is why he wants to capture Aeon. He displays a manic and bizarre expression, calling that love, and asks the spirit to help him in his insane goal. Aeon watches the opponent with a cold expression, commenting that Icarus's distorted personality remains identical to that of the past. Tuma realizes that prolonged fight will wear him out and decides to trust in the versatility and adaptability of his special blade. He transmutes his weapon, activating the powerful technique of the golden chain blade to try to trap the enemy in the air. The flexible gold chain flies at high speed, wrapping firmly around the adversary's shining golden sword. The villain is quite surprised when the weapon trapped in his hand begins to suffer a violent and brilliant explosive reaction. The man with white hair praises Aeon's power and mocks Tuma's explosive tactics, calling them useless for combat. With a look of pure boredom, the villain simply releases and discards the golden sword, claiming it is of no use anymore. Tuma watches, surprised, as the valuable gold weapon falls slowly to the marble floor, not understanding the rival's sudden discard. The young hunter displays an expression of extreme seriousness and fury, deciding to give his best to end that fight quickly. He executes a quick circular blow, delivering his golden chain in the direction of the opponent to try to disarm him for good. However, the chain hits only greenish illusions created by the incredible movement speed of the adversary. Icarus dodges every assault without the slightest effort, but impressed that the boy's speed is formidable. Aeon explains that the weapon's evolution uses centrifugal force to make the tip of the chain exceed the speed of sound. The violent chain attack hits the villain's chin squarely with destructive force equivalent to that of the reverse scale. The man wipes his face and smiles, saying the blow was dangerous, but mocks, stating that strength doesn't matter if it doesn't hit him. The villain hovers, mocking the boy, and reminds him that the longer he takes, the worse the terrible fate of his friends will be. Toma panics as he imagines young Makoto being attacked and cornered by dozens of terrible monsters in the other hall. Suddenly, the adversary notices a strange movement and dodges quickly an attack coming from behind. A large beam of light cuts the air, generating a violent wind impact that cracks the stone columns around them in the hall. Tuma advances with determination and states that he already knows that, and that for this reason he will put a definitive end to that battle. The young hunter activates his creation of blades, promising to defeat the enemy extremely quickly and without hesitation. He conjures the powerful dragon scale blade, wrapped in blue flames, advancing against the opponent with all his strength. The white-haired villain smiles from ear to ear, celebrating upon seeing that the youth finally decided to use that weapon. He extends his hand to try to steal the legendary sword, commenting that the boy should have used that power from the beginning. Suddenly, the adversary draws a gigantic and shining golden sword, revealing that he prepared everything just for that moment. Tuma widens his eyes in complete panic as he recognizes the legendary and frightening golden blade called Balmung in the air. Aeon screams in desperation, asking Toma to stop immediately before it is too late. The spirit warns that he must not use the dangerous dragon scale blade under any circumstances. The enemy displays an evil smile while holding the legendary dragon, slaying light sword. The two collide their weapons with extreme violence, generating bright sparks throughout the air. A violent blow hits the young hunter, making his partner scream in pure shock at seeing the scene. The villain celebrates in a sadistic manner, saying he loved seeing that expression of despair on their faces. He tramples over the power of the light spirit while observing the young hunter defeated on the ground. A scream of pure agony echoes through the immense ruined temple, showing the suffering of the wounded boy. Aeon explains that the sword Balmung was forged specifically to combat the dragon race. The spirit laments because all the conditions of that battle were planned to defeat the youth. Toma tries to resist the terrible pain while he feels his strength exhausted every second. Suddenly, the red-haired companion appears, delivering an extremely fast surprise attack. The white-haired opponent retreats quickly, sliding over the water to avoid the direct blow. The villain narrows his eyes, focused, as he realizes that the other hunter still has the strength to fight. The redhead, wrapped in blue flames, curses the enemy, calling him an insect for trying to dodge the combat. Fallen and quite wounded, Tuma mumbles his companion's name, trying to warn him of the danger. The red-haired warrior activates the body flame enchantment, releasing immense power. The white-haired villain watches the scene, surprised that there actually exists someone crazy enough to use that. Tuma comments, tense, that the red-haired youth ended up forcing himself beyond the permitted limits. Ayan agrees, saying that he will certainly become strong, but the price to pay for that will be too high. The redhead screams in agony while his body is consumed by the devastating intensity of those flames. The young hunter is horrified to hear from the spirit that his companion will die in a few minutes. The spirit analyzes the situation, pointing out that Tuma suffered a severe injury on his dominant shoulder. With his supporting leg also severely injured, everything seemed to be heading toward an inevitable defeat. Even in the face of the worst possible scenario, the light spirit cannot help but expect more from the youth. Ayan reveals that the true fuel capable of making Tuma incredibly strong is love. The dark-haired boy screams in despair, saying that such madness is not a correct way to fight. Even completely debilitated, the young man extends his hand, stating with determination that he can still fight. He raises his powerful lightning sword, promising to fight and resist bravely until the end. The instructor in glasses observes the immense abyss, confirming that it was exactly there that the ruin vanished. He questions the frightened soldier, seeking to obtain absolute certainty about the details of what occurred. The guard stammers with fear, confirming that a portal in the sky simply swallowed everything before disappearing. The experienced instructor clicks his tongue, quite worried as he understands the gravity of the situation. He reflects, tense, thinking that it is too early for Tuma and the others to be inside a space portal. With no other alternative, he concentrates his power in his hand, promising to force the reopening of the closed portal. Suddenly, his cell phone begins to ring, displaying an urgent call from his guild colleague. She asks him not to use the reopening skill because she believes the youths can get out by themselves. The instructor asks if she foresaw that with her gift of reading fate, and the young woman downplays it with modesty. She reveals that that exact moment represents a crucial branching point in the destiny of all of them. The lady explains that saving them now will prevent the maturation and growth of the young hunters. The man in glasses laments, saying that they unfortunately do not possess free time to take that risk. The young woman guarantees that everything will be fine, reminding him of the incredible skills demonstrated during the training. She emphasizes that the potential of the blue-haired boy far exceeds all the expectations of the guild. With an extremely serious and confident look, the young huntress states that she wishes to bet on their success. Back in the combat, the redhead in flames advances with ferocity, while Toma supports him on the temple floor. The red-haired swordsman lets out a wild roar of pure fury as he delivers his final assault. A violent clash of blades occurs, generating an immense explosion of fire and bright sparks in the air. The white-haired villain admits mockingly that even he will need to dodge that devastating blow. He executes an agile maneuver in the air, escaping the redhead's flaming cut with extreme ease. The redhead groans in pain as he feels the terrible effect of fatigue after discharging all his fire power. The villain yells that without knowing the real name of the relic, the opponent will only burn himself and die in the process. The redhead tells the enemy to shut his mouth, calling him annoying while he continues wrapped in his flames. The red-haired hunter launches himself from above with fury against the opponent, who is surprised by the attack. They collide their swords violently, generating a strong impact of destructive energy in the middle of the hall. The villain smiles with disdain, commenting that people ready to die are always extremely annoying. He questions what the point is of winning the battle if the warrior himself ends up dying in the end. With his mouth bleeding, the determined red-haired boy tells the opponent to shut his mouth again. The youth remembers his past when he promised to overcome his rival to become the #1 hunter in the world. He screams furiously, saying that he has no right to lose and that his life will have no value if he is defeated there. Tuma watches the scene, intrigued, not understanding the reason for his companion to be so desperate for victory. Ayan watches the young blue-haired hunter, remembering the first meeting between the two companions. The spirit comments that the redhead exuded a determination very similar to Toma's love for his sister, Suzu. She recalls the moment when the boy risked everything to rescue Sozu from the clutches of the terrible monsters. The boy fought with all his strength, without caring at all for the integrity of his own life. The spirit deduces that the red-haired boy fights bravely to repay the love that he one day received. Upon hearing those profound words, Tuma is left completely without reaction before the revelation of his spirit. He plants his feet in the water, realizing that now he possesses an even greater reason to win that terrible battle. The blue-haired boy screams with determination, stating that his brave companion needs to survive, even without being able to brandish his weapon properly and with his wounded leg. The youth continues walking toward the fight. The spirit is impressed to notice that the boy will use relic weapons as materials for his creation. She wonders, amazed, what type of extraordinary power will be born from that bold combination of energy. A violent explosion of energy occurs right in front of Tuma, making the boy let out a painful groan. The beautiful blue-haired spirit follows everything attentively, rooting for the success of her young prodigy. The boy falls backward onto the ground while a mysterious black smoke begins to emanate from his severe wounds. A beautiful female silhouette appears, reflected in the golden blade, telling the young hunter not to approach her. Tuma opens his eyes, quite confused as he realizes that he is listening to the mysterious voice of the gluttony relic. The light spirit explains that the youth managed to connect with the true inner persona of the black weapon. The voice complains with sadness, saying that he will also discard her when he doesn't need her powers anymore. Several records from the past show other hunters abandoning and destroying the relic after the combat. The weapon remembers with deep sorrow the cruel words of the former users, who only used her as a shield. She screams in despair, saying that she never asked to be used, and implores the boy to leave her alone there. Ignoring the painful protests, the persistent boy grips the handle of the legendary weapon even more firmly. Ayan watches the moment with expectation, mentally asking Toma to guide the sad relic with his love. Even extremely wounded, the young hunter displays a tender smile as he welcomes the suffering weapon against his chest. He whispers that he can perfectly feel the entire painful aura of deep sadness of the gluttony relic. The boy implores for help, explaining that she is his only hope to manage to save his valuable partner. The female persona of the relic turns her face in silence, claiming that that fight has no relation to her. The white-haired villain prepares his most destructive blow, promising to obliterate the enemy with an explosion. Toma surprises the relic by saying, with all the sincerity in the world, that she is an extremely kind soul. He explains, smiling, that if she really wanted to be left alone, she wouldn't be holding her power back. The young person of the relic is disconcerted and speechless before that sweet revelation. The boy remembers that he saw an extremely melancholy and sad color in her when the villain discarded her on the ground. He deduces that she had trusted the former carrier, hoping that she would finally be treated with due respect. The girl lowers her head, visibly moved upon realizing that she finally found someone who understands her. The boy with yellow eyes extends his hand with affection and asks her to trust him just this one last time. With a warmed heart, the young relic accepts the proposal, swearing that she will not let go of his hand for anything in the world. The golden relic begins to vibrate intensely in the air, emanating an absurd amount of shining energy. A colossal detonation of golden light occurs in the middle of the temple, making the very stone floor shake entirely. The white-haired enemy observes the phenomenon from the heights of the skies, surprised by that sudden change of power. Fallen and quite wounded, the fearless redhead displays a proud smile as he sees that his plan finally worked. The redhead thinks, relieved, that he managed to land an extremely devastating blow on the white-haired adversary. He tries to remain standing, breathing with difficulty, while he seeks strength to deliver one more final attack. The villain claps mockingly, emphasizing that the redhead's sacrifice caused only a small crack in his weapon. He completely despises the strength of the enemy's attack, while the redhead falls unconscious. And without strength in the middle of the hall, the red-haired boy collapses completely while spitting blood due to extreme physical exhaustion. The white-haired enemy raises his sword calmly, commenting that Ayan will fix the damage shortly after. Suddenly, an enormous and violent detonation of flames occurs right behind him, shaking the entire structure of the ancient ruin. The villain holds Ruwuga by the neck in the air, demonstrating total physical superiority before the young hunters. The opponent stares, confused, at a mysterious and dense dark smoke curtain that begins to spread throughout the arena. Tuma emerges focused in the middle of the smoke, wielding his new weapon, and guarantees that he will not let go of his relic's hand for anything. The female persona of the relic pretends annoyance, but accepts gladly to be wielded by the young boy in that fight. The dark-haired hunter thanks him from the heart for the support received, while he prepares to deliver the final blow. The relic's body merges perfectly with the boy's energy, generating a weapon of unimaginable destructive power. A colossal golden shockwave propagates through the hall, illuminating the blue sky above with a blinding glow. The white-haired villain widens his eyes in a complete state of shock as he notices that his arm was severed instantly. He lets out an agonizing scream of pain as he sees his limb fall to the stone floor while blood pours from his wound. Toma advances with everything, taking advantage of every second of remaining time to finish off the fearsome adversary once and for all. The boy grinds his teeth with extreme fury and swears that he will under no circumstances allow his teammate to die. The opponent's severed arm falls heavily into the water, marking the success of that surgical and lethal attack. The man hovers in the air, confused and frightened, trying to understand in which millisecond he was cut by the young hunter. He tries to maintain calm, claiming that such simple damage can be healed with the basilisk's power flask. A bizarre and monstrous purple energy begins to manifest in the location, initiating the regeneration of the lost limb. The opponent grumbles irritably, saying he knew that defeated hunter was plotting something secret. The villain accuses the boy of having used his own wounded partner as a mere bait to deliver that lethal blow. Tuma ignores the accusations and promises mentally to his fallen partner that he will defeat the villain once and for all. The adversary with white hair assumes a serious stance, stating that he will not make the mistake of lowering his guard again. He dives from above at high speed, questioning what a boy with a completely destroyed body is still capable of doing. Tuma positions himself firmly, accumulating all his remaining spiritual energy in the curved blade of his sword. The young hunter whispers, looking at his weapon, and thanks it from the heart for finally revealing its true name. The beautiful and luminous persona of the relic appears floating and asks the boy not to misunderstand her intentions. She confesses with disdain that in truth she just hates the terrible scientific nickname created by the doctor in the laboratory. The young relic smiles on the side, stating that her real name sounds much more pleasant to hear. The villain dives, furious, telling them both to stop mumbling nonsense in the middle of a life or death confrontation. The enemy yells that they are stretching his patience while he delivers an extremely aggressive aerial assault. The blue-haired boy stares at the horizon confident and pronounces firmly the beautiful name of Brigitte in the hall. A colossal fire cut in the shape of a half-moon is fired, tearing the air and generating an enormous wave of intense heat. The young hunter conjures his powerful secret technique called explosive flash to intercept the villain's assault. A violent clash of forces occurs in the sky, generating an immense explosion that makes the opponent scream in pure despair. the white-haired villain falls from above, totally shocked by the destructive power of that mysterious sword. Falling aimlessly, the opponent widens his eyes as he realizes the terrible and shocking truth behind that ability. He realizes, terrified, that Toom achieved the impossible feat of fusing and manifesting Aeon and Brigitte simultaneously. He screams in despair, saying it is unfair and that he has never heard of such a powerful fusion of relics in his life. The young hunter takes advantage of the enemy's fall and advances like a lightning bolt to deliver the final mercy blow. A thundering impact of flames cuts the blue sky, making the terrible opponent curse in his last moments of life. Toom begins to fall slowly back to the ground, with his immense blade wrapped in flames, shining imposingly. With an extremely focused look, the boy guarantees firmly that he will not allow the enemy to escape from that location. He executes a devastating vertical cut, directing all the force of his golden explosion against the temple floor. Dozens of energy blades and explosions fall from the sky uninterruptedly, devastating the entire battle arena. The white-haired villain raises his immense sword bombing in one last desperate effort to block the assault. However, Toom breaks the enemy's defense with overwhelming force, opening a path for definitive victory. The villain tries to calm his own nerves, thinking that both possess two relics and are under the same conditions. However, he notices, scared, that in truth Toom possesses a clear and overwhelming advantage in that combat. The opponent concludes with malice that the boy will never manage to block the sharp wings with only one healthy arm. The air is filled with a barrage of quick blows and bright explosions while they duel in the vacuum. Toom stares at his rival with an extremely serene look, demonstrating that he already foresaw every movement of the adversary. The man with white hair freezes with terror as he notices that his mortal blow was completely neutralized instantly. Aeon laughs, finding the boy's idea of using Brigitte's explosions to gain momentum and fly fun and reckless. The spirit praises the tactic, explaining that the impulses help to cover the physical limitations of his injured arm and leg. The young hunter executes an acrobatic maneuver in the air, delivering an extremely quick arching cut from top to bottom. Toom admits with sincerity that, in truth, he didn't think of any grand strategy that far in advance. He reveals that he just fulfilled his promise not to let go of Brigitte's hand, finding a way for them to fight together. Brigitte watches the boy, moved, in silence, confirming that he is a completely different kind of master than the others. The spirit and Brigitte grumble, amused that the boy is incredibly good at charming and conquering relics. The white-haired villain curses, furious, upon realizing that he was surpassed in speed and technique by the young newcomer. He tries to belittle the enemy blow, grumbling that it is just a common cut propelled by explosive energy. The opponent puffs out his chest, claiming arrogantly that he is perfectly capable of performing a feat equal to that one. He conjures his supreme light attack, called Helium Glow, to slice the youth and regain control of the battle. The man lets out an insane roar, channeling all the shine of his golden relic to disintegrate the young hunter. Toom remains firm in the air, waiting for the exact moment to deliver his definitive counterattack with his sword. The two attacks collide, generating an immense rift of blue and golden light that tears the sky and the clouds around them. The villain smiles from ear to ear, believing piously that he managed to capture and corner the boy with his technique. Suddenly, a violent reddish glow appears, interrupting the flow of the golden sword master's attack. Toom breaks the adversary's assault with extreme dexterity, leaving the white-haired enemy totally confused. Dozens of quick and incandescent cuts hit the villain's body, destroying his shining golden wings all at once. He groans with pure pain, realizing that suffering more damage beyond those might put his own life in serious danger. With trembling hands, the arrogant opponent finally accepts defeat and decides that his only option there is to flee. Suddenly, a firm human hand grabs the villain's leg, preventing him from escaping and leaving him in a complete state of panic. Toom emerges right below, holding his rival with implacable force, while he charges his sword for the definitive blow. The two drop at high speed speed, colliding brutally against the water and generating an immense rumble in the arena. The white-haired villain grumbles in pain with widened eyes while he tries to breathe in the middle of the dust and water. Toma descends, spinning like a true cyclone of golden flames, ready to disintegrate the unarmed adversary. He realizes, terrified, that the regenerative power provided by the basilisk simply cannot keep up with the damage. The boy delivers a spectacular cut, making the opponent let out a sharp scream of pure despair as he is hit square on. The villain feels that each impact of that sword is becoming absurdly heavier and unbearable to endure. His golden wings begin to crack and break completely, leaving the man totally defenseless before the young hunter. He realizes with terror that the small crack made previously by the redhead was the crucial point for the destruction of everything. The redhead, fallen in the water, displays a tired expression, but celebrates the fact that he contributed directly to that victory. The green jewel on the villain's forehead begins to shine desperately, emitting an interdimensional help signal. He screams in complete despair, imploring for his master basilisk to respond to the call and save his life there. The opponent tries to convince the master, saying that that is the perfect opportunity to defeat the carrier of Aeon. However, a cold and implacable voice echoes directly from the green jewel, calling the defeated servant a complete fool. The voice warns coldly that the rescue request was denied and that the fault for the failure was his own arrogance. The beautiful precious stone disintegrates into dozens of shining pieces, leaving the man without ground and totally abandoned. He cries in despair, unable to believe that he was simply discarded after dedicating his entire life to his master. Toma emerges imposingly from above, accompanied by the images of Aeon and Brigitte, ready to seal the enemy's destiny. The villain implores for the spirits to choose him, claiming to be far superior to that mere and weak-class human hunter. He screams hysterically, demanding they see how pure and true his love and devotion for Master Basilisk are. The man claims with madness that his love is extremely tasty to feed the appetite of the powerful relics. Toom assumes a frighteningly somber expression and tells the opponent to shut his mouth and never utter that word again. He delivers the final blow, stating that he has no right to talk about love after what he made Brigitte suffer in the past. The violent, explosive blow hits the villain square on, shattering the remainder of his relics in seconds. He drops, defeated, through the void while his body is wrapped by a large rift of blue energy. Tuma comments with coldness that the rival's selfish and obsessive love is just a toxic dependency of horrible flavor. In his final moments, the man calls desperately for his master's name while his body disintegrates. Silence finally returns to the arena while the spirits of Aeon and Brigitte watch the victorious young hunter. Tuma watches the adversary's body begin to disintegrate slowly and turn into golden dust in the water. Suddenly, the young hunter widens his eyes and lets out a tired sigh as he feels the weight of all his exhaustion. His legs fail, and he falls to his knees on the damp ground without even being able to hold his sword firmly. He takes a deep breath while kneeling as the two beautiful spirits approach quietly to provide support to the youth. The young hunter displays a tired smile and thanks Brigitte sincerely for having trusted his strength in the fight. The beautiful purple-haired girl stares at the youth with a moved expression, barely believing that she was treated with so much affection. She recalls her ancient and painful childhood, when she was treated only as a useless object by her creators. Tuma's simple, sincere thank you echoes in her mind, breaking all her ancient barriers of sadness. She turns her face completely flushed and grumbles with shyness that the boy is an extremely annoying subject. The adversary's lifeless body floats in the water, finishing its dissolution into small particles of cosmic dust. The young relic screams, embarrassed, telling the boy not to look at her while she tries to disguise her flushed face. She hovers with her back turned, commenting that it is very annoying because she is simply not used to receiving thank yous. The light spirit smiles, revealing that small feeling of trust represents the beginning of a bud of love. Aeon displays a manic expression, planning to make that feeling grow, and Brigitte calls him a bizarre subject. Calm finally settles completely in the arena, with the two young hunters fallen from fatigue in the water. The red-haired swordsman grinds his teeth on the ground, feeling a mix of physical pain and deep frustration. The redhead recalls the incredible power demonstrated by the black relic and understands the reason for Makoto being so excited. He stares at the damp ground and admits to himself with reluctance that his young teammate is incredibly strong. He remembers the enemy's taunts about the fact that Tuma didn't even know the real names of his own techniques. The proud rank S warrior closes his eyes, lamenting with bitterness for feeling weak before so much evolution. Tuma approaches, staggering with difficulty, and calls for his teammate's name with much worry. The blue-haired boy displays a radiant smile and vents, relieved for seeing that his partner survived the fight. He falls unconscious next to the redhead, leaving one last piece of advice for his friend to never discard his own life like that again. A subtle and sincere smile appears on the tired face of the red-haired boy upon hearing the words of his companion. Toma celebrates joyfully, saying that he would never have won without his help, and praises his Class S warrior stance. Upon hearing the friend's exaggerated praise, the proud redhead grinds his teeth, feeling his patience run out quickly. He grabs the collar of Tuma's jacket, yelling, furious, for the boy not to mock him with that mocking tone. The redhead complains that Tuma always steals all the glory in the end, and the boy retorts, asking if he should have lost then. They continue the comic argument about combat techniques, while the two spirits just watch the scene. Brigitte stares at the two boys fighting and comments mockingly that a complete weirdo ended up becoming her carrier. The light spirit hovers joyfully in the middle of a pink and shining aura, stating that that is Tuma's pure love. She explains, laughing, that even if they don't admit it, the boy's affection is slowly penetrating the heart of both. The image shows a soft rain falling on dry earth, making beautiful flowers bloom magically in the field. The spirit concludes seriously that true love is not something that one shows off or forces, as the villain tried to do. Suddenly, the redhead panics upon remembering his partner and yells, asking how they will return to where she is. Tuma suggests that there must be some clue in the enemy's remains, and they observe the purple dust that was left from the battle. They approach and spot a mysterious and shining purple sphere floating in the middle of the adversary's debris. The youth picks up the object with curiosity while Brigitte approaches, trying to decipher the sphere's utility. She remembers that the villain mentioned that container was used to grant physical bodies to relic humans. The girl lowers her head with a melancholic expression, confirming the dark details about the origin of those bodies. Toma stares at the artifact, finally understanding the terrible scientific method behind the creation of relic humans. The redhead tells him to forget that and focuses on finding the way back. While a severed hand begins to move on the ground, the villain's cut-off hand snaps its fingers suddenly on the stone floor, generating one last and unexpected magic reaction. A violent tremor begins to shake the entire ancient ruin, leaving the two young hunters in a complete state of alert. The defeated villain displays a Machiavellian smile on the ground, whispering that under no circumstances would he accept dying for free there. Toma screams in despair as he realizes that the enemy plans to drop the entire ruin onto the hunter's base. The villain warns that he will drop the floating dungeon right onto the location that will cause the greatest chaos possible for the humans. The main target of the fall is the association headquarters, where the leaders and employees are gathered. The employees panic as they notice that the predicted impact point lies exactly above the association building. The director tries to calm everyone, stating that that base is the most important in the country and that they are prepared for the worst. He orders them to call an S-level hunter, but the man refuses the call, saying that fate is not summoning him there. The director is totally incredulous and shocked by the elite warrior's irresponsible response. At that moment, he falls into complete despair, knowing how to act before the imminent collision of the floating ruin against the building. The employees implore for them to start the immediate evacuation, while the boss tries to calm them with only guesses. At the temple, the fallen enemy mocks, saying that the humans will have problems if they are crushed by the ruin's rebel. Ryuga warns that they need to defeat the area boss quickly to make that entire floating structure disappear. The master's mysterious core begins to react strangely, catching the attention of the hunters in the hall. Toma and Ryuga are confused upon noticing a bizarre energy emanating and wonder if the boss is in that body. The white-haired villain laughs insanely, saying that situation seems to be much more fun to follow. The enemy disintegrates completely, cursing for the hunters to be devoured and die in there. A laugh echoes through the air, while the last fragments of the opponent's body disappear into the temple's void. Toma and Ryuga run as fast as they can through the corridor, trying to find an exit before the collapse. Suddenly, the two hunters stop, totally paralyzed as they feel a colossal presence right in front of them. A gigantic yellowish eye emerges in the dark, staring fixedly at the young invaders who have just arrived. They come face to face with the immense fire serpent called Madnax and panic at the colossal size of the creature. Ryuga warns that he lost a lot of blood and tells his companion to advance alone to rescue young Mikuto in the location. The colossal fire serpent roars fiercely, preparing to incinerate the two hunters who are before it. A mysterious silhouette wearing a hood walks calmly toward the intense heat generated by the enormous creature. Two boys look up and are surprised to see a shining purple energy hovering over the monster. Toma recognizes the tired expression of Mikuto, who emerges floating in the middle of all that intense purplish light. The young huntress wields a gigantic and intimidating golden weapon that begins to shine with extreme strength. She hovers over her legendary relic, called Celestial Prison, with the objective of sealing the terrible monster. The immense golden weapon descends like a true pillar of light, hitting the top of the gigantic serpent's head. The terrible blow crushes the monster against the ground, destroying the creature and generating an enormous impact wave in the arena. Outside there, the gigantic floating red ruin begins to vibrate unstably in the middle of the cloudy sky. The immense block of stone cracks completely, beginning to disintegrate after the defeat of its powerful master. The terrible dimensional portal that threatened to crush the city begins to close rapidly in the middle of the clouds. Various fragments of stones and red flowers begin to fall softly around the association building. The employees go out into the courtyard, totally incredulous upon realizing that the threatening ruin simply disappeared. The director observes the clear sky, relieved to see that the portal is closed and that the city is finally safe. Suddenly, the association leader points, surprised, to the heights upon noticing something falling slowly toward the ground. Mikuto descends, floating quietly while carrying her two unconscious companions inside protective bubbles. The young woman lands with a tired and thoughtful look after having used almost all her spiritual power in that battle. She walks slowly along the sidewalk, bringing the two wounded boys, while the director runs, hurried, to help them. Feeling the extreme physical exhaustion of her body, the young huntress closes her eyes, about to faint on the ground. She collapses without strength on the sidewalk, leaving the director extremely worried about the health status of the three youths. Days later, a beautiful young blonde celebrates animatedly, raising a colorful glass to start a big party. Everyone gathers around a plentiful table to celebrate the success of the first mission and the warrior's recovery. The group makes a joyful toast, celebrating the end of that terrible ordeal and congratulating everyone for the excellent work. A week has passed since the escape, and Toma and Ryuga's wounds finally healed completely at the base. The blonde thanks him shyly for the food, and the lady of the house responds kindly that there is no reason for worry. The blue-haired boy sweats coldly before some bizarre ingredients and wonders what he will do with that food. The young woman comments, impressed, that the boy's terrible injuries healed incredibly fast in just 1 week. He explains, laughing, that the base possesses miraculous healing potions despite the taste being completely horrible and undrinkable. The boy's spirit emerges floating and celebrates dramatically, saying that the home-cooked food makes him feel welcomed. Aeon offers a shining food to Brigitte, who complains, not knowing how someone could eat something of that type. Chuma grips the cutlery, completely tense and sweating cold, remembering that he needs fulfill his role as an older brother. The boy stares at the plate of fried shrimp with chocolate and strawberry syrup, decided to eat everything alone for Suzu's honor. He recalls the day he praised his younger sister's bizarre dish, making her believe that that was his favorite food. Tuma decides to face the exotic dish, gathering all his strength and determination to fulfill his family duty there. To everyone's surprise, Ryuga eats one of the shrimp and yells with his mouth full that the food is incredibly wonderful. Tuma asks, scared, if his companion isn't forcing himself, and the redhead praises Suzu, asking to eat the rest of the plate. Makoto laughs boisterously while serving more drinks for everyone at the table, catching the attention of the young hunter. Tuma recalls the moments of extreme tension when they needed to stop the colossal floating ruin from crushing the city. The boy recognizes mentally that everyone managed to come out of that terrible portal alive thanks to Makoto's powers. Suddenly, Makoto bows to his knees on the ground, begging for apologies desperately, leaving his friend quite confused. The white-haired youth laments, saying that he fainted in the middle of the fight and that the others solved everything by themselves. Makoto becomes extremely depressed, moving his fingers and grumbling that he was a complete useless from the beginning to the end of the mission. He collapses crying on the ground, begging for apologies for being a terrible support who cannot even use relic weapons. Tuma and Ryuga stare at each other completely shocked upon realizing that their friend simply does not remember having fought. Hako appears holding a giant rice ball and asks if any of them actually saw Makoto use a relic. Toma explains that the two ended up fainting the middle of the combat, and that, for this reason, they couldn't see the end of the battle. The man in dark glasses comments that in reality, no one in the association ever witnessed Makoto wielding a weapon. He reveals that Makoto is the only hunter of the association who rose to ranks only through a power estimation. The two youths are quite surprised by the term, while they observe their friend, still depressed in the corner of the room. Hako explains that 2 years ago, a ruin without barriers appeared and was completely cleared the exact instant it appeared. He tells that the threat was national level, and that Makoto defeated all the dozens of creatures completely alone. The man explains that although the young white-haired boy denies it, all the facts pointed to him, making him an S level. Tuma remembers the crushing aura he felt in his friend previously and understands that the story makes total sense now. Ryuga bites his lips with anger and frustration, thinking he was the only one of the group who didn't manage to do anything in the mission. Tuma notices that Hako's skin seems half-transparent and he explains, laughing, that that is just a clone to eat. He reveals that his true self keeps several clones working non-stop on difficult missions around the world. The clone explains that the copies serve to eat and sleep, and Toma thanks him, scared for the veteran's exhaustive effort. Kyoki praises Tuma's performance with a beautiful smile, saying that she always believed in his ability to win. The blonde gestures proudly, stating with pure vanity that all her training finally yielded results. The blue-haired boy disagrees mentally with the claim, making the mentor scream, indignant at his reaction. He complains that her teaching method sums up to following feelings with sword noises and strange glows. Ryuga stands up imposingly and asks seriously for the experienced blonde mentor to train him from now on. The redhead guarantees he will master any type of difficult lesson that his teammate hasn't been capable of enduring. Kyoki smiles kindly, asking for calm, and praises the redhead, stating that he possesses a talent equivalent to Tuma's. Proud red-haired youth demands she take the request seriously and not try to sweet-talk him with generic phrases. She comments, looking at the sword on the table, that she has never seen anyone become so strong without knowing the relic's real name. Ryuga grinds his teeth with anger upon recalling the humiliating moment when the enemy mocked his lack of knowledge. The mentor explains that he needs to make the weapon recognize him and warns that that is a detail she cannot solve. Toma observes his companion, remembering that the position of number 2 in the S ranking still remains empty in the association. The redhead swears he will overcome the ancient warrior and will inherit the position, and Kyoki promises to save the top vacancy for him. Toma stares at his partner in silence, finally understanding the great motivation that guides Ryuga's steps. He remembers the companion's painful scream, stating that his life would lose total value if he were defeated. Suddenly, the redhead points, furious, asking if the newcomer really knows the real name of his powerful relic. He demands to know how and when the boy discovered the secret, imploring him to reveal what trick was used. Ian emerges next to the boy, suggesting he reveal the real name of the Purgatory Masamune to help his companion. The spirit explains that just knowing the name is not enough, and that the crucial factor is the artifact itself recognizing its carrier. Ryuga screams confused, asking who Toma is talking to, and Makoto also questions that bizarre attitude of his friend. Toma reveals to everyone that the soul that inhabits his diamond sword was the creator of absolutely all existing relics. Hearing that unbelievable revelation makes all the hunters at the table scream in a complete state of shock and panic. Kyoki is left open-mouthed, trying to process the information that the soul of that relic created all existing weapons. Toma points to Ian, complaining that the spirit should have revealed before how incredibly important he is. The beautiful blue flame spirit minimizes the revelation, claiming that historical detail is nothing worthy of pride. Tumo is surprised to see that Kyoki manages to see Ian, while the other two partners cannot see anything. Hako explains that the association is euphoric with the discovery of the mysterious black relic of maximum classification. A person approaches the door, warning that the boy needs to be careful because many will covet that valuable relic. Suzu opens the door, announcing happily the arrival of an important visitor who asks for apologies for interrupting the dinner. The visitor screams, scandalized, to see all the elite hunters eating quietly at the table of that humble house. Toma widens his eyes upon discovering that chubby man is the general director of the Hunter Association himself. The director asks, scared, if the youth didn't receive the notice about his official certification ceremony for A level. The boy responds calmly that he refused the email invitation for having a commitment of extreme importance to resolve. Toma makes a dramatic face, revealing that the big commitment is preparing Suzu's fish before the expiration date runs out. The director rolls up his sleeves and grabs the utensils, promising to cook the fish provided the youth goes to the event quickly. The boy scratches his head, thoughtful, asking innocently if it would be really bad if he skipped the solemnity. The man implores desperately, sweating from nervousness, and yells that he will lose his job in case the youth decides not to show up. The director explains that the ceremony took on gigantic, unprecedented proportions due to the rumors about the new black relic. He reveals that hunters from all regions of the country have their eyes on social media, anxious to see the newcomer up close. Powerful warriors from various locations follow the news about the event directly from their cell phone screens. Diverse high-level competitors demonstrate great interest in witnessing the revelation of that mysterious boy. The director highlights that even rank S hunters reserved time in their schedules just to show up at the hall. He grabs Tuma by the shoulders, imploring for help because he fears being held responsible in case the elite hunters get irritated. Hako comments seriously that all the influential hunters are showing up just with the intention of obtaining Ain. Kyoki laughs, saying she manages to imagine perfectly the elite warriors trying to demand possession of the legendary relic. The blonde stands up and challenges the boy, asking if he will let those greedy hunters intimidate him on stage. She displays a mischievous smile and advises him to enter the event with his head held high to show his true worth. The director supports the idea and asks the youth to declare firmly before everyone that the legendary relic belongs to him. Later, a large crowd of people begins to gather in front of the official Hunter Association building. The main hall is completely packed with spectators who whisper among themselves, fearing the event will be canceled. The employees comment worriedly about the young hunter's delay and the commotion that this might cause in the solemnity. The audience debates with curiosity if the rumors about the discovery of a relic superior to gold ones are real. Some present suspect the comments are false, while others guarantee that the information is true. The employees point to the front seats, highlighting the presence of several S-level hunters in the first row. Ryuga complains with crossed arms, saying that a live broadcast would be enough if they just wanted to see the weapon. Next to him, Makoto smiles happily, stating that she insists on congratulating her teammate personally. The redhead notices Suzu's tension sitting at his side and asks mockingly if the girl is feeling stomach pains. The girl keeps her eyes fixed in front in complete silence, demonstrating to be quite anxious with that entire situation. Rumors about the commercial value of the mysterious black relic continue to spread rapidly throughout the audience. Suzu makes an irritated pout, grumbling that people only know how to talk about the artifact and forget to value her brother. She vents, saying she finds that annoying, and the redhead observes her sideways, surprised by the girl's strong affection for her brother. The red flame warrior remembers the moments when he judged the newcomer poorly, accusing him of having bought his abilities. He scratches his head, thoughtful, upon finally understanding the strong bond that exists between the two brothers of the house. The redhead admits to the girl that her brother is strong but emphasizes with pride that the boy is still inferior to him in the fight. Makoto widens his eyes, extremely surprised to hear that rare and sincere compliment coming from the proud warrior. The red flame swordsman displays a subtle side smile, demonstrating sympathy for his companion's sister. He promises that soon he will overcome his friend and asks the girl not to be disappointed with her brother when that occurs. The girl lowers her head with a light and tender smile on her face upon understanding the true meaning of those words. Suzu laughs happily, concluding relieved that her dear older brother finally managed to make excellent friends. The association director climbs slowly the steps of the stage, catching the attention of all the spectators present in the hall. Holding the microphone, the man asks for apologies for the delay and announces officially the start of the hunter certification. Some people in the audience mock the director, shouting comically for him to wipe his mouth and try to lose a little weight. The director wipes sweat from his face and calls Toma to climb onto the stage, while the youth responds quite nervously. Toma climbs the stage very anxiously while the audience whispers, surprised to see that the relic carrier is so young. The spectators comment that the success of such a young boy proves the absurd quality level of the black relic. Sitting in the audience, Ryuga grumbles, irritated, reminding everyone that he possesses exactly the same age as his companion. The young red-haired boy narrows his eyes, noticing that something much more important is about to happen there. He notes that several high-level hunters in the audience have expressions, indicating they intend to start some trouble. An immense and intimidating aura of spiritual energy begins to leak from the hunters positioned on the balcony of the hall. The spectators look up and comment, agitated. Upon confirming the presence of an influential S-level hunter, the S-level hunter named 1, Lee adjusts his dark glasses, displaying a mysterious smile upon looking at the stage. 1, Lee comments he is feeling many looks in his direction, and his friend responds that everyone waits for his assessment. A hunter suggests waiting for the end of the event, but the colleague says she prefers to act soon to avoid the director's long speech. The mysterious man in dark glasses stares at the stage in silence, appearing extremely focused on the young boy standing there. He adjusts his cap, stating that the request of an important client is something he would never dare to refuse in his life. The director starts the official announcement of the new post, but is interrupted suddenly by a loud scream coming from the audience. A subtle pink light line cuts horizontally the pulpit, where the director was carrying out his pronouncement. Lee emerges on stage in a boisterous way, cutting the pulpit in half and leaving the director in a complete state of panic. The invader screams joyfully, announcing that his Commerce Corporation will track and obtain any relic from the market. The man pushes the scared director to the side in a comic way, assuming total control of the presentation on stage. The audience goes wild, celebrating the arrival of Lee, and waits anxiously for the black relic's assessment. Toma's friends observe the scene and comment that his corporation controls the sale of almost all the relics in the country. Makoto explains, impressed, that practically all trade of weapons and rare tools passes through the hands of that company. The young white-haired boy warns seriously that they are suspicious dealers who deal even with stolen items. On stage 1, Lee takes the microphone, ignoring the director's protests, who tries desperately to regain control of the event. He points to the boy and questions if that sword really surpasses gold ones, or if it is just a common black blade. Toma offers to explain the functioning, but the evaluator refuses, saying that he trusts only in his own eyes. The merchant crouches beside Tuma's sword, asking for permission to perform a detailed analysis of the artifact. 1. Lee activates a shining ocular ability through his glasses and asks an intriguing question to the young hunter. He raises 2 fingers and offers the unbelievable amount of 2 trillion in cash for the relic. He offers 5 trillion in installments, but Tuma refuses immediately, confirming the suspicion that he wouldn't sell the weapon. The audience enters a complete state of shock on hearing the absurd value, since the previous record was in the billions. With 1, Lee's assessment, the spectators confirm that the newcomer's relic is really superior level item. The evaluator asks for apologies for the sudden intrusion and decides to withdraw from the stage in a quite calm way. Toma finds it strange that the man gave up so easily, but Ayan explains that that is called merchant intuition. 1. Lee thinks that he manages to identify people who possess goals and values much more important than money. The young hunter stares at the man moving away and concludes that that mysterious merchant doesn't seem to be totally insane. The evaluator still tries a last offer of 3 trillion, but Tuma refuses again with a sheepish smile. The man says goodbye, and the audience whispers in an uproar upon confirming that the relic's astronomical value is 100% real. Suddenly, the S-level hunter called Kato emerges from behind, grabbing Tuma and praising the boy's luck in a boisterous way. Kato displays a proud smile and invites the young hunter to join the Rashaman Club, which he says is the strongest. The spectators whisper, agitated, to see that another powerful S-level warrior decided to act directly on stage. The director tries to intervene desperately but notices that absolutely nobody there is caring about the ceremony. The association leader shrinks, discouraged, in the corner of the stage while the invader continues to yell his proposal to Tuma. Kato warns that the boy will be pursued due to the weapon's value and guarantees that the best option is to accept his protection. Toma stares at the man with a confused expression and asks how his club is the strongest if the leader is only number 16. The S-level hunter has an irritation tick on his face, surprised by the direct questioning of the young hunter. Kato yells, a sprout, stating that his guild possesses dozens of high-level members and the largest stock of relics in the country. The blue-haired boy comments with simplicity that the characteristics described by the man seem to indicate only size. He concludes, saying that that represents the largest guild, but not necessarily the strongest, leaving the leader furious. The entire audience is left completely paralyzed and sweating cold upon noticing that the boy said what everyone thought in silence. 1. Lee and his colleague burst into laughter and promised to give a big discount to Tuma if he ever visits their store. In the kitchen, Kyoki laughs, broadcasting everything live through the cell phone, while Heiko encourages her to keep filming the fight. Kato advances in Tuma's direction, reminding him that hunters are strictly forbidden from stealing other people's relics. The man displays an evil smile, revealing that diverse legal loopholes exist that can be used in his favor. He raises his golden Jigagalin weapon and states with arrogance that strong relics always belong to the strongest. The S-level warrior delivers a powerful blue flame blow, making the scared director scream in panic on stage. A colossal rumble echoes through the hall, while Kato's immense golden hammer generates a violent dust explosion. Toma dodges with tranquility and comments that using a destructive relic in an enclosed place is an inconvenience for everyone. Kato is visibly surprised and frustrated upon seeing that the boy escaped from his overwhelming attack with extreme ease. The youth with yellow eyes assumes a threatening and irritated expression, making it clear that he will not tolerate that confusion. The spectators run desperately to the emergency exits, although some still want to see the relic in action. The S-level warrior stares at his golden hammer, thoughtful, and tries to decipher what the real trick behind the weapon is. Sitting in the audience, Suzu stares at the stage, extremely worried, and whispers the name of her dear older brother with fear. Wanli and the other influential elite hunters observe the progress of that confrontation with smiles of pure interest. The blue-haired opponent tries to attack again, noting that the boy's black weapon really seems to be of high level. The big guy screams furiously, explaining that the main and most terrible ability of his golden hammer is its weight. He reveals that the weapon becomes infinitely heavier as it accumulates energy without suffering any type of limit. The immense hammer grows until it reaches a colossal size and falls with devastating force, breaking the entire stone floor. Kato raises the colossal gold structure with ease, claiming that the origin user doesn't feel the artifact's weight. He displays an expression of pure malice, proposing to perform a forced exchange of relics after defeating the youth on stage. The blue-haired boy realizes that a forced exchange is the perfect loophole the rival will use to bypass the laws. Hidden behind the curtains, the director grumbles, irritated, saying that absurd tactic is the same as a robbery. The arrogant adversary extends his hand, demanding the newcomer hand over the black relic immediately to avoid the worst. Tuma grinds his teeth, worried, and Ayan emerges at his side, commenting that their situation became quite complicated there. He evaluates his options and realizes, worried, that his powerful diamond blade will not be of utility at that moment. The boy considers using the cutting power of the fluid water blade, but hesitates upon analyzing the real resistance of his opponent. He thinks about using the obsidian sword, but soon gives up upon noting that strength also won't be enough. The youth despairs upon noting that any of his normal attacks would be too strong and would end up killing the rival. Kato continues to laugh out loud without having the slightest notion that his spiritual defense is considered extremely weak by the boy. The boy realizes that the rival is not protecting himself with energy, and Ayan agrees that he would be sliced easily if they wanted to. Brigitte emerges behind Tuma and suggests in a cold manner to assassinate the opponent soon, but the young hunter forbids the action instantly. The young relic begins to transmute the blade's shape on her own, ignoring the boy's desperate screams. Tuma implores her to stop, reminding her that his sister Suzu is watching everything, but Brigitte says she doesn't care about that. She states, irritated, that she would never permit anyone else but him to become the carrier of her powers. Brigitte pouts at Ayan, and Tuma apologizes but reminds her that is not the ideal moment for silly arguments. The young relic turns her face, embarrassed, promising not to lend her power anymore, and Ayan laughs at the shyness of his companion. Kato stares at the dark glow emanating from the boy's weapon and yells, enthusiastic, upon confirming that is the true relic. He advances with total fury, demanding that the newcomer show once and for all the real destructive power of the black artifact. The boy implores for the relic to listen to him, while Brigitte materializes in purple flames, telling him to shut his mouth. A colossal and deafening collision of forces occurs in the center of the stage, generating an immense shockwave through the arena. A dense curtain of smoke and dust covers the entire stage, while the floor stones begin to crack due to the impact. When the dust settles, Tuma appears standing, wrapped in an intense blue and purple aura, holding the rival's gigantic hammer. He holds the colossal gold structure with his own hands, displaying an expression of extreme seriousness and concentration. The blue-haired adversary sweats cold and screams, terrified to see that the boy supported the weight equivalent to that of a house. The spectators in the audience are astonished and wonder who that youth capable of holding such weight with his hands is. Makoto comments, surprised, that Tuma is releasing an amount of spiritual energy immeasurably greater than before. Suzu stares at the stage completely speechless, amazed to witness the incredible display of strength of her brother. With the quick and vigorous movement, the boy throws the immense golden hammer back with superhuman strength. Kato widens his eyes in complete panic upon seeing that his supreme attack was neutralized and returned with ease. The gigantic gold hammer flies at high speed, colliding brutally against the back wall and breaking the stones. Toma stares at his own hand, confused and surprised upon realizing that he had never manifested that level of physical strength before. Ayan explains that Gaide strengthens as armor that strengthens the body, allowing him to fight without wielding relics. The spirit recalls a scene from the past, showing that experienced hunters manage to dominate combat in that way. With the addition of Brigitte's powerful guide strength, the energy of the young hunter becomes incredibly stronger and brighter. Toma confesses that he doesn't understand very well the theoretical details, but celebrates the fact of managing to fight with empty hands. From above one, Lee mocks the humiliation suffered by Kado, commenting that an S-level warrior is being dominated by a Class A. The opponent sweats from nervousness and grumbles that it would be less shameful if he were losing only to the power of the black weapon. Taken by a blind fury, the big guy yells that the youth will regret bitterly, having left him with so much anger there. He shrinks his hammer, maintaining the same extreme weight, and warns that the boy will not manage to block the attack again. Kado advances, furious, claiming that concentrating all that pressure in a single point will destroy anything that is hit. The adversary delivers his special attack of concentrated impact, but Toma blocks the assault using only his free hand. The young hunter maintains his firm position, remembering that his beloved sister Suzu is watching everything and already worries a lot about him. He grabs Kado's weapon and throws him with force against the floor, decided not to let his sister be even more worried. The blue-haired opponent collapses, completely knocked out on the stage floor in the middle of the wood and dust debris. The audience screams incredulously upon seeing the newcomer beat the number 16 of the S ranking without using any relic ability. Suzu cries with emotion, covering her face while Makoto complains about Ryuga blocking her view of that incredible moment. The red-haired hunter displays a challenging expression, admitting that the youth's strength is good but guarantees that his control is superior. Ryuga promises to challenge his rival soon, and Makoto laughs, commenting that her friend finally went back to acting with his usual swagger. In the box, the elite hunters talk about the outcome, and one of them vents, relieved to see that nobody ended up dying. Purple-haired huntress confesses, laughing, that she didn't expect that simple ceremony to become so fun. The influential Kagami Tenji stares at the stage in silence, appearing quite intrigued with the enormous potential of the young hunter. Reporters from diverse newspapers run in the direction of the stage, imploring desperately for an exclusive interview with Toma. The experienced S-level hunter reveals that he showed up at the hall just with the intention of knowing the leaders of the new generation. The young boy sees himself completely surrounded by a crowd of cameras and microphones in the center of the association stage. Hidden behind the curtains, the director general observes the enormous confusion generated and tries to think of a way to end everything. The association boss comments desperately with his assistant that the situation took proportions too difficult to control. Taking a drastic decision, the director steps firmly on the stage floor and yells at the microphone, catching the attention of the entire audience. He asks for sincere apologies for the danger generated and states that he needs to leave a question quite clear for all those present. The boss explains that the positions of the SS ranking do not depend only on brute strength, but also on achievements and guild size. He points to the defeated opponent, stating that his character was not worthy of the position and that the rival tried to rob the newcomer. With that, the leader announces the revocation of Kado's S title and officially recommends the promotion of Toma to the maximum level. The entire audience goes wild, celebrating the director's fair decision, and shouts the name of the new S-level hero of the country. Toma fakes a reaction of extreme emotion and gratitude, imagining what would be the ideal response that a common hunter would give there. Shortly after, he resumes his bored expression and whispers that under no circumstances would the reporters believe in so much falsity. The journalists ignore the director's comments and pressure the boy, asking why he fought without using his relic. Away from all that agitation on stage, Suzu observes her older brother being surrounded by the large crowd of reporters. The young woman displays a beautiful and proud smile on her face upon realizing that her brother became someone incredibly strong and admirable. Suddenly, a bizarre and distorted image of an eye appears suddenly in the girl's mind, indicating a grave danger. A small line of blood runs from Suzu's mouth, while purple spots of petrification begin to emerge on her neck. Tuma notices his sister's malaise from afar in the middle of the crowd and yells, desperate, asking what is happening to her. The boy jumps from the stage in the direction of the seats, while Ryuga and Makoto try to understand the reason for that sudden panic. Ryuga supports the young woman, who collapses unconscious in his arms, while dark stone spots cover her hands rapidly. The blue-haired young hunter stares at his sister, unconscious, and realizes, horrified, that the terrible disease is acting again. He holds the girl's body in a complete state of panic, unable to believe that the terrible evil returned so fast. Heian emerges floating and tries to calm the youth, explaining that the remains of the elixir in Suzu will retard the advance for years. The youth stares at the spirit with deep sadness, charging her the previous promise that his beloved sister would be totally fine. Toma holds the girl's petrified hand and swears, desperate, that he will find a definitive cure to save her from that evil. A mysterious purple-haired huntress approaches the group and asks with coldness if the fallen girl is from the boy's family. The woman stares at the purple marks on Suzu's body, identifying immediately the terrible symptom of the petrification disease. The group stares at the newcomer in complete silence while the youth tries to understand who that mysterious elite huntress is. She touches her hair clip, revealing that hundreds of severe injuries and illnesses exist that the elixir cannot cure. The woman pulls out a sharp needle from her hair and comments, laughing, that the young hunter gave a quite interesting show there. Revealing herself to be the influential Ruria Tamaki of rank S, she displays an evil smile and offers a first free medical exam. A desperate Toma tries to calm his sister, Suzu, promising he will find a way to save her life no matter what. A mysterious woman with purple hair approaches and coldly asks if the fallen girl is the boy's family. She observes the terrible symptoms and immediately identifies that the girl is suffering from the petrification disease. Tuma is shocked to realize that the powerful elixir she took earlier was unable to cure the illness once and for all. The hunter brushes her hair and explains that there are hundreds of serious diseases and injuries that common elixirs cannot heal. She pulls out a sharp needle and comments that the young man put on a very entertaining show of skills for everyone on stage. The S-rank hunter known as Rorabata Chamari displays a wicked smile and offers a first medical examination for free. Chamari explains that, normally, the petrification disease takes many years to turn a person into stone. However, she intriguingly states that the accelerated speed of the girl's illness is actually something extremely positive. With a manic look, the hunter points her glowing needle and prepares to activate her special ability, Piyun. A massive magic circle of purple flames activates around everyone as a powerful energy begins to emanate. Ryuga and Makoto scream in panic, startled by the immense and sudden release of spiritual energy in the arena. The red-haired hunter sweats nervously as he recognizes the overwhelming power of the legendary S-rank guild. The young man recalls being praised by a powerful guild companion after facing a great threat alone. In that memory, the strong ally, surrounded by golden light, steps to the front of the battle to resolve the entire situation. The redhead realizes that Chamari's spiritual energy is just as overwhelming as that of the strongest warriors in the world. Suzu's body begins to shine intensely as magical particles float around her serious injuries. A brilliant green flame surrounds the girl, causing the terrible stone markings to vanish from her skin. Chamari puts away her golden needle, cheerfully announcing that the medical procedure was completed successfully. Toma holds his dear sister in his arms, wondering with great surprise if she has truly been cured of the disease. The woman shouts at the boy, telling him not to be an idiot for thinking a complete cure would be something that simple. She explains seriously that there is not yet a definitive cure in the world for the terrible petrification disease. The audience whispers, impressed to recognize the legendary ability to cure any ailment and even halt aging. Those present remark that she looks young even though she is 90 years old, and Chamari shouts irritably, correcting them that she is 89. The elite hunter narrows her eyes and mutters in confusion while observing the young man's reaction on stage. Tuma begins to thank her deeply for saving Suzu's life, but the woman interrupts him curtly. She makes a dramatic face, complaining that she hates thanks and asking if pretty words pay for her services. Kamari jumps with joy, saying that the only real sincerity is money, while the boy finds that attitude insensitive. The two spirits emerge, floating in the air, and try to understand the workings behind that mysterious healing technique. Ayan explains to Brigitte that no one of their race has ever managed to master or understand that mystical ability. The spirit reveals that the power consists of reversing phenomena, transforming poison into medicine, and the future into the past. Ayan deduces that the woman likely reversed the accelerated progress of the disease to save the girl's life at that moment. With that, Suzu's state of health was brought back to the initial point, leaving Brigitte quite impressed. The blue spirit wonders what caused the petrification disease to react so violently and rapidly in the girl's body. He explains that this usually occurs when the disease is exposed to a gigantic power, leaving Toma very confused. The spirit concludes seriously that the terrible creature known as Basilisk was very close to that location recently. Toma shouts, startled, saying he didn't feel any relic presence, but Ayan guarantees there is no other explanation. The young hunter becomes thoughtful and finds it very strange that no one noticed such malicious spiritual energy nearby. He worries, realizing that they now have no idea when his sister's disease might start to progress again. Ayan tries to reassure his friend by explaining that the Epion ability is the natural enemy of all basilisk powers. He emphasizes that there will be no problems as long as the wielder of that fantastic healing technique remains alive. Suddenly, the silver-haired leader appears, apologizing for failing to protect the girl and startling the boy. The man explains that he traveled to negotiate more elixirs with the association, but admits the trip was a waste of time. The leader picks up Suzu to take her to the hospital and calls upon Ryuga and Makoto for a new and important mission. Hako solemnly announces that from now on, his squad will be the only one responsible for escorting the Dr. Chamari. Chamari looks at the man and comments with a mischievous smile that he has become quite handsome since they last met. She points her sharp needle at the leader's face, questioning in a mocking tone who will really be protecting whom there. Ryuga agrees that the old hunter is too strong, and Ako curtly orders the young man to shut his mouth immediately. The silver-haired leader adjusts his glasses and orders the doctor to remain in a safe shelter for the entire week. Chamari opens her arms, displaying a mocking smile, and makes it clear she has no intention of obeying that order. Chamari explains that people from all over the world obsessively pursue her because of her incredible eternal youth. The doctor says that she has always defeated her enemies alone, and therefore considers bodyguards a great nuisance to her. Hako seriously recalls Kyoki's warning that something terrible will happen soon, and she won't be able to win alone. The silver-haired leader emphasizes that she is the world's trump card, and the Hunter Association cannot afford to lose her. Chamari bursts into laughter, mocking the predictions of fate and sending a sassy message to her guild's young prophet. She changes her expression suddenly, telling the boy to shut his mouth and pay the absurd money he owes for the treatment immediately. The elite hunter insists that she is not a frail elderly woman and prefers to maintain her total freedom away from annoying bodyguards. To prove her enormous strength, she activates a powerful golden energy, preparing her dangerous reverse reflection technique. Hako accepts the challenge and wields a brilliant spear of golden lightning, determined to take her by force if necessary. A colossal explosion of energy and electricity occurs in the arena, throwing the other young hunters backward in panic. Tulma helps his red-haired companion and asks, confused, why the leader is fighting exactly the person he should be protecting. The yellow-eyed youth runs toward the confrontation, desperate to try to prevent a greater tragedy from happening. Makoto screams desperately, reminding him that it is impossible for ordinary warriors to interrupt a clash between two elite hunters. Tuma replies that he doesn't know how to stop the fight, but he refuses to see the doctor who saved his sister's life get hurt there. Outside the large association, the intense battle between the two powerful S-rank warriors continues at full throttle. Hako positions himself in the air, unleashing an extremely fast electrical attack against the fearless purple-haired doctor. The leader's brilliant lightning spear advances at high speed, cutting through the air with tremendous destructive force in the arena. Chimari displays a mocking smile, claiming that the attack is useless because her ability can reverse the rules of the world. She creates a barrier of purple flames that causes any move by the opponent to be redirected against himself. The hunter explains that she can neutralize everything before impact, as long as she can see the trajectory of the technique. Hako does not back down and activates his special move of electrical flames, creating a colossal spiral of thunder around her. Chimari raises her glowing needle with mockery, confident that she will be able to stop even that overwhelming strike. She concentrates her purple spiritual energy to the maximum to activate her absolute power, capable of altering any physical phenomenon. The doctor plants her feet firmly on the ground, concentrated on reading with absolute precision every detail of the electrical storm coming her way. With an agile leap, she reverses the flow of the attack, showing that she perfectly understands the nature of her rival's lightning. Hako stares at his opponent floating in the air and realizes, impressed, that her technique is capable of reversing even gravity. Even surprised, the silver-haired leader guarantees that gravitational virgin will not be an obstacle to his victory there. The two trade blows at high speed, generating immense shock waves and flashes of light that illuminate the entire city at night. Chimari notices a detail and questions if he really thinks he can defeat her by fighting through a clone with divided power. The leader with dark sunglasses agrees with her observation and reveals that he will make a drastic change to the combat at that moment. Several clones of Hako, scattered across different corners of the world, begin to vanish and return to the warrior's body. He explains that he is gathering all the spiritual energy from his copies to concentrate 100% of his real strength there. A colossal storm of blue flames explodes around Hako, causing his combat power to reach an absurd level. Surrounded by lightning, he orders seriously for the doctor to stay quiet and allow his squad to ensure her safety. Toma continues running desperately toward the battle, begging for the two elite hunters to stop fighting soon. The young man displays an expression of pure determination and shouts that he will not allow the savior of his sister to suffer in any way. Chimari stares at her opponent floating in the air and repeats to herself the rule that she can reverse any technique. She understands. However, she realizes that the rival's immense electrical spear possesses an intensity of spiritual power never before seen by her. The hunter concludes that reversing a completely new attack with so much concentrated energy will be a gigantic challenge. Hako warns that he will try to hold back to avoid killing her, but stresses that the impact of the electrical strike will still be too painful. The elite hunter gently asks her to surrender once and for all and avoids suffering unnecessary injuries there. Doctor displays a smirk and admits that she does not possess enough strength to reverse a colossal energy strike. However, she proudly states that she is also not weak enough to be defeated easily by a basic attack ability. An immense vortex of purple energy begins to spin around the elite hunter, creating overwhelming spiritual pressure. Hako observes the scene, quite surprised to notice that the doctor's combat power increased drastically in a few seconds. The leader wonders, intrigued, if she is converting the mystical energy that maintains her eternal youth into attack strength. Chimari points her needle and advises the opponent, saying that a good doctor should never take the lives of other people in a fight. Before a beautiful full moon, she enigmatically asks what the true physical opposite of a state of rest would be. The brilliant elite doctor proudly replies that the opposite of rest is the incredible and overwhelming super speed in combat. Hako accepts the challenge with a subtle smirk, and the hunter prepares to unleash her definitive counterattack. Hako prepares his Thunder God spear, while Chimari positions herself to fire her powerful reaction cannon. The two colossal attacks collide in the air, generating an immense explosion of spiritual energy that tears through the city sky. Ryuga carries Makuto and bravely jumps into the center of the collision, trying to intercept the dangerous attack that is about to hit them. Hako and Chimari widen their eyes in a complete state of shock as they witness the sudden intrusion of the boys. Tuma assumes an expression of pure determination, wielding his special weapon, decided to contain that enormous explosion. Ryuga raises his red flame sword, focused on deciphering the trajectory of the opponent's powerful energy needle. Toma channels his immense guide strength and activates his mystical ability to materialize a colossal blade of energy. Ryuga unleashes his powerful circular flame cut, trying to accurately deflect Chimari's piercing attack. A deafening roar echoes throughout the region when the young hunter's abilities collide at the top of the building. Chimari's golden needle loses control after the impact and begins to fall slowly toward the arena floor. The elite doctor displays a subtle expression of surprise upon realizing that the young men managed to stop her strike. Tuma ends up being hit by the violent shockwave of the blue lightning and grits his teeth to endure the immense pain. Hako stares at the wounded young hunter with a very concerned and mysterious look after witnessing that grand action. The leader realizes, impressed, that the boy is already capable of transmuting lightning of that magnitude into a blade of power. Toma holds the colossal and glowing blade of electrical energy that he managed to create to stop the deadly confrontation. However, the boy loses control of the immense mystical force and is thrown brutally backward due to the recoil. Makuto cries in relief, holding his relic, and thanks the heavens immensely upon confirming that his friend survived. Ryuga runs over, annoyed, and lectures his companion, complaining that he was far too reckless in trying to stop that attack. Makuto comments that it was a close call, while Hako observes the young men from afar, recognizing their evolution. The leader analyzes in silence that the redhead used an impeccable technique and great dynamic vision to deflect the needle from above. Hako concludes that the redhead's control of guide strength and swordsmanship might currently be even superior to Tuma's. The silver-haired man approaches, praising the boy's growth, but orders them firmly to not interfere anymore. Toma shouts, indignant, stating that fighting the very person who was supposed to be protected cancels out the entire point of the mission. The young hunter assumes a look full of fury and warns that he will not let anyone hurt the one who saved his sister's life. Chimari displays a warm smile upon realizing that she ended up being defended so sincerely by that young warrior. She jokes, saying that her heart beat faster for the first time in half a century, and asks the boy to own up to that. The doctor proposes that he prove he is capable of protecting her for an entire week, leaving the boy quite surprised. However, she demands that only the young rookie remain by her side, sending the other companions off to fulfill tasks. Ryuga shouts, extremely irritated, questioning why she prefers Tuma's protection if it was he who stopped her strike. Chimari mocks him, explaining that if his companion's relic hadn't reduced the strength of the blow, he would be in the hospital. The doctor shows that Makuto's special item was the real reason for redirecting the attack's energy far away. The purple-haired woman turns to Tuma, warning him enigmatically that he will also need to pay for her favor. She warns that if he fails in any of her demands, he will have to hand over the powerful black sword as payment. To the young hunter's despair, the leader Hako accepts the agreement on the spot and closes the deal directly with the elite doctor. The young man lets out a scream of panic, echoing under the moonlight, unable to believe his leader's absurd decision. Meanwhile, inside a mysterious dungeon, some powerful villains hold an important summit meeting. They comment on Icarus's tragic defeat and mock the fact that their companion was excluded from the top 10 group. A strange, gray-skinned elder gestures with contempt, stating that the rival's failure was totally expected. The warrior in golden armor agrees, saying that the obsession obsession with power ended up destroying their companion's judgment. The villain Beelzebub questions if the deceased thought he would be promoted by Lord Basilisk if he managed to obtain the Aeon weapon. The opponent Durandal complains about the elder's constant repetitions, comically comparing him to a grumpy old man at a park. The gray-skinned elder with sharp teeth emphasizes that the Aeon relic was never part of their plans and is of low priority. And he points to a golden goblet with apples, questioning if their great master truly has an interest in that relic. The knight in golden armor tries to make another strange comparison, and the elder asks him, annoyed, to stop trying. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded figure wearing a long purple cloak slowly enters the large meeting room. The two villains bow immediately, welcoming the feared Lord Basilisk and commenting on Akaris's error. The elder laments the fact that the organization lost an entire dungeon and two powerful weapon relics in the combat. He concludes by saying that all that terrible sacrifice occurred only because of Aeon, which the master did not seem to desire. The hooded lord reveals that, in fact, he greatly desires to obtain the legendary black weapon, leaving his two servants in shock. Overcome by ambition, the two servants begin to compete with each other to see who will have the honor of assassinating the young hunter. The hooded leader asks why they all struggle so much for his own good. He picks up a green apple and comments calmly that the right time to act has not yet arrived. The apple changes color while he explains that killing the weapon's wielder would be a big problem right now. The servants sitting at the long table are quite confused and ask what their master means by that. The hooded being reveals that he managed to see directly the terrible spiritual power they are facing. He refers specifically to the legendary Aeon weapon and the young hunter who is able to wield it. The great villain reveals surprisingly that he wants the young Toma as an ally for his organization. With a quick movement, he crushes the red apple completely in his hand, showing his immense strength. He admits that at the moment they are on opposite sides of the battle, but believes the situation will change. Small green sprouts begin to grow from the destroyed pieces of the fruit, while he plans for the future. A huge magical tree sprouts before them, while the leader says that he and the boy are similar. He touches a magic sphere that displays Tuma's face, reinforcing that both possess the same essence. The subordinates are shocked to hear that their master considers himself similar to a mere human. He orders them to investigate whether a certain relic might come to interfere with the group's plans. The gray-skinned servant asks respectfully what the name of the mysterious item they must seek would be. The master remembers the hunter Dr. Chamari and her golden needle that possesses a dangerous ability. The glowing item gleams intensely, revealing itself to be a relic capable of changing the course of any combat. He solemnly pronounces the name of the legendary relic Epion, which is the main focus of his concern. As the prophecies predicted, Chimeri's life would be in grave danger within the period of just 1 week. She provokes Tuma, telling the young man to prove he is capable of protecting her until the end of her dangerous journey. She warns with a smile that if he fails in a single demand, he will have to hand over his valuable black relic. The group's new official mission consists of escorting 2 important people to a special protection zone. Everyone must strictly follow the orders of the person responsible for the leadership of that escort team. To test the young men, the doctor hides her true objectives, imposing a difficult test on the group. Hako leads the way while Ryuga and Makuto accompany him, carrying their belongings through the dark forest. The young redhead complains, extremely irritated, for being the only one there carrying all the weight of the hard work. The experienced silver-haired leader asks calmly for the boy to stop complaining about that situation. He shows a blue notebook, explaining that if they fulfill her demands, they will be able to join the royal escort. They open the paper and discover it is blank, but the leader reveals that the writing will appear magically later. Heiko stops walking and announces that they have finally managed to reach the location designated for the test. He warns that they can open the note now and realizes that his task is different from the one the young men received there. The boys are surprised to read that their secret mission is to steal their leader's glasses within 3 days. At the same time, Hiko's note orders him to protect his own glasses for the same period of time. The warrior in dark sunglasses immediately realizes the wicked plan the doctor prepared to test them. He concludes that only one side will be able to perform the escort, thinking of the old woman as quite problematic. The silver-haired man knows very well that the old hunter will not accept any kind of cheating on the test. Ryuga displays a look hungry for combat, while Mikuto, desperate, tries to suggest a friendly conversation. The leader wields his weapon and decides to use the moment to train the young men in a very rigorous way. He adjusts his yellow glasses, warning seriously that if they plan to take the item, they will need to fight. He warns that he will not hold back, and the redhead gets excited to finally face the clone of his powerful leader. A colossal explosion of lightning and thunder takes over the location, starting the intensive training of the young men. As the prophecies predicted, the purple-haired doctor walks reflectively, trying to understand the boy's abilities. Walking along the dark beach, Tuma confirms to the woman that that fantastic ability belongs to his weapon. The young man explains in detail that any material absorbed by the black blade can be reconstructed later. He emphasizes proudly that he can summon this modified great sword at whatever moment he wishes in battle. He adds that the process works perfectly as long as the original structure has not been destroyed. The hunter-doctor stops, walking for a brief moment, and lets out a murmur of surprise at his revelation. Tuma continues walking at her side on the sand and suddenly decides to ask a very important question. He questions if her reversal ability would be capable of completely curing the terrible disease of his sister Suzu. She sighs ironically, saying he makes it sound far too easy, and the boy apologizes, embarrassed. Chimari explains that the power of Ipion can only reverse phenomena that the user themselves understands. She confesses that she still does not completely understand how the terrible petrification disease works. For that reason, she only reversed Suzu's time by 1 minute to restore the body before the state worsened. The doctor emphasizes that this technique is not a real treatment, but only a way to delay the problem. The young hunter with yellow eyes listens attentively to every detail revealed by the powerful healer. Chimari expresses her sincere desire to one day manage to create a real medicine against petrification. Tuma displays a gentle smile upon realizing that cold woman actually possesses an excellent heart. She interrupts the boy's thoughts, announcing proudly that they have finally reached her home. Tomo is completely in shock to see that her residence looks exactly like an ancient ruin. She invites the boy to enter the immense hallway, asking him to feel completely at ease there. The youth sweats nervously, wondering how anyone could relax surrounded by terrifying monsters. The doctor stares at one of them up close, commenting with boredom that the location is full of weak monsters again. Tuma notes, surprised, that the creatures do not attack, and she explains with disdain that they all have a fear of her presence. She reveals that she sealed the monster boss with her power, but the smaller servants still try to attack her by surprise. She complains that living there is quite troublesome, and the boy wonders why she chose that place. The woman turns with a mysterious smile, announcing that it is time to present her first demand. The young hunter assumes an extremely firm posture and responds, ready that he will accept any challenge. She points theatrically to the creatures, ordering him to eliminate absolutely every single monster there. Toma loses his words immediately and displays an expression of complete panic upon hearing that absurd order. The doctor mocks, commenting that defeating those threats should be a very simple task for her bodyguard. He accepts the challenge and summons his 2 allied spirits to fight together in that difficult ordeal. With a determined shout, the hunter releases his energy to summon the incredible power of his special sword. He materializes the colossal and brilliant star explosive sword, preparing himself to unleash a great strike. Suddenly, the doctor lands a strong blow to the boy's head, calling him a fool in the middle of his preparation. He complains of pain, asking the reason for that, and she analyzes with interest the versatility of his weapon. She warns seriously that the use of these techniques is forbidden under penalty of having his sword confiscated on the spot. The young man is desperate, not understanding anything, and she explains that relying on these weapons will not help his training. The boy mutters, confused, while a horde of monstrous creatures advances hungrily right behind him. She tells him to listen attentively, guaranteeing that task is not an impossible requirement to fulfill. The doctor states, convinced that there exists a way to win the combat, even without depending on his usual powers. With a manic look, she orders the boy to place himself in an extreme situation to overcome his limits. She shouts, demanding that he find the answer on his own in the middle of that terrible, imminent danger. The boy is touched upon realizing that she is trying to help him become a much stronger warrior. Demonstrating immense willpower, he shouts that he will do his best to successfully complete the challenge. The woman turns her back elegantly, stepping firmly with her high heels as she walks away from the combat. She leaves one final warning, telling him not to let a single drop of blood hit her during the violent confrontation. The hunter displays an extremely wicked smile, revealing to herself that all that was a lie. She remembers her rivals and mocks them, thinking that those two are true idiots in what they do. The woman concludes that none of her opponents possess the slightest notion of how to conquer someone's loyalty. She celebrates the fact that she conquered the boy's trust, making him accept all her absurd rules. Toma dodges with extreme difficulty a monstrous strike while trying to fight completely unarmed. She observes the battle in silence, confirming that the youth depends totally on coating his body with guide strength. The hunter smiles, thinking that without the use of materials, that powerful black sword becomes just a stick. With a diabolical laugh, she celebrates that the legendary black relic will be hers if the knave boy fails the test. She imagines the colossal fortune she will be able to get selling the special item and delights in that possibility. Meanwhile, the blue spirit Ayan closes his fists, concentrating his powerful magic energy for the battle. Toma unleashes a devastating punch coated in blue flames against one of the terrible opponents in the large hallway. The overwhelming impact of the blow throws several of the monstrous creatures violently backward against the wall. Ayan warns, worried, that fighting empty-handed consumes Guide's strength far too quickly, and the young man's time is running out. Brigitte insists for the boy to use her in the combat, but he refuses, determined not to disappoint his new mistress. The spirit of Ayan observes that the doctor is emanating a quite suspicious evil aura at that moment. Toma begins to reflect, thoughtful, feeling that difficult combat situation seems very familiar to him. He widens his eyes upon realizing that scenario is identical to the one he faced in the past. He recalls when the legendary golden weapon Balmung was capable of stopping a powerful attack in a ruthless way. The youth realizes that he can concentrate the guide's strength that before only surrounded his body in a different way. He begins to direct all that flow of spiritual energy directly into the interior of the Ayan relic. A colossal quantity of mystical energy begins to flow intensely through the weapon, illuminating the entire hallway. With that incredible control, he begins the process of materializing a new sword purely made of force. Before the sliced-up monsters, he thanks his mistress, thinking that was the true goal of the training. The boy opens an immense smile and shouts the name of Kamari, overflowing with deep admiration for his mentor. The purple-haired doctor is left with her mouth wide open and an expression of absolute shock upon seeing what occurred. Toma confesses joyfully that he had never managed to summon that sword of pure spiritual energy before. He remembers her advice that there would always be an alternative way, even without materials. The young man recalls her words telling him to place himself at the limit to discover his hidden potential. The young hunter displays, proudly, the brilliant energy sword he managed to create thanks to her instructions. He thanks her, bowing with extreme sincerity, believing that now he will be able to become infinitely stronger. The woman disguises her shock with a forced laugh, praising him for managing to release his great potential. Inside, she boils with rage and deeply regrets not having prohibited the use of Guide's strength in the test. The spirit's comment, marveled that his new technique is capable of transforming the energy itself into a blade. The new and fantastic mystical sword shines in the air, exhibiting properties that surpass any conventional weapon. Ayan explains that, normally, humans need to extract Guide's strength from relics to be able to fight. He emphasizes that this weapon is made of Toma's own energy, and not even he knows all its secrets. The blue spirit smiles, mysterious, commenting that he is very anxious to see the next steps of his master. Brigitte asks in a concerned tone why he doesn't warn the boy about that doctor's bad intentions. She points out that the friend made a point of talking about the mysteries of the new weapon in secret, so that only she could hear. With a serious look, the purple spirit questions what his true objective is in relation to the young hunter. She asks directly if the friend is really on the boy's side, or if he possesses some secret plan there. The blue-eyed spirit remains in complete silence, just staring at the friend with an enigmatic look. Meanwhile, Tuma continues talking joyfully with the doctor without noticing the conspiracies around him. He finally responds with a mysterious smile, saying that he is still thinking about which decision to make. The blue spirit provokes the friend, asking if she is really so worried about the young Toma's well-being. He laughs quite loudly, mocking that her love for the boy seems to be growing each day that passes there. A sudden and violent explosion of magical energy occurs in the room, interrupting the spirit's joke. Brigitte shouts, furious, telling the dirty-minded friend to die while leaving him completely scorched with her attack. Chamari plans, irritated, that next time she will need to impose an impossible test that the boy cannot win. However, she notices how much the naive youth already trusts her words completely and decides to change strategy. The villain concludes that perhaps she no longer needs elaborate plans or difficult tricks to deceive the hunter. She approaches with a sweet and friendly tone, asking if he could lend her the black sword for a moment. Without suspecting anything, the boy accepts immediately, saying he would love to see someone strong wielding his weapon. The doctor opens an immense wicked smile, thinking about how easy it was to deceive the youth and get what she wanted. She invents an excuse, saying that she will practice a little with the weapon in another room for approximately an hour. The woman plans to use that time to sell the valuable relic on the black market and disappear forever. However, as soon as she holds the hilt of the black sword, an intense and mysterious blue energy begins to emanate. The doctor lets out a scream of pure agony as she begins to bleed terrifyingly from her eyes due to the impact. Overcome by an unbearable pain, she throws the legendary black sword on the ground while cursing that situation. Tomo is left in a complete state of shock to see his mentor fallen to her knees on the ground after touching the relic. Desperate, she quickly activates her magic needle to try to reverse all the grave damage caused to her body. The doctor breathes with great difficulty, while the worried young man runs in her direction to try to help her. She realizes, terrified, that she almost had her soul totally consumed by that relic's overwhelming guide strength. The doctor concludes, irritated, that it will be absolutely impossible to sell such a dangerous and wild item like that. Tomo is horrified to realize that the doctor was planning to sell his precious relic on the black market. Kamari confirms it without shame and mocks him for having been deceived so easily after she had cured his sister. Irritated by his reaction, she decides to charge for the medical treatment anyway. The doctor demands the absurd payment of 50 million coins and tells him to hand over any valuable relic. Tuma cries, desperate, explaining that another companion is the one who manages all the group's relic tools. He laments deeply, remembering a loan made that complicated his financial situation even more. At that, Chamari points suddenly to the mysterious glowing sphere that the youth is holding in his hand. It is the special container capable of granting a human body to weapon relics. Tuma asks if that is worth enough to pay for the treatment, while the doctor identifies the dangerous pathogen. She confirms that that is the pure version of the virus and leaves the youth stunned that she identified it just by looking. Chima remembers her years of research and plans to use the Epound ability to reverse that poison. With that, she will manage to create the perfect cure for the petrification disease and finally save Tuma's sister. However, the doctor gives Tuma a hard knock on the head, calling him a complete idiot for his naivety. She complains that he has a very limited view of things and does not understand the true potential of the plan. The doctor explains that that small quantity contained in the sphere is not even close to enough for what she wants. Her intention is to cultivate the poison to produce enough doses to save all the sick people in the world. Tuma reflects and agrees that there are many other people suffering from the terrible petrification around the world. However, the doctor's real plan is to sell that cure in mass to earn much more money than with the sword. While she laughs with greed, the youth wonders why his mentor needs so much wealth. She positions herself before the immense glowing gate and warns that she will need the boy's help to proceed. The woman alerts him about the danger, but remembers that it is for his sister's cure and asks if he is ready to go. The boy swallows hard and is quite worried to hear the word danger coming from her of all people. He suggests that they should meet with the rest of the group first, but the doctor just clicks her tongue. Toma follows her, grumbling that for a good bodyguard, the best result is for nothing bad to ever happen. Chamari smiles, asking if he is worried about her, and the boy replies that he certainly is. He smiles back, remembering that, after all, she was the one responsible for saving the life of his little sister. The doctor remains in silence for an instant, looking to the side while she absorbs his sincere words. She then raises her magic needle and activates her powerful truth reversal spell against the youth. She realizes, surprised, that the technique's effect did not alter in the slightest the words he had just said. This proves that the youth's concern for her is totally genuine. Despite her having tried to deceive him before, she smiles, resigned, and warns that his role as bodyguard remains active because enemies will appear. Before an immense mystical tower at the edge of the sea, the doctor begins to explain what their plan will be. She reveals that she has pending business with the boss of that ruin that began many years ago. The doctor tells how everything began when that enormous, mysterious structure simply dropped from the sky. At the time, she used her reversal powers to push the object back into the space hole. Following that, she closed and sealed the magic passage, keeping all that structure trapped in that place. Toma is left completely open, mouthed upon discovering that she was capable of performing such an absurd feat. Now, she prepares herself, wielding her magic weapon, decided to break that ancient seal once and for all. With an imposing movement, she releases her energy and conjures the phenomenon reversal technique. A gigantic portal opens in the skies, releasing dense and terrifying purple smoke over the ocean. The youth feels overwhelming pressure in the environment and realizes that even the air around has become heavy. The doctor provokes, asking if he is afraid, and says she couldn't even blame him for feeling that way. That ruin is extremely dangerous, being classified as a threat capable of causing the end of the world. In another location, global systems immediately detect the opening of that apocalyptic level portal. Upon confirming the exact location, authorities order the urgent dispatch of their most powerful forces. Their secret mission is to confiscate all legendary relics and capture the mysterious Ipiun. Aware of the consequences, the doctor smiles, knowing that things are about to get quite noisy. The most powerful warriors on the entire planet are already on their way to try to conquer that ruin. Toma goes into complete panic upon realizing the gigantic proportion of the problem he got himself into. She concludes that her precious Apion will also be the primary target of all those hunters in the world. The doctor says, laughing he can relax for having a bodyguard, while Toma begs mentally for Haku's help. A gigantic and overwhelming bolt of lightning cuts through the skies and strikes the mountains with terrifying force suddenly. Makuto is thrown far away by the tremendous impact, while screaming in pure despair at the explosion. Hako says coldly for him to use the relic and fight seriously if he doesn't want to end up dying right there. The boy stands up, startled, and tries to explain once more about the impossibility of using that weapon. He shouts, desperate, saying that just holding that heavy relic already demands all his physical effort. Hako just sighs, bored, while observing a flaming sword stuck right in front of him on the ground. Suddenly, a powerful red-haired warrior emerges from the skies, unleashing a devastating surprise attack. Without showing any sign of hesitation, Hako raises his electrical spear to defend himself from the strike. The invader opens a confident and provocative smile upon seeing that his opponent managed to react to his advance. The enemy jumps again, using his intense flames to float in the air and gain an advantage in combat. Ko comments that Ryuga has improved his combat skills quite a bit in the time they were apart. Ryuga agrees and says that he finally understood how to utilize Guide's strength in a much more advanced way. Makuto observes, totally perplexed, the red-haired warrior flying freely through the sky using the energy of his flames. The youth shouts in shock, unable to believe that someone is capable of floating in that way in combat. Hako analyzes coldly and realizes that the rival is accumulating Guide's strength in his legs to step on the air. He recognizes mentally that performing that special technique is much more difficult than the enemy makes it appear. With a provocative smile on his face, he asks if that floating trick is all the rival has to offer. Ryuga is furious at the provocation and swears that he will show the true extent of his overwhelming power. He advances with everything, unleashing a flaming blow, while Heiko prepares to counterattack with his lightning. Haku dodges with ease and mocks the rival for fighting without even knowing the true name of his own relic. Suddenly, the three warriors are surprised by a drastic and terrifying change in the environment around them. Hako feels an absurdly powerful presence emanating from afar and is completely on alert for the threat. Without giving explanations, he shoots off at high speed through the sky while the red-haired warrior shouts, irritated, for him not to flee. Hako orders Makoto to track his signal and follow him immediately, leaving the youth totally confused. He flies in a hurry, wondering what that crazy old doctor is up to by releasing so much energy. When an apocalyptic ruin resurfaces, an alert is immediately sent to all the hunter agencies in the world. Since the failure to seal the ruin means the end of the Earth, the theory is that everyone should unite against the crisis. However, this mutual cooperation is only the official story told to calm the global population. At the headquarters of the United States Hunter Association, leaders are already planning their own intentions. In an important summit meeting, officials discuss the resurgence of the terrible third magic ruin. They recall that 3 years ago, the Dr. Chimari interfered in the process and forcibly banished that same structure. The director of the association emphasizes that the treasures guarded inside a ruin of that level are in another category. These utility relics are capable of solving any problem and fulfilling humans' deepest desires. Furthermore, the legendary weapons considered the strongest on the planet were also taken from ruins of that level. The director reveals with a greedy smile that the nation's true objective is to monopolize all those treasures. In a private presidential room, 2 agents approach a mysterious warrior to give him the mission. The main objective is to clear the ruin in Japan quickly and guarantee the monopoly of all valuable relics. The second part of the secret mission consists of capturing the Dr. Chimari, who must be acting in the vicinity of the area. The agent reveals that the president himself demanded that one of the 7 strongest hunters in the country take on that case. The imposing warrior in a red cape seems not to like being called a mere hunter by his subordinates. He opens a confident smile and corrects them, saying that he prefers to be called simply a superhero from now on. Without waiting for the signal, he breaks the office's glass window and flies through the skies at high speed. On the city streets, people panic and point to the sky upon catching sight of the trail left by him in the air. Some citizens wonder, curious, if that would just be a bird or a delivery drone flying so fast. However, the crowd soon recognizes the famous hero Gideon and begins to celebrate his appearance with great enthusiasm. This incredibly powerful elite hunter is known worldwide by the name Gideon Missilliman. Meanwhile, inside the mysterious ruin in the Pacific, 2 hunters come across a colossal mountain of gold. The young carrier Alicia shouts, irritated, asking the reason for her companion acting in such a lazy way. The lazy King Mashik lies quietly on the gold coins without giving the slightest attention to his colleagues' shouts. Mashik informs Alicia that they will travel west as soon as they manage to get out of that ancient mysterious ruin. King Mashik reveals with a calm smile that his journey's true objective is to meet Chimari. On a busy Tokyo Avenue in Japan, a mysterious warrior walks silently among the crowd. The mysterious young man with striking eyes awaits his leader's new orders with great attention. He receives the information that his subordinates finally managed to locate Chimari's exact location. The warrior decides that he will need to adopt a temporary false name to manage to act freely through that region. He resolves to call himself only Ra and authorizes his followers to choose any names they want to use. This young warrior is known as a survivor of the dangerous abyss, known as the trash dump of other worlds. He swears that he will capture the Dr. Chimari no matter what to save and guarantee the future of his homeland. It is revealed that a ruin of the apocalyptic level is structured with 4 external palaces and 1 large main hall. Each external palace houses its own boss and treasure, and defeating them is the only way to open the main hall. Tuma lets out a scream of complete despair, coming across a terrifying horde of monsters coming in his direction. He runs at full speed through the immense hallway, trying to escape the violent attack of those shadowy creatures. Tuma realizes quickly that those common monsters are extremely fast, resistant, and strong in combat. He despairs upon noting that any monster there is as powerful as the legendary ice horse creature. When he tries to summon his powerful special sword, the doctor interrupts him, slapping a strong blow to his head. She complains that using that easy weapon will not help in his training and makes him remember their true objective there. The doctor orders, furious, for him to use only the water sword, and the boy obeys, screaming in pure panic. He remembers the arduous training with Ako. Sand managed to manifest that special water blade. Tuma concentrates intensely and begins to channel all his spiritual energy to summon his water blade. A gigantic and turbulent mass of water begins to form at the tip of his fist, leaving the youth quite surprised. The boy makes a tremendous physical effort, trying to keep the unstable and heavy water structure under his control. He tries desperately to visualize the perfect form of a sword to manage to stabilize the water flow. Toma finally manages to stabilize the water flow and assumes a firm combat posture before the beasts. He advances courageously and unleashes a powerful water blow, cutting the shadowy monster in half successfully. The youth continues his relentless attack, slicing quickly through the next opponent that dared to jump in his direction. He realizes that the attack's power is incredible, but demands absurd concentration to maintain the blade's form. The youth notes with concern that the further from his body the water gets, the more difficult it becomes to control it. However, the doctor decides to use her damage reversal spell and restores the life of the defeated monsters. Tuma goes crazy upon seeing the enemies cured while she explains, laughing, that is necessary for his training. She reprimands him severely, warning that swinging the sword in a weak and unstable way is completely useless there. The doctor explains that he needs to become strong enough to manage to defeat the gigantic boss of that palace. She recalls the moment when she questioned the youth about having stored thousands of liters of water inside his weapon. The doctor orders him to use all that immense quantity of water to create a sword the size of a building. Tomo is left in complete silence, widening his eyes before his mentor's absurdly insane demand. In the present, the youth fills himself with determination, remembering that he needs to do that to save his beloved sister Suzu. The doctor points her finger seriously, reinforcing that the first step of the training is to create that giant weapon. He focuses all his mental strength and swears again that he will manage to obtain the much-dreamed-of cure for petrification. The boy advances, unleashing a powerful cut, and invokes the special technique of creating the water flow blade. He exerts himself to the maximum, unleashing the strike against the terrible wild beasts that were trying to corner him there. However, the water structure breaks down suddenly in the air, losing all the strength and consistency of cutting. The youth laments, irritated, realizing that at that pace, he will never manage to create the sword in the ideal gigantic size. To make the situation worse, dozens of monstrous and threatening beasts begin to surround him on all sides of the hall. Toma ends up losing his balance totally with the pressure and is thrown backward violently onto the ground. He looks up, startled, to see the terrible hungry creatures ready to attack him at the same time. In an act of desperation, he raises his fist again, trying to concentrate the water to create a defensive barrier. But the fragile water barrier fails miserably, and the monsters jump with everything on top of the poor boy trapped. The youth suffers a violent impact and falls backward onto the ground, letting out a moan of deep pain and physical exhaustion. Observing all that scene from afar, the doctor lets out a long sigh, evaluating his performance as pathetic. He complains that the monsters are far too strong, and the mentor responds that that is the norm in an apocalyptic ruin. The doctor warns coldly that she will not help him, for training in the middle of real combat is the only way to evolve. She smiles mysteriously and tells him to use that special method to manage to overcome that great challenge. Going back about 10 minutes in time, the youth recalls the explanations about the terrible boss that reflects attacks with double the power. He flies, floating next to the doctor, who prepares herself, wielding her magic needle to invade the sacred place. The doctor reveals that 3 years ago, she named the powerful dragon boss of that palace with the nickname Carbuncle. She holds the glowing sphere and prepares to explain in detail the plan she hatched for them to manage to get the cure. The plan consists of making the youth use the highly deadly petrification poison contained in the sphere as raw material. He will need to create a water blade containing that poison and unleash a direct attack against the dragon Carbuncle. Upon being hit, the monster will reflect the poison attack back at them with double the original volume and strength. From there, he must absorb that reflected poison back, utilizing his special technique of creation without a blade. With that absorption process, the quantity of poison contained in the weapon will simply double in volume instantly. She reinforces that he will need to repeat that same cycle of attack and absorption several times in a row against the enemy. The volume of accumulated poison will continue doubling consecutively with each successful repetition the youth performs. At the end, she will use the powers of Epion reversal to transform that immense quantity of poison into the perfect cure. Tumo is quite worried about the complexity of the plan and asks how many times he will have to repeat that dangerous cycle. With an immense ironic smile on her face, the doctor responds in a very relaxed way that perhaps they will need 20 times. In exact math, that means the final volume of poison will be multiplied by more than 1,000,000 times in total. Upon realizing the insane proportion of the required task, the youth goes into complete despair, not knowing if he will manage to survive. The boy complains that it is impossible, but she tries to calm him down, reminding him that all that effort is to save his sister. She guarantees that he will be fine and that there exists a reliable method for him to manage to endure that absurd training. The doctor reveals that in reality, he already managed to perform a feat much more impressive than that previously. She walks elegantly through the location while she begins to explain in detail the theory behind that special technique. She tells the boy to apply the same concept that he utilized to create his old sword of key refinement in training. She explains that coating the external part of the water blade with his own guide strength will make the process much easier. In that way, even if he creates a sword of gigantic proportions, his physical structure will not collapse. Besides maintaining stability, the cutting power of his water flow blade will increase in a simply absurd way. Toma puts the advice into practice and begins to release an impressive quantity of spiritual energy into the liquid water. He channels all his strength at once and conjures a colossal and devastating water wave against his enemies. The massive attack sweeps the battlefield completely, defeating all the monsters that were around him in the hall. He opens a big smile of relief and celebrates greatly upon realizing that he finally managed to perform the technique successfully. The doctor observes with a proud look and declares that the first phase of her intensive training is concluded. The boy complains to the spirit Aeon for not having taught that incredible and facilitating method to him much sooner. The spirit explains calmly that his body was not yet prepared to endure such a release of guide strength. Aeon takes the opportunity to provoke, saying that his instincts always get sharp when the subject involves little Suzu in his subconscious. A mysterious voice questions whether the spirit is really on the boy's side or if it hides secrets. The female spirit observes, thoughtful in silence, trying to decipher what are the true intentions behind that. Returning to the present, the doctor warns that the moment has arrived to start the second and dangerous phase of the training. Toma prepares himself, wielding the handle of his sword, and concentrates to manifest his special technique of water without a blade. He channels the deadly poison directly into his weapon, creating a glowing purple and highly toxic blade around him. The doctor observes the boy walking with determination through the long, dark hallway in the direction of the dangers that await him. However, she realizes through her keen senses that another mysterious person already managed to enter those ruins. She fears that unexpected invader might interfere or ruin the entire progress of the medicine's cultivation process. She asks if the boy feels ready to deal with the situation, and he responds with a firm scream of confirmation. He affirms, confident, that now he feels that he would be capable of absorbing even a sans powerful electrical lightning. Satisfied with the firm response and the youth's determination, the doctor just smiles, approving the attitude of her disciple. She alerts that contrary to the previous training, now they will not have any chance of error or test round in combat. She reinforces that he will have to absorb perfectly the reflected poison with double the strength, using creation without a blade. The youth holds his sword coated in purple poison firmly, concentrating all his attention for the decisive confrontation. The doctor runs ahead, pointing to the large wooden gate, where the feared dragon Carbuncle is sealed just ahead. As soon as they pass through the doors, a violent and overwhelming blast of energy explodes, illuminating the entire immense hall. However, the dust settles and the two are left completely paralyzed by the creature that appears right before them. Instead of a terrible giant monster, what appears is an extremely cute floating pink bunny in the middle of the desert. They find the creature adorable, but soon realize there is no way that cute little thing could be the legendary Dragon Carbuncle. The doctor ignores the small floating being and says that they must continue searching for the true boss of that palace. While they walk through the immense desert, Tuma complains about the ruined size, and she tells him to hurry in finding the monster. Suddenly, the small floating bunny gets irritated and shouts, revealing himself to be the great boss of that palace. Tuma jumps in fright upon hearing the small cute animal speak like a human, and with a quite mature tone of voice. Chimari finds it comical that the small rabbit speaks like a drunken old man and asks if he is really Carbuncle. That the boss of Shadowy Aura confirms his identity and asks if she is not that same human who fled from him years ago. Carbuncle floats, imposing, claiming that no weak human will ever be capable of defeating him, no matter how many times they try. He begins to channel his magic energy, opening several highly destructive purple wind portals around him. Chimari recognizes the ability and wonders how that dragon that used to be giant and imposing became so small and cute. Toma hesitates, saying that he cannot attack something so cute, but the rabbit gets infuriated and calls him a sassy brat. Without time to lose, the doctor gives the official order to start the plan and tells the youth to strike the monster without mercy. She calms the boy, reminding him that the blow will not hurt the opponent for real, since his power is reflecting attacks. Tuma advances, determined, holding the handle of his sword, and prepares himself to unleash the first attack against the enemy. He channels all his strength at once, and unleashes a powerful cutting blow coated in his purple spiritual energy. The youth and the small monster exchange intense looks while the collision of mystical energies happens right before them. Carbuncle opens a sarcastic smile, telling the lad to attack him with everything he has without any hesitation. He floats, confident, revealing that along with his cute appearance, his special ability also evolved quite a bit. Chimari observes the boy walking with determination through the long, dark hallway in the direction of the dangers that await him. The rabbit shouts, imposing, warning that now his special power of reflection turns the blow 5 times stronger. An overwhelming and gigantic blast of purple poison is fired from the portal back in the direction of the startled Tuma. He goes into complete shock upon realizing the real danger, since the doctor had said the attack would return only doubled. The boy tries to maintain focus and calm, seeking to prepare his technique to absorb all that enormous destructive flow. The purple poison and the water energy collide, generating an immense shock wave that consumes the entire battle environment. Carbuncle is extremely surprised and shouts, not understanding what that strange human is trying to do at that moment. Toma keeps himself firm on the ground and utilizes his technique of creation without a blade to begin absorbing all that energy. He grits his teeth, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the poison, but continues concentrated on concluding the absorption process. A small drop of that lethal poison splashes accidentally and hits directly the cheek of the tired warrior. Tuma widens his eyes upon feeling his cheek crack and begin to transform rapidly into gray stone. Quickly, the doctor activates her powerful disease reversal magic circle to save her disciple's life. The petrification effect is undone instantly, and Tuma's skin returns to normal, leaving the youth very relieved. She comments, thoughtful, that the poison's potency having increased 5 times surpassed by a lot her initial planning. Despite the risk, she smiles, saying that ended up being a very welcome surprise to accelerate their process. The boy still trembles with dread upon realizing up close how terrible is the sensation of being consumed by petrification. The doctor warns that only 3 more rounds of multiplication will be enough and tells him to finish the task soon. Hearing that idle talk, the small carbuncle crosses his little arms, extremely indignant at their attitude. He asks, furious, if the two are really using his sacred power of reflection just to multiply the poison. She smiles, friendly, explaining that they do not want to defeat him and asks for his cooperation to speed up the entire process. The small monster explodes with anger, shouting at her not to mock him, while the doctor just laments his refusal. The rabbit kicks a small stone in their direction, swearing that he would never accept helping humans as sassy as them. The small thrown stone enters directly into one of the space portals that float around the battlefield. The object reappears, coming out of another portal with its speed increased and in the size of a medium-sized rock. The object passes consecutively through more magic portals, increasing in size in a terrifying way at each transition. The small initial pebble ends up transforming into a gigantic and extremely destructive stone projectile. Carbuncle laughs loudly with his portals and swears that he will never again allow any human to use him as a tool. Toma watches, paralyzed with dread, while he counts how many times the power of that attack multiplied in the air. The rabbit shouts for them to disappear from there while the immense colossal rock drops directly on top of the lad's head. Before the imminent danger, the doctor assumes a serious posture and prepares to conjure her own defensive spell. Chimari acts quickly, using her magic needle to intercept the colossal rock that was falling in the direction of the youth. Carbuncle is shocked to see that his devastating stone attack was reduced to a small, harmless pebble. The small monster lets out a grunt of pure rage upon realizing that his surprise blow failed in such a pathetic way. The doctor guarantees that she will block any attack that is too dangerous so that the lad can focus on his own mission. She holds her magic weapon firmly and orders the boy to maintain his total concentration on the training there. She shouts for him to do his part, while the dragon prepares another destructive wind portal in the desert. Toma focuses his look, demonstrating that he is totally decided to give his best to win the great challenge. With a firm and confident posture, the youth prepares himself before the diverse energy portals that open in the arena. The small carbuncle floats, confused, questioning if that mysterious purple substance on the sword is pure poison. Mocking the situation, the monster resolves to help by firing an immense sequence of wind beams against the boy. The youth knows that he was already suffering to control the lesser poison, and that he would need to evolve his control little by little. The rabbit shouts that things will not be easy and sends an overwhelming torrent of power to crush him once and for all. Tuma lets out a deafening scream, channeling all his remaining energy to face that colossal attack. An explosion of dust and purple wind consumes the entire arena. In the exact instant, the overwhelming blow collides with the ground. Concerned with the catastrophic scale of the impact, the doctor shouts her disciple's name in the middle of the storm. The lad gathers his final forces and tries desperately to use his mystical technique of sword creation without a blade. His eyes shine intensely while he resists the overwhelming pain provoked by the impact of that collision. An immense wave of water and poison begins to spin rapidly around the boy, forming a true whirlwind. The mystical water whirlwind consumes the entire combat area in a visual spectacle of pure spiritual force and power. The youth realizes with dread that his body begins to freeze up and no longer responds to his commands because of the poison. From afar, the doctor shouts, desperate, begging for him not to lose focus and to continue keeping his technique active. She shouts for him to remember that he promised to save his dear little sister from that terrible petrification disease. Tuma feels half of his face transform totally into stone while trying to resist with all his soul. The boy feels his lungs stop functioning and the freezing cold of the stone spread through his entire inner being. In his mind emerges the sweet image of his little sister Suzu, calling him affectionately on the cold bed of that hospital. He recalls the exact and painful moment in which she realized, startled, her own hands turning into pure stone. That painful memory ignites an overwhelming flame of fury and pure determination in the heart of the young warrior. He recalls the terrible diagnosis that patients suffer in extreme agony until they turn completely into statues. Tuma refuses, terminally, to let his beloved little sister have that same tragic and painful destiny. He recalls the cheerful smile she forced to try to calm him down, even though she was debilitated on that hospital bed. With a roar of pure fury, he clones his last physical forces to try to break that terrible stone seal. The promise he made to always protect her echoes in his mind, giving him strength to continue fighting against death. Upon feeling the terrible pain of purification on his own skin, he realizes how much his little sister suffered in complete silence. The memory of her silent suffering during all that time motivates him to continue resisting in a heroic way. He swears from the bottom of his soul that he will obtain that miraculous cure, no matter what, and save his sister's life. With a deafening roar of pure determination, the youth manages to release an overwhelming quantity of guide strength. He spins his immense poison blade in a circular and powerful movement, cutting the enemy's own wind flow. However, the overwhelming poison blow ends up ricocheting with violence against the small boss's mystical barrier. Chimari grits her teeth, worried, upon seeing the attack fail, and wonders if the youth's training was in vain after all. Tuma realizes that the extreme speed of the attack makes it impossible to keep the poison concentrated in the physical form of a blade. However, his eyes shine with intelligence upon hatching a new and brilliant combat strategy at that moment. He decides to abandon the traditional sword format and begins to spin the entire purple poison flow around his body. The doctor widens her eyes in complete shock upon realizing what her young disciple is planning to do in the arena. Instead of trying to block the blow head-on, he resolves to channel all the force of the impact generated by the movement. He uses the continuous rotation to create a powerful and stable spinning whirlwind that imprisons all the mystical energy. Despite managing to control the rotation, he knows that time is short and needs to act before turning into pure stone. The purification process advances rapidly through his back, hindering even more his control over the technique. Desperate upon seeing the body of her pupil transforming into rock, the doctor shouts with all her strength for him. He ignores the unbearable pain and says mentally to himself to hold on firm for a few more seconds in that combat. Doctor realizes that he is using the whirlwind's centrifugal force to isolate all the poison in the center of the water flow. Chimari smiles with confidence, wielding her golden needle, and says that the rest now depends only on her treatment, and everything will depend also on the immense and unshakable willpower that the youth demonstrates from now on. The small carbuncle praises the young warrior's effort, admitting that his performance was very good for a human. He positions himself in the air, laughing loudly, and decides to launch a second immense rock as if he were in a baseball game. Chimari finds the baseball sports terms strange and questions where the rabbit learned those human baseball expressions. The doctor reveals to the small monster that her powerful ipium possesses, inclusive the rare capacity of reversing aging. The rabbit points, laughing, that is the only reason an old grandma like her manages to appear so young in the arena. She ignores the provocation and remembers how much more imposing and powerful he seemed in his original form in the past. Chimari realizes by the boss's irritated reaction that he really hates his current cute little bunny appearance. She opens a provocative smirk and asks if he would like her to make him return to his original size. The rabbit floats in complete silence for an instant while he reflects, thoughtful, about her tempting proposal. He shouts, totally surprised, unable to believe that astute human would really do a favor of that type. The small monster begins to jump with joy, demanding that she do that soon while the doctor imposes her conditions. She says that she will only help him if Tuma survives the training process, and the rabbit shouts for the youth to maintain focus. The doctor feels the weight of physical fatigue and wonders if she is getting old or if that lethal poison is too strong. She shouts with all her strength, begging for the boy not to give up while he fights bravely against the pain. Tuma continues spinning intensely the purple water mass, accumulating a monumental quantity of spinning poison. The immense energy explodes in the air, leaving the small boss desperate upon seeing that his plan to return to normal failed. She explains that in reality, the youth used the centrifugal force to expel all the useless water to the outside of the flow. With that, only the pure and concentrated poison accumulated in the middle of the whirlwind, losing totally its speed. Upon isolating the lethal substance completely, the boy manages to easily mold his powerful sword without a blade. He leans with firmness on the sandy ground and manages, finally, to hold the colossal purple weapon with his own hands. Toma stands imposing, wielding his new and powerful water flow magic sword loaded with lethal poison. The doctor recognizes, impressed, that despite having been luck, the youth won the challenge using pure genius. Gasping and exhausted, the lad breathes with difficulty while the stone shells of his face begin to fall onto the ground. He collapses to his knees on the sandy ground, falling backward in the desert due to the extreme fatigue provoked by the combat. The doctor takes advantage of the moment of calm to activate her healing spell and contain the progression of his petrification. The youth opens a slight exhausted smile and says with pride that finally he managed to fulfill the first part of the mission. The mystical spirit Aeon appears with arms crossed next to the doctor, observing proud the success of the training. He tries to pull a conversation with the beautiful Apion, inventing some silly excuse while he becomes completely embarrassed. The young fairy understands that the spirit decided not to interfere to allow the boy to evolve on his own terms. He comments, smiling, that the lad is too stubborn and that he would never back down before any obstacle in his path. The small carbuncle sits lazily on Tuma's head and says with arrogance that the boy only got an average grade. Toma questions how he learned to speak his language, and the monster responds with arrogance that he will just spare their lives. The youth asks, surprised, if they are no longer enemies, and the floating pink rabbit confirms that he still hates humans. He explains that his only real desire is to manage to escape from there, since their mutual interests match at the moment. Tuma reflects and agrees that if they manage to dialogue civilly, there will always be space for mutual understanding. The small carbuncle collects, joyfully, the doctor's promise, demanding that she transform him into his true self soon. However, the doctor collapses to her knees, exhausted, revealing that her own spiritual energy reached the extreme limit. She reveals that she exhausted all her guide strength during the arduous process of keeping the lad alive during the training. Tuma and the small floating rabbit are left completely in shock upon witnessing the sudden and drastic change in her. She tries to calm them down, explaining that she only returned to her real form of an elderly woman, and the boy blames himself for the occurrence. The scene changes to the immense general hospital of the city, where the rest of their allies remain under constant observation. Hako observes little Suzu from afar and guarantees that her health state is completely stabilized for now. Toma hands over the poisoned sword, and the elderly woman tells the irritated rabbit to wait his turn if he doesn't want to cause trouble. With a look of distrust, the old lady turns in the direction of the large wooden gate that is right behind them. The warrior Ra appears lean against the wall, admitting, surprised, that that was the first time someone detected him like that. He focuses his penetrating look on the elderly woman and asks with seriousness if she is the famous fugitive Dr. Chimari Rorabata. Tuma assumes a defensive posture in front of his mentor, wondering, startled, when that rival arrived there. The invader affirms calmly that he could witness with his own eyes her legendary capacity to cure any ailment. Rai invites the group to go with him, but the elderly doctor does not seem very convinced by the sudden proposal. She questions if she should accept the invitation to treat his sick people and introduces herself as the famous mother of corruption. Ra asks if she charges expensive for the consultations, and the elderly woman reveals, laughing, that most of her patients don't have how to pay. The invader unsheathes his sharp daggers, decided to resolve that situation in a way much less friendly. The small carbuncle assumes a monstrous and threatening form, swearing that he will take the opponent by force no matter what. The cute pink bunny floats, imposing, and creates a powerful purple energy portal to attack the sassy invader. Rai positions himself firmly on the ground and shouts, telling the small pink monster to wait his turn to fight with patience. the warrior with blue hair prepares himself, concentrating all his spiritual energy in the daggers for the imminent combat. Several cuts of purple and brilliant light cross the air with simply overwhelming speed during the quick strike. Ra'e dodges a shower of gigantic stones and is surprised to note that the cute little monster really manages to speak. The small rabbit lets out a startled moan upon realizing that his devastating attack did not have the desired effect on the rival. Tuma assumes the front of the battle, wielding his weapon, and asks for his companions to let him resolve that confusion. Hako impedes the young hunter's advance, reminding him with seriousness that the safety of the elderly doctor must come first. Tuma tries to call Carbuncle's attention, while the little pink monster makes an obscene gesture, quite irritated with the situation. The elderly woman observes the invader with blue hair and recognizes that his combat ability is far superior to other rivals. Rao releases an alarming quantity of purple energy around his body, leaving the doctor quite worried about the danger. Suddenly, she feels another signature of gigantic spiritual power approaching rapidly from that same region. Going back a few minutes in time, two powerful warriors float under a red portal in the night sky to investigate the location. The American hero Gideon emerges with an immense and confident smile on his face, greeting joyfully his long-time rival. Hakogami, with dark sunglasses, mocks the fact that they meet so much lately and asks if he also searches for the elderly woman. Gideon explains, laughing, that the associations of Japan and America usually cooperate to close the portals that appear in the sky. He admits in a relaxed way that they usually fight over the spoils of the missions, and for that reason are considered born rivals. The two warriors stare at each other up close, while Hakogami denies coldly that supposed friendly rivalry he invented. The hero remembers that the history of battles between them is very balanced, but points out that there exists a great secret behind that. Gideon smiles, saying that in reality, his opponent only managed to tie because he always utilizes clones to fight in his place. The warrior with dark sunglasses listens to the provocation in silence, maintaining a totally serious expression under the moonlight of the night. Hakogami admits that the rival would have the advantage if he fought using only one body, but decides to change the rules of the combat now. Hakogami's clones attack coordinated, firing a powerful torrent of yellow lightning in the direction of the hero in a cape. He observes the smoke of the attack, hoping to have defeated the adversary with that incredible and devastating electricity technique. However, Gideon's voice emerges from inside the dark mist, recognizing that the rival's strike was really quite strong. Golden sparks begin to dance around the hero's mystical armor, showing that he did not suffer any damage from the blow. Hakogami insists, unleashing another colossal storm of brilliant lightning against his persistent adversary in a cape. He retreats, surprised to note that his most powerful special ability seems not to have any effect against the opponent. The hero's voice echoes again from inside the immense curtain of black smoke, leaving the rival increasingly tense in the battle. Lightning bolts begin to run through Gideon's boots and metallic gloves, indicating that the energy was completely absorbed by him. Gideon makes an analogy with the rock-paper, scissors game and states, laughing, that he is the worst type of adversary for the rival. Hakogami clicks his tongue, quite frustrated with that mockery, while his clones float in alert around the hero. He realizes that the opponent is coating his armor with the relic, causing the thunder to pass straight through his body. The phenomenon is compared to the functioning of a Faraday cage, where the passengers of a struck car remain unharmed. With that impenetrable defense, the lightning hunter's attack options diminish drastically during the confrontation. Gideon positions himself in an intimidating way, showing to be in fact the perfect natural enemy against his technique. Hakogami sighs, adjusting his yellow sunglasses, upon realizing that the fight became infinitely more complicated. Suddenly, the hero in a red cape lets out a scream of pure frustration, cursing loudly in the middle of the sky for some mysterious reason. Gideon wishes to avoid his carelessness upon seeing that his imposing metallic armor was totally covered by sticky slime. Smiling, he exhibits the relic in the form of a sphere that he captured and decides that it is time to activate his contingency plan. He shouts, announcing his incredible transformation, while a colossal explosion of golden light takes over the entire scene. A brilliant and scintillating magic energy involves his body, while he does flamboyant poses in the middle of the skies. Gideon opens a radiant and proud smile, while colorful and brilliant sparks float beautifully around him. On the other side, Hakagami just stares at him with a look of deep boredom and total disbelief before that ridiculous scene. The hero in a cape finishes his flamboyant transformation, exhibiting with pride his new brilliant visual under the moonlight. The hero Gideon exhibits an enormous smile of confidence, showing that he is quite excited to start the combat. He does an imposing pose in the air and announces, in a loud voice, the official start of his special combat operations. Hakogami observes the scene with boredom and questions if that flamboyant presentation was really necessary there. Gideon ignores the criticism and guarantees with pride that a sequence of heroic transformations is essential to give hope. He adds, in a very humorous way, that the Japanese warriors always politely wait for the end of the transformation. Hakogami is left quite thoughtful and wonders, confused, why he ended up obeying those strange rules. Gideon flies in the direction of the opponent and warns, laughing, that he still intends to capture the Dr. Chamari, no matter what. Hakogami releases his electrical energy and warns seriously that he will not allow the rival to take the elderly doctor from there. The American hero does not lose time and advances at high speed through the skies, wrapped in an intense aura of pink power. He lets out a war cry and unleashes a right-hand punch with extreme strength, trying to hit the adversary in the air. The hero's punch is unleashed using his powerful liquid metal relic that shines intensely with the impact. The powerful strike of Gideon collides directly against the opponent's resistant spear, generating an enormous shock wave. Hakogami is pushed in a violent way backward due to the tremendous impact of the devastating American hero's blow. It is revealed that his metal weapon possesses a lower durability when compared with other superior relics. However, the hero manages to easily overcome that physical disadvantage through an impeccable combat technique. He utilizes his incredible spiritual energy control to increase the potency of his attacks during combat. The hunter in the red cape moves nimbly and prepares to unleash one more powerful strike against the confused rival. He lands an extremely fast direct punch that makes the air around tremble in a terrifying way due to the immense pressure. A colossal pillar of pink light cuts the skies, proving that the difference of power between his weapons was reduced. Gideon lands imposing in the middle of the smoke and celebrates, saying that he managed to defeat one more clone of the adversary there. He looks up, analyzing the opponent's energy flow, and thinks that that combat would be a great lesson for Ryuga. The hero points to the remaining clones and suggests, in a mocking tone, that it would be smarter to join all forces. Hakogami emerges by surprise right behind him, warning that dividing forces is not always a terrible idea in battle. Gideon is startled to realize that the rival managed to dodge his previous attack, even utilizing maximum speed. He tries to react immediately, but is surprised by the incredible agility of the adversary, who moves around him. Several copies of Hakogami surround the hero on all sides, preparing a coordinated surprise attack with their spears. One of the copies unleashes a quick and precise blow through Gideon's back, leaving the warrior totally without reaction. The hero in a red cape lets out a scream of pain upon being hit by the immense quantity of energy released in the impact. Hakogami floats above him and warns that, although electricity does not work, he possesses another secret technique, much more dangerous. He reveals that he developed a combat style focused on electromagnetism, especially to manage to defeat the rival. Even wounded, Gideon manages to recover in the air and praises, laughing, the determination of his opponent in that difficult battle. Suddenly, the hero begins to be pulled and pushed in various directions by a mysterious invisible magnetic force. The plan consists of using the clones as opposite magnetic poles to control totally the adversary's movement. Enveloping the hero's body with electromagnetism, he prevents the opponent from managing to defend himself from his quick blows. The magnetic attraction and repulsion make the blue-haired hunter move with a speed much superior to that of light. Hakogami advances, unleashing a relentless sequence of quick blows against the adversary who is trapped in the air. Gideon tries to defend himself, but ends up being hit consecutively from all directions without managing to react to the rhythm. He is tossed from one side to the other, while the opponent observes attentively the success of his combat strategy. Hakagami's clone takes advantage of the gap and positions himself upside down, unleashing one more accurate blow with his spear. However, the experienced hero manages to surprise the rival, unleashing a devastating punch coming from bottom to top. He celebrates, laughing, and explains that if the opponent forces him to turn his back, he just attacks both sides at the same time. Gideon reveals that before he only used brute force, but that he learned to adopt combat tactics much more intelligent and astute. Hakogami wipes the blood from his face with an ironic smile and thanks the rival for helping him evolve in the battle. The hunter with dark sunglasses proposes that they continue the fight until the end, but the hero suggests an alternative for the confrontation. He decides to concentrate all his spiritual power into one last definitive attack to decide the winner once and for all. Hakagami accepts the challenge willingly, channeling his electromagnetic energy and creating a brilliant trail in the air. He runs along the immense bridge of light in the direction of the hero, complaining that the combat always ends up being decided on his rules. A colossal and blinding pillar of golden light explodes in the skies, illuminating the entire region with overwhelming power. Hakogami is left surprised to feel the immense pressure of the final blow, and his glasses end up breaking in the middle of the impact. The clash between the two colossal abilities reaches its maximum limit, generating a visual spectacle of pure mystical energy. Hakogami lets out a determined scream, calling the hero in a cape to the final confrontation with all his remaining forces. A beam of golden and cutting energy crosses the skies, hitting both fighters in an extremely violent way. Gideon loses his metallic arm, and Hakogami is cut in half by that terrible surprise attack coming from nowhere. A colossal and noisy explosion of water occurs in the ocean, marking the tragic fall of the two elite warriors. The small carbuncle floats with fury, letting out an energetic scream to intimidate the opponents on the edge of that battle. He throws gigantic stones through his purple portals, guaranteeing that no strike from the rivals will manage to stop him there. Toma thanks the little monster's support, while the elderly doctor observes the situation with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, their attention is drawn by a large wooden gate that stands out in the middle of that immense desert. The gate opens slowly, revealing a mysterious figure wrapped in intense golden flames right behind the entrance. Toma sweats nervously upon feeling that terrifying presence, realizing that it deals with a fusion between relic and human. The imposing warrior in golden armor and conical hat reveals himself, wielding a staff with a brilliant green gem. He adjusts his round glasses and complains in a comical way that his vision became completely dark suddenly. The warrior says that it seemed like he was dipped in coffee or Odin broth, but celebrates upon seeing that the stain vanished soon. Tuma widens his eyes upon feeling the power flow of that man and wonders if that has relation with Hakagami-san. The youth demands to know what he did with the leader, and the golden warrior responds with disdain about the human he found. The mysterious enemy reveals without shame that he unleashed a surprise attack against Hakagami simply because he was in the way. Toma grits his teeth in pure fury while the gray petrification begins to spread dangerously through his neck. The invader tries to explain the situation using a confused metaphor about the fight between a crab and a giant octopus. The boy is confused by the absurd comparison, while the golden warrior shines intensely in the middle of the desert. Ayan and Brigitte observe the dialogue in silence, finding pathetic the rival's clumsy attempt to appear intelligent. The blue spirit reveals with seriousness that golden warrior is the legendary gold-level relic called Durandal. Tuma is quite worried about the revelation and asks his allied spirit what his special ability is. Ayan confesses that he doesn't know the details, and Brigitte asks, surprised, if it wasn't the spirit himself who created the opponent. The blue spirit reveals that the only guaranteed fact about Durandal is that everything that opposed its path was destroyed. Ayan stares at the powerful rival and admits mentally that he possesses no memory of having created that golden relic. The warrior in golden armor takes the floor and comments about the presence of the legendary Ayan relic with the young lad. He faces the boy with black hair up close and asks if his name is really Kurogane Toma in that place. The opponent remembers the words of Lord Basilisk, affirming that he and the young hunter possess many things in common. Tuma asks if he seeks the black sword, but the rival guarantees that he promised not to attack anyone of the group at that moment. The boy realizes that there really is no murderous intent coming from him, but knows he cannot trust an enemy like that. Durando points out that the youth is weak due to the petrification poison, and that he wouldn't manage to use half of his strength. The young hunter faces the opponent in silence, feeling the physical fatigue and the weight of the poison spreading through his skin. The warrior of gold ignores the lad and asks directly to the elderly doctor what she plans to do in that location. Chimari scorns the affectionate treatment of young lady given by the adversary and faces him with her usual sharp look. She leans on the sandy ground and orders firmly for the boy to remove the poison blade so that she can start the process. The elderly doctor warns that she will use Epion to reverse that poison and create the cure, telling the opponent not to interfere. Durandal realizes their intentions and understands that they are trying to create an antidote for his lord's poison. The hat's visor shines in dark red, and the villain warns that before that, he will be obliged to assassinate everyone there. Tuma unsheathes his weapon and says with determination for Chimari, San to focus only on the cure while he protects the rear. He activates his special creation ability and materializes the colossal and brilliant star, explosive sword. Durandal remembers that his lord desires the youth as an ally and decides that he will need to contain his immense strength in the clash. He strikes his staff with firmness on the sandy ground, preparing himself to deal with the young hunter's determined advance. The warrior in golden armor releases a colossal torrent of fire and decides to fight using only half of his power. He concentrates his spiritual energy around his body, generating dozens of brilliant golden beams in the desert. Tuma and his companions are extremely surprised to feel the overwhelming pressure of that colossal ability. Durandal assumes an imposing posture and executes his extremely quick attack against the startled young hunter. Toma jumps with everything, unleashing a powerful blow with his enormous black sword to try to contain the enemy's advance. In a terrible fraction of seconds, the youth imagines himself being sliced cruelly in half with his destroyed sword. The boy widens his eyes, taken by absolute dread upon feeling the clear presence of death right before his being. Suddenly, Carmichael shouts, telling the youth to take care in the exact instant in which an immense golden explosion happens. Tuma collides head-on against Durandal, generating a gigantic shockwave that raises dust and stones throughout the desert. The golden villain surrenders in a mocking tone, joking that he hadn't felt so loved like that since the New Year's Eve in the city. The young hunter retreats, completely gasping, and realizes, startled, that his opponent is infinitely strong for him to contain. Chimari observes the battle in complete silence, feeling that the power difference between the two fighters is ridiculous. The villain warns that using half of his power was too generous and decides to reduce his strength to just 10%. Tuma grits his teeth, feeling the immense spiritual pressure that the opponent emanates, even using just the minimum of his strength. The boy jumps with everything, unleashing a determined shout to try a direct blow against the hat of the golden warrior. He executes his quick red, flame-cutting technique, trying to break the defensive barrier of the powerful opponent. Durandal dodges all the blows with extreme ease and praises in an ironic way the determination of the young lad in the fight. He continues blocking Tuma's strikes without effort and recognizes with a smile that the boy really possesses talent. The hunter with yellow eyes realizes, terrified, that his best attacks don't cause even a scratch on the enemy. The villain mocks his resistance and unleashes a strong blow that throws the lad violently backward onto the sand. Ray emerges by surprise, unleashing a quick attack, but the golden warrior blocks the strike, complaining of treacherous tactics. Before an invincible enemy, the young hunter with blue hair suggests that they stop fighting among themselves to fight together. Ra focuses his look, demonstrating that he agrees temporarily with the truce to manage to focus on the armored adversary. The hunters positioned themselves side by side, decided to prioritize the safety of the Dr. Chimari during that difficult combat. Tuma warns in panic for his new ally to be careful, for the entire body of Durandal is as resistant as a relic. Upon feeling the destructive scale of the opponent's mystical energy, Ra realizes that he will need to fight using absolutely everything of himself. He advances with extreme agility in the direction of the danger, decided to release the maximum power of his hidden special ability. Durandal observes the quick advance and identifies that the lad's technique involves the use of a very dangerous sacrificial power. The villain explains that the blow absorbs the vital force of allies marked by a seal and asks how many lives are linked to him. A vision of the people of his homeland emerges in his mind, praying and offering voluntarily their own lives for the success. The great mystical seal shines intensely in the air, representing the last hope of salvation of all the people of his land. Ra cries and asks for forgiveness, knowing that many allies will die in the process, but swears that he will defeat the enemy for his home. He executes his definitive Crimson Flame attack, advancing with a speed and destructive power simply absurd. A colossal explosion of purple and red energy consumes the entire battlefield, generating an immense shockwave in the desert. Durandal blocks the powerful blow, crossing his arms without suffering any type of injury from the impact of that technique. The villain says that he feels the weight of the hundreds of sacrificed lives in his conscience, but warns that he will fight seriously against him. He unleashes a devastating punch that destroys the rival's weapon and annals, completely all the spiritual energy that was surrounding him there. Rai spits blood upon receiving the brutal impact, and the villain warns coldly for him not to take that defeat personally. The young hunter with blue hair is thrown with violence and collapses unconscious onto the sand. Right in front of the elderly doctor, Chimari observes the fallen partner with wide eyes of horror, wondering if all that is just a terrible nightmare. She concludes, terrified, that even if she were with 100% of her forces, she would never be capable of defeating a monster like him. The elderly doctor stares at the imposing and terrifying silhouette of Durandal, who emanates an overwhelming quantity of combat power. The small pink rabbit vents, frustrated, complaining that no thrown rock seems to cause damage on the brilliant warrior. Tuma agrees with the discouragement of his companion and realizes that the golden enemy is really a wall of absolute defense. The boy advances again, unleash another strike of fire, while Carbuncle creates one more of his purple wind portals. The small pink monster is startled by Tuma's sudden investiture and shouts, complaining that he almost died of fright with the action. However, the boy understands finally what is the real intention behind that combined attack that they are performing. He shouts, telling the small carbuncle to aim with extreme precision, and the little pink monster accepts the challenge with a confident smile. A gigantic and destructive storm of red winds and blue lightning explodes in the arena, covering the entire desert around. Toma unleashes his powerful, high-speed attack, catching his mystical ally completely off guard. The little carbuncle shouts in desperation, questioning the move and complaining that he nearly died of fright. However, the flying rabbit soon realizes what the boy's true plan was behind that brutal assault. Toma yells for his ally not to waste the chance, and Carbuncle charges forward confidently, claiming he will handle the rest. The two combine their incredible skills, generating a colossal vortex of electrical energy and flames in the sky. The overwhelming, destructive lightning bolt descends with full force, hitting the powerful golden, armored warrior head-on. Yet, the terrifying Durandal remains completely unharmed and imposing, even after receiving such a devastating blow. The golden warrior retaliates by firing an unrelenting, radiant beam that cuts through the air with extreme ease. The lethal attack destroys the sandy ground, forcing the young hunter to dodge quickly to avoid being wiped out. A massive magical explosion pushes the doctor and the elder villain away as dust consumes the battlefield. Tuma and the little carbuncle are left in absolute shock, unable to believe the opponent's resistance. The imposing golden warrior prepares himself and enigmatically remarks that holding back feels very strange. He wields his own golden relic, which goes by the name of the Sword of Certain Victory, Durandal. The elder approaches, driving his green staff into the sand, and suggests that they put an end to this fight soon. He mocks the young hunter's persistence, comparing the situation to the useless act of whittling sticks for gorillas. Durandal displays his glowing visor, warning that he will be satisfied as long as he eliminates the elderly doctor from there. Chimari senses the enormous danger and begins to break into a cold sweat, regretting in silence that she was too greedy. The doctor confesses that she thought they would both make it out alive if she could turn all that poison into medicine. A menacing shadow looms in the sky, and she laments no longer having the power to reverse such a terrifying technique. Ignoring the panic, Tuma charges forward, wielding his great sword, and letting out a cry filled with determination. He executes his explosive flash again with extreme speed, tearing through the air and surprising his ally. The boy shouts for the little carbuncle to repeat the previous technique and fire his attack with all his might. Durandal raises his golden arm, realizing that he cannot afford to take that attack without defending himself. Toma focuses his deadly gaze, believing he can at least contain the movement of his opponent's arm. The young man activates his special technique and envelopes himself in a brilliant, turbulent blade of flowing water. Using the power of remodeling, the boy creates multiple illusions of himself around the powerful golden knight. Durandal is left completely disoriented amidst the mirages, unable to identify the source of the true blow. The blue-haired warrior observes that Tuma used light refracted by water vapor to conjure the illusions. Carbuncle praises the boy's brilliant play and prepares to unleash an unrelenting storm of crimson wind. The little pink monster launches the overwhelming attack, admitting out loud that the young human has admirable talent. Suddenly, the greenish villain's staff begins to glow intensely, demanding immediate submission from its target. Carbuncle is brutally struck by green lightning, losing control of his attack in the face of that shock. A mystical vortex neutralizes the strike, while the elder celebrates the success of having waited for the opening. The young hunter is left confused, trying to understand how he missed the dangerous presence of another enemy on the field. The long-haired white villain lets out a wicked laugh, while the little rabbit collapses, defeated on the ground. The owner of the Calamity staff goes by the name of Balzabute and praises the little monster with extreme sarcasm and coldness. Durandal swings his body in a swift sword movement and destroys Tuma's mirages in a single instant. Balzabute approaches the fallen little rabbit and coldly complains that he had told Durandal not to interfere there. The Golden Knight mocks the elder's cowardly combat style, while the old man makes a frightening face at him. The old man retorts, pointing out that attacking enemies by surprise is a very intelligent military strategy. Toma screams in fury, demanding to know what that monstrous being did to immobilize his ally so quickly. The elder holds up a small silver bell and mocks him, asking if the boy has ever heard of a submission item. He explains that his relic only controls one body at a time and forces the pink rabbit to exhale a dangerous green energy. Balzabute steps on the ally's head, claiming that he could have avoided their desperation if he had acted at the beginning. He cackles maniacally, calling the situation pathetic, while the Golden Knight finds the mockery boring. The terrifying sorcerer flashes a devilish grin and warns that the boy has just ruined his only great trump card. Colossal magic vortex redirects Carbuncle's entire attack directly toward the doctor the young man was trying to save. Chimari widens her eyes as she faces the immense ball of destructive energy and finally accepts that this is the end. Tuma despairs, stretching his arm toward his mentor, unable to stop the danger approaching her. The gigantic sphere of pure destruction explodes on top of the doctor while the elder mocks their useless efforts. The mysterious ally draws a brilliant energy sword to defend the elderly woman. A colossal explosion of fire falls fiercely toward the defenseless doctor. Tuma reaches out his hand in despair, screaming with all his might to stop the tragedy. A beam of blinding light suddenly appears, reflecting the destructive attack in mid-air. The boy raises his head, completely perplexed to see the explosion being deflected. It is revealed that the special sword drained life force to convert it into power. The Dr. re-emerges on the battlefield, assuming her beautiful young form once again. She smiles confidently, guaranteeing that she always pays all her outstanding debts. Toma breaks into a huge smile of relief, seeing that his mentor is alive and well. Chimari floats in the air, using her magical powers to conjure a sphere of light. She fires a green healing beam, claiming that reversing a small dose is easy. The boy is startled to see his petrified arm glow and begin to heal. The doctor announces that the time has finally come to start their counterattack. She observes the Golden Knight and admits that defeating him still seems impossible. Chimari warns that they will flee at high speed, making the young man very confident. Beelzebub laments having acted too soon, ruining his great master plan. Tuma agrees that retreating is the best option to ensure his little sister is cured. Carbuncle points out that their interests aligned only to escape from there. Surprising everyone, the boy charges forward, sincerely apologizing to his mentor. Tuma runs toward danger, stating that he cannot simply abandon the rabbit. The old sorcerer shouts in fury, calling the young hunter an idiot for breaking formation. Suddenly, a sharp golden needle cuts through the air and strikes the terrifying villain's face. The impact of the surprise attack throws Beelzebub violently backward into the desert sand. Chimari displays her shining relic, proudly claiming credit for the shot. The elder clutches his wounded face, trembling with rage at the audacious doctor's cheek. She calls him an imbecile and warns that the only person they intend to flee from is the knight. Toma looks at his mentor in awe, feeling immense admiration for her courage. Chimari points her golden needle and asks for the boy's help to resolve the situation. The pink bunny floats behind the old man, his eyes shining with pure fury and vengeance. The doctor walks through the desert, stating that she still has a great debt to the mascot. The imposing warrior Durandal just watches as Chimari entrusts the task to the young man. She wisely deduces that the Golden Knight has a strong reason for not killing Toma. The boy wields his water sword while his mentor trusts in his maximum power. With a cunning smile, she guarantees that the young man will be able to give the enemy a beating. Chimari assumes her battle pose, ready to fight alongside her faithful disciple. The little carbuncle prepares to attack the old villain, taking advantage of the new distraction. The healer repeats her oath to help the mystical ally achieve his vengeance. The armored warrior waits patiently while the containment order is reinforced. Toma stands firm in combat, focused on taking advantage of the restrictions imposed on the adversary. The doctor encourages the young man, guaranteeing that he has enough strength to make a difference. She gives an evil look, fully believing in the incredible capability of her student. Durandal vibrates with excitement, celebrating the chance to finally have a more worthy battle. The knight recalls the deplorable state his little opponents were in before. He confesses that facing weak and dying enemies left him totally unmotivated. The villain clenches his fist in excitement, declaring that fights should always be fair and intense. Tuma asks about their chances of victory and swears to do everything in his power. Thanks to the curing of the petrification, the boy can coat his sword with full force. The mystical spirit Brigitte gives a side smile, stating that it was about time to act. Tuma recalls the hard training sessions, where he had to fight using only a blade of water. The purple-haired young woman smiles sinisterly, excited to show off her true power. The sword spirit warns that it is time to use full power and tells the boy to hold on tight. The young hunter accumulates overwhelming energy, promising not to forgive his opponent. He assumes an aggressive combat stance, holding his brilliant red sword. Toma charges at extreme speed, shouting the name of his powerful explosive attack. The strike hits the Golden Knight head-on, causing a massive explosion of flames. Durandal is surprised to realize that he received 3 different cuts with a single swing. The powerful attack propels each cut, creating 3 totally different impact points. The boy's impeccable movement eliminates any type of opening during the rapid attacks. The Golden Knight is bombarded by an unrelenting sequence of incredibly fast slashes. Durandal blocks the blow and decides that he will need to use 70% of his power here. Toma shouts in frustration and demands to know why the powerful adversary won't try to kill him. The armored knight responds calmly that he will need to ask a question first. Meanwhile, the old Beelzebub observes the doctor with his dominated pink monster. The elder mocks the human weakness of letting oneself be carried away by useless feelings in a fight. The sorcerer shows a wicked grin, stating that such an attitude makes things much easier. Chamari spins her needle and retorts to the insult by saying that the old man understands absolutely nothing. The villain loses his patience and orders her to hand over the valuable magical creature to him soon. The doctor ignores the threat and quickly activates her powerful reverse reflection technique. She inverts her own state of rest, transforming everything into supersonic speed. The old sorcerer is surprised and violently struck by a fast, invisible blow. Chamari appears right behind the villain, calling him useless after delivering her strike. Despite the impact, the elder smiles and states that her strength is not enough to defeat him. The villain is startled to see his own severed hand falling to the ground unexpectedly. But the terrifying sorcerer lets out a cry of pain and shock, not understanding what just happened. The woman smiles, revealing that unlike him, she pays close attention to her surroundings. She remembers Tuma's valuable warning about the villain's body being as resistant as a relic. The hunter explains that by understanding the physical structure of the relic, she can reverse that too. Chamari invokes her reversal charm, transforming extreme hardness into pure softness. She advances relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of cutting blows against the surprised enemy. The doctor mocks the fallen opponent, stating that his hard body is now as soft as tofu. The old man points his finger and orders the dominated creature to attack the cheeky hunter with everything. Carbuncle fires a colossal storm of light beams, crossing the entire desert sky. The impact creates a devastating shockwave, raising dust throughout the combat arena. Beelzebub moves away, holding his wounded arm and complaining that he hates sword fights. The sorcerer shows a scary smile and plans to retreat to rethink his strategy. The smoke dissipates and Chamari emerges unharmed inside her magical protection dome. She smiles with confidence, warning that the villain will not be able to escape to a safe zone. The healer leaps gracefully and reverses the magical properties of the combat arena. Chamari alters the defensive direction of the rival's technique, transforming it into something offensive. The woman fires her super Ken, shooting the sorcerer violently into the air. Beelzebub is left open, mouthed as he is brutally thrown to the skies by the overwhelming force. A large, thundering orange explosion happens in the air, illuminating the surrounding scenery. The old man falls to his knees on the ground, totally battered, while stones collapse around the site. Chamari floats gracefully and warns that she will ask one last question before crushing him. The hunter asks if the dominated creature will return to normal if she eliminates the old man there. The elder smiles in a macabre way, confirming the theory but warning that it is too early to celebrate. Beelzebub proudly reveals that his true power consists of controlling disasters. He questions what would happen if she tried to reverse natural disasters like earthquakes. The terrifying villain assumes a sadistic look, claiming he would love to see the doctor try to save them. Chamari finds it strange that a cunning old man would give away the details of his ability so easily. The blue spirit Aeon recognizes the sorcerer Beelzebub, despite his form having changed quite a bit. Aeon observes the combat and realizes that this perverse opponent is too dangerous for the boy. Tumo ignores the danger and demands that the great golden knight answer his question with total sincerity. Durandal explains patiently that they are acting to prevent the emergence of new holes in the sky. The blonde warrior confesses his deep desire to erase all celestial holes from the face of that world. Toma charges with his sword, confused by the enemy's speech, which reminds him of his former ally's words. The knight defends the attack and explains the true reason behind the appearance of those spatial holes. He reveals that humans themselves continue to throw monsters and trash into those celestial rifts. The young hunter becomes thoughtful, remembering that the spirit Aeon had already told him something similar before. Durandal raises his fist, swearing that under Basilist's orders, they will return to punish the great culprits. The Golden Knight charges with everything, firing an overwhelming flaming blast at the frightened boy. Durandal approaches swiftly and announces that the moment has finally arrived to ask his own question. The imposing armored warrior extends his hand and asks if the young hunter accepts cooperating with them. He reveals that a rare supreme treasure forms inside the bodies of humans affected by petrification. The knight points to the sky, stating that they will use this precious material to return to their higher world. Toma deduces in horror that the villain Basilisk spread the terrible disease, just to harvest this material. Durandal confirms the theory, smiling, and guarantees that the boy's help will bring the long-dreamed of peace to the world. The young hunter with yellow eyes explodes in pure fury and yells for the enemy to shut his mouth immediately. Toma delivers a brutal, overwhelming attack, managing to push the invincible Golden Warrior back. Belzebut watches from afar and mocks the impossible idea of a human deciding to ally himself with the monsters there. Durandal decides to stop playing around and warns that he will end the fight with a single blow of full power. Toma stands firm on the battlefield, remembering the immense suffering of his little sister, Suzu. The boy takes off at high speed, kicking up dust and heading for the decisive confrontation against the enemy. He jumps courageously, shouting that he would never sell his own family for anything in this world. The enraged youth yells that he does not care for the supposed world peace, based on that terrible sacrifice. The knight delivers his blow, but the boy goes into shock, realizing his body has suddenly paralyzed. The golden sword cuts through the air and destroys what appeared to be the young man's body, leaving a bright trail in the sand. But in reality, the boy jumps unharmed over the knight, delivering his powerful counterattack of fire. Toma's blade hits the adversary's shoulder, causing superficial damage to the imposing golden armor. The youth lands on the ground, confused, questioning the reason why the combat has taken such a strange turn. He asks indignantly why the skilled knight simply did not dodge or block that attack. Durandal begins to glow intensely with digital particles, while letting out small cries of weeping. The warrior starts crying loudly and scandalously, leaving the young hunter completely perplexed. A memory arises showing the Lord Basilisk claiming that he and the boy share the same essence. The knight cries like a child and finally understands the profound meaning of his master's words. Durandal kneels, defeated, admitting that his loyalty to Basilisk prevents him from hurting the young hunter. The Golden Warrior accepts his defeat nobly in a battle he is not permitted to win. He stands up, walking away relieved, confessing that crying like that really cleansed his soul. Durandal opens a huge magical portal, warning that he needs to take care of an urgent matter, and disappears. Toma and Ayan remain standing in the desert, trying to process the fugitive warrior's bizarre and sudden attitude. The blue spirit smiles with his arms crossed, commenting that the knight continues to be very direct in his actions. A colossal and sudden explosion of wind throws the boy backward, interrupting the moment of calm. A gigantic and frightening retinue appears on the horizon, completely devastating the region's skies. The boy despairs, fearing for Chimeri's life upon recognizing Belzebut's destructive ability. The immense tornado spins with violence, while the villain demonstrates his absolute control over disasters. Ayan warns that if monsters count as a disaster, the Elder can also control them without any difficulty. The spirit reassures the young man, guaranteeing that the doctor can simply reverse the tornado to annul it. Toma shows a confident look, believing fully in the incredible strength of his mentor and the healing spirit. However, a heavy rain falls on the arena, where the elderly woman appears completely exhausted before the sorcerer. Chimari shows an expression of pure exhaustion and despair, without strength to face that overwhelming villain. The terrifying sorcerer smiles in the rain, asking where the Golden Warrior just fled. Toma stares at the powerful enemy, completely confused and surprised by that frightening situation. The young hunter runs desperately toward his mentor, who has fallen on the sand of that desert. Chimari reaches out her hand, warning that a child like him would never be able to defeat the villain. The elder smiles in a sinister way, asking the woman not to judge the situation so quickly. The villain provokes the boy, promising to show exactly how the elderly doctor lost all her strength. Toma charges with everything, unleashing his powerful explosive attack against the greenish sorcerer. Belzebut uses his magical staff and makes the boy stop his charge with extreme ease. The young hunter widens his eyes in complete shock to see his blow being annulled that way. An explosion occurs and the boy's brutal attack is rebuffed as if it were absolutely nothing. The elder mocks the young man's weakness, calling him a coward while holding his staff calmly. Tuma realizes in a panic that a gigantic lightning storm is about to strike the elderly woman. The black-haired hunter leaps desperately to try to intercept the powerful electric magic. The boy throws himself in the middle of the path, receiving the entire fulminating impact of the attack on his back. Beelzebub opens a dark smile and calls the young man a fool for trying to play hero in that place. Toma uses his last bit of strength and shouts, invoking his incredible blade, less creation technique. The power of the immense thunder spreads furiously through the air, trying to destroy the warrior's body. The boy collapses on the sandy ground, completely battered, while his mentor screams his name. The villain deduces calmly that the young man absorbed the lightning into the sword and grounded the power into the sand. The youth trembles on the ground, complaining of pain, while the enemy praises the blue spirit's intuition. Toma tries to stand with difficulty, cursing the cursed opponent for that cowardly attack. The elder opens his arms, commenting that humans are weak but possess a gigantic greed. The white-haired villain hits the base of his magical staff with extreme force on the desert floor. An overwhelming hurricane consumes the arena, and the old man states that they try to protect too much. Chimari tries to resist the storm, and the sorcerer points out that this protective attitude is not a good match. The opponent states that trying to protect others only hinders performance during combat. With a maniacal look, the sorcerer insists that the boy should care only about himself. Toma focuses his power and invokes his colossal and impenetrable blade of gold on the scorching sand. He quickly alters the weapon's shape, creating an incredible and gigantic adamantine umbrella. The golden dome protects the boy and his dear allies from the terrible wind of magical stones. The hunter keeps the barrier firm, admitting with frustration that the old sorcerer has a point. The young man realizes that the enemy used his allies' lives as hostages to control the battle. He laments the situation, but accepts that his own heart could never abandon his friends. Tuma grinds his teeth, holding off the brutal impact of the gigantic stones against the protective shield. Chimari asks the boy to take the sample of the dangerous poison and flee that place immediately. The doctor explains that medical research will advance greatly if he takes the toxin back home. She kneels weak and confesses that she will die in peace if the boy uses the poison to heal the world. An old memory of the leader Hako echoes in his mind, asking the young man not to cling to the past. Toma cries, asking why the doctor lost the fight protecting the turban-wearing partner and the mascot. The boy yells with all his might, exalting the true strength of his dear mentor's heart. The elderly woman is left speechless and moved upon hearing the sincere confession of such a young warrior. He refuses the sacrifice and prepares with his golden blade, swearing that he can still battle. The blue spirit smiles with great pride to see the incredible maturity of his little prodigy. The elder points his finger and reveals that his only target from the start was to capture that poison. The dangerous sphere of poisonous energy floats in the air, illuminating the fragile and tired doctor on the sand. The sorcerer admires the pure venom of basilisk, confessing that only the leader could refine it like that. Beelzebub explains that they absorb the toxin to recreate the bodies of the relic personalities. The villain compares this monstrous method to the creation of the most powerful boss in a great dungeon. He lets out a sickly laugh, guaranteeing that this strength will make him the strongest member of the group. Suddenly, a gigantic laser of light cuts and destroys the entire hurricane, impressing the warriors. A gigantic beam of mystical energy cuts the skies and annihilates the tornado in the blink of an eye. The terrifying sorcerer widens his eyes in a complete state of shock to see the hurricane vanish. Aayan materializes, holding a purple sword, warning that the old villain said too much there. The elder retreats, completely terrified, unable to believe what he is seeing before him. Beelzebub shouts in desperation, realizing the overwhelming presence of that powerful spirit. Rai and the doctor observe with surprise the purple and intense light that suddenly appeared in the arena. The blue spirit questions coldly if the old man knows which scent he hates most in the world. Aeon protects the young hunter and states that he abhors the rotten smell of twisted self-love. The mystical warrior wields his weapon, saying that it rots other people's love. Ian points the sword at the villain, and Tuma murmurs the name of his ally, still quite confused. The boy soon understands that the spirit used the dangerous toxin as a vessel to gain a body. Chimari feels an absurd spiritual pressure emanating directly from inside the black sword. Rai is terrified by the immense energy and wonders what kind of monster has just appeared. A colossal storm of guiding force begins to form in the skies, impressing everyone. The old sorcerer lets out a hysterical laugh, saying that the rival's accusation is ridiculous. Baalzebut boasts of his millennial age, calling the spirit a whelp who does not understand love. Aeon maintains a serious posture and warns that the sorcerer knows absolutely nothing about loving. The blue spirit reflects and confesses to the surprised boy that he really does not know what love is. Aeon stares at his sword and admits sincerely that he is unfamiliar with the feeling of loving someone. The mystical warrior charges toward the villain, saying he will imitate the boy's actions. Aeon reveals that his goal now is only to protect other people out of love. Baalzebut tries to keep calm, remembering that the adversary is just an inexperienced blacksmith. The old man smiles devilishly, remembering that he was forged by Aeon and therefore knows his tricks. The sorcerer glows in green and reveals himself to be a weapon modified with new mortal powers. The villain invokes several gigantic magical circles, promising to show his great secret trump card. The elder challenges the creator of the relics by firing his attack to annihilate everyone present. An immense volcano erupts, creating a scene of absolute destruction on the battlefield. Violent waves and huge stones fall from the skies, transforming the location into a true apocalypse. The disaster advances relentlessly against the group, while chaos dominates the entire arena. Aeon remains calm and lifts his sword, activating the special blade, less creation technique. A thin and bright trail of blue light emerges from the spirit's sword and cuts through the air rapidly. The old villain is paralyzed with confusion to see his powerful calamity magics disappearing. Aeon raises his flaming sword and comments to Tuma that it will be difficult to give the weapon a name. Baalzebut panics, stretching out his hands and begging the warrior to stop the attack. The young hunter is marveled at the overwhelming power he is witnessing in that instant. The blue spirit annihilates all destructive magics with rapid and immensely strong cuts. Aeon appears imposing, holding the immense shining sword, revealing it to be the final form of the relic. The mystical warrior snaps his fingers, asking if he acted too fast before finishing off the rival. The elder's body begins to crumble into pieces, and the villain grumbles, agonizing in pain on the sand. Aeon questions coldly who was responsible for altering the relics in such a bizarre way. The spirit demands to know if it was Basilisk's work, and warns that the old man will live longer if he starts talking. Baalzebut stretches his shattered arm, shouting in pure desperation before disappearing. Aeon raises his hand to the heavens, concluding that love is only real when directed at other people. The blue spirit clenches his fist firmly, finalizing his great judgment against the villain. A small explosion of purple light occurs, marking the definitive end of the terrifying elder sorcerer. The remains of the toxin and the evil energy shatter into small blue fragments through the air. The little pink monster carbuncle awakens from his trance, groaning in pain and totally disoriented. The flying rabbit shouts in fury, swearing that he will hit the Golden Knight one way or another now. Chimari sighs in relief and provokes the mascot, saying he breaks her entire fighting rhythm. The young Tuma sits on the sand, completely exhausted and panting after surviving the intense combat. Toma thanks Aeon for the support, but the ally refuses the praise, saying he only copied his actions. The boy is confused, remembering that the spirit claimed not to understand love, even while protecting them with care. The majestic, mystical warrior turns his face and remains in complete silence before that statement. Aeon decides to explain that his species ended up immersed in civilization for too long in the past. He reveals that technology conquered death and eternal life made their emotions disappear little by little. The spirit remembers that in the past, his people could still feel something true for their families. He describes the simplest and most beautiful feelings that connected parents, children, and their great friends. but the blue warrior laments having been born completely empty and without the capacity to love absolutely anything. Ayan explains that because he is empty, he devours the emotions of others and feels he has no right to speak of love. Toma stands up with difficulty on the sand, confessing he doesn't understand anything of that explanation. The young hunter confronts the spirit, remembering that he cried with sadness for the deceased alien Ansem. Ayan widens his eyes, shocked to realize that he really shed tears for his friend without even noticing. Toma smiles gently and questions if that pain tightening in his chest wouldn't be proof of love. The boy displays a sincere look and confirms with all the certainty in the world that that feeling was love. The youth approaches his mystical companion and thanks him once again for saving everyone there. The blue spirit is left completely speechless, touched by the sincerity of the young man's words. Suddenly, a pink and overwhelming beam of light falls from the heavens, tearing through the atmosphere with extreme force. The colossal attack collides with the desert, raising an immense cloud of dust and scaring the whole group. Mysterious silhouettes emerge in the smoke, and a voice complains that they came expecting to find a supreme treasure. The group of enemies reveals itself on the battlefield and expresses enormous disappointment at seeing the survivors. The elderly doctor carries the wounded young Rai and murmurs, exhausted, that today is definitely not their day. Tuma assumes a defensive posture, questioning irritably how many more enemies intend to appear there. The boy with yellow eyes sweats coldly upon realizing that all the newcomers possess absurd strength. The invaders stare at the small group with extreme contempt, calling them mere, totally useless humans. Ayan observes the new adversaries with a sharp look, seeming to recognize their true nature. The mystical warrior notices that they also walk together in that world, just like Durandal and Balzabut. He identifies them as the 10 divine relics, chosen to be the guardian treasures of the capital. The elder presents the group as the 10 serpentine blades that form Lord Basilisk's royal guard. The villain in the top hat smiles, deducing that the group eliminated Balzabut, and that now they are only 9 blades. The young man in the jacket advances quite excitedly, wanting to fight Ayan because he thinks he is very strong. The blue-haired warrior yawns in boredom, stating he prefers to focus on searching for the supreme treasure. The red-haired woman warns that they cannot ignore Ayan's threat since he gained a physical body there. The warrior smiles and laments that they didn't destroy Durandal as well so he could rank up. The quiet, dark boy with silver hair stares at Tuma, deducing he is Ayan's current bearer. The leader warns that they must take down the target with caution, since the Lord desires him, and attacking together would be stupid. The warrior named Fragarach takes the lead with a sadistic smile, assuming the mission for himself. The elder agrees with the choice and orders 2 other members to watch and analyze the battle as support. Ayan walks calmly toward the enemies and asks Tuma to let him fight in his place for a bit. The imposing blue spirit drives his sword into the sand, warning that he really wants to protect something there now. Ayan focuses all his immense spiritual energy and activates his incredible blade, less creation technique. A colossal explosion of power erupts from the ground, invoking hundreds of magical, shining crosses in the air. Gigantic ethereal swords fire toward the skies, completely illuminating the desert scenery. Tomal observes that power with shining eyes and admits in awe that he could never do that. The enemies are surprised to note that the founder of the relics is so strong in direct combat. The spirit stands imposing, while the villains remember he was forbidden to fight in the ancient world. The warrior Fragarach smiles, excited to test if his demon, cutting scythe surpasses the blacksmith. The opponent reveals with extreme pride that his scythe was forged for a different purpose than the others. He explains that his function is to purge all relics that have become corrupted due to excessive power. The villain charges fiercely, claiming to be the only weapon created exclusively to destroy other relics. Fragarach orders the ally to clear the path, while he advances relentlessly to contain Ayan's powers. The red-haired woman advances rapidly with her dangerous spear, accepting the mission to clear the path. The warrior Fragarach runs relentlessly against the immense magical swords created by Aeon, the purple-haired villain displays a sadistic and confident smile while preparing his dreaded scythe. The special weapon easily cuts through magical defenses, not being affected by any rival ability. Ragnarok spins in the air and destroys the barriers, explaining that his weapon annals any type of magic. He reveals that the allies' whip can devour guiding force, and that a single hit will be fatal. The villain shouts in fury, ordering his partner to attack the mystical spirit with all her might. But the red-haired woman's weapon is cut into several pieces in the air before she can even attack. The warrior spits blood after being hit by a brutal and fast blow directly in her own chest. Ragnarok widens his eyes in complete shock, not understanding how his ally was defeated. Suddenly, the villain is surprised and sliced by a barrage of invisible and overwhelming blows. Tuma observes the combat, extremely confused, and wonders what just happened there. Aeon remains calm and tells the boy to observe with attention, because he can also do the same. The spirit channels his energy into his arm, activating his own blade, less creation technique. Aeon fires his powerful wind blow, creating several shining swords to attack the enemy. Ragnarok tries to defend himself with difficulty, realizing that the invisible swords defeated the ally. The purple-haired warrior grinds his teeth, feeling the immense pressure of the rapid and lethal attacks. Taken by fury, the villain lets out an ear-piercing scream, spinning his scythe to create an explosion. Ragnarok breathes panting and tired after using a large part of his strength to try to repel the blow. Aeon observes the sunset serenely and poetically, ignoring the opponent's effort completely. The spirit praises the enemy for dealing with sand and wind, but warns that another sword awaits him. Aeon points his shining blade to the ground and reveals that the enemy has already been pierced by the blow. Ragnarok widens his eyes upon realizing that an immense beam of light has just passed through his chest. A colossal and fulminating blade of sunlight falls from the heavens, crushing the villain with absurd power. The warrior murmurs, confused and totally defeated before the adversary's crushing strength. Ragnarok's body begins to crumble into pieces while Aeon remains intact and imposing. The little pink monster celebrates happily, stating that the spirit's power is already a cheat. Toma gulps, witnessing up close the greatness and true strength of his partner. The young hunter admires the warrior's back, feeling that level of power is unreachable. The elder and his allies are indignant, lamenting the useless loss of their two companions there. The villain in the top hat suggests retreating, arguing that Aeon will consume all his energy very quickly. The blue-haired warrior uses a secret ocular ability and examines the blue spirit's energy. He quickly uses his mystical crystal and orders the allies to pay attention to their base. The villains are terrified to receive the shocking vision of what is happening far from there. Tuma watches, surprised, as the enemies abandon the combat and flee at high speed through the desert. The boy wonders the reason for that sudden flight, deducing that something very grave must have occurred. The feared elite warriors run desperately, trying to return to the base as quickly as possible. The blue-haired boy warns that everyone there knows perfectly well who they are about to face. In an immense, dark hall, a voice reveals that something terrible could happen to Lord Basilisk. A mysterious hand grabs a red apple on the table, while the stranger recognizes the figure of the Lord. The blond man displays a confident smile and asks if that hooded one is the leader of the relics. The hooded villain introduces himself as Basilisk, greeting the strongest man in the world, Takayoshi Hosho. Takayoshi reveals that he expected to meet the Lord sooner because of his powers to read destiny. Suddenly, an imposing golden, armored warrior emerges from the heavens, attacking the blond man at the table. The knight fires a gigantic laser of green light, trying to destroy the strongest man in the world. Takayoshi shows his shining ring and smiles, awakening the power of his mysterious ability, Avalon. The overwhelming attack collides against an impenetrable blue barrier that protects the man calmly. The Golden Knight goes into shock, realizing that defense is totally different from what was expected. Lord Basilisk reacts with quite some surprise to see the technique blocked so easily. Takayoshi Hosho maintains his calm and arrogant smile, showing why he is feared all over the world. The Golden Warrior remembers that the Lord considers him the most dangerous force alive. The blonde man bites the apple and remembers, smiling, that Basilisk promised not to attack him. The imposing armored knight ignores the conversation and attacks with his great sword. The hooded leader extends his hand calmly and decides to activate a magical hourglass. The Golden Knight is paralyzed in midair, unable to conclude his lethal attack. The blonde man apologizes for the protective and sudden attitude of his ally. The hooded lord annals the attack with his hourglass and tells the knight to sit down. Takayoshi smiles, praising the opponent's relic and noting that he came well prepared. The lord warns that they have their own plan, since hostile situations are approaching. The villain with shining eyes reveals that tomorrow he will launch 2 apocalyptic runes. Takayoshi listens to the terrible threat of global destruction in complete silence. The strongest man in the world stares at his great rival with a very analytical look. The blonde one deduces quickly that the world will shrink if he does not deal with that crisis. He realizes the monsters plan to act hidden while he is busy. The blonde human smiles confidently and decides that he must eliminate the Lord in that instant. A fast and invisible attack destroys the hourglass and the monster leader's chair. The hooded villain smiles, praising the brutal strength and fame of the human warrior. Takayoshi shows a serious and sharp look, ready to continue his strong attack. A blast of destructive cuts crosses the table, forcing the enemies to retreat. The group of villains appears in the room, and the Lord jokes that everyone's destiny is to survive. Takayoshi releases the light of his ring, decided to fight with absolutely everything he has. The magical jewel in his hand begins to emit a golden and immensely powerful glow. The blonde man invokes celestial spheres, activating his ethereal paradise technique. Several portals open in the ceiling, firing columns of energy throughout the room. The blue-haired warrior tries to defend himself and questions the type of that power. The hunter goes into shock upon having his arms sliced in a bizarre way in the air. The one-eyed elder lets out a furious roar while swinging his gigantic axe. The bearded warrior attacks with everything to try to contain the overwhelming golden magic. A tremendous explosion pushes the elder away, while the blonde human floats calmly. The feared one-eyed villain agonizes in pain upon having his own body brutally pierced. The elder bleeds and begs his top hat ally to protect their leader. The greenish magician holds a die in his hat and refuses the request for help on the spot. The top hat villain also ends up being sliced and complains of his terrible luck for the day. Takayoshi points his shining finger, controlling the attacks with absolute mastery. The blonde hero throws a small and lethal beam of light toward the monster leader. The hooded one notices the attack arriving and murmurs that he has no other choice at the moment. The silver-haired boy tries to help, but Basilisk tells him not to use his weapon. Ignoring the order, the boy invokes the huge and frightening chaos coffin in the room. A strange black dust begins to consume the sliced bodies of the fallen villains. The other team members observe, scared, as the mysterious smoke rises to the skies. The terrible energy emanates feelings of pure pain and destruction throughout the environment. The heavy door of the golden coffin begins to open, releasing an overwhelming power. The young bearer of the weapon warns coldly that he will take all the attack's damage alone. The blonde one realizes that nobody will die that day and decides to end his charge. Takayoshi smiles, intrigued by the boy's technique, and notes that he is still alive there. The Lord reveals that the boy's death was only postponed by a few hours of agony. The monster leader stares at his subordinate and questions his disobedience in a rage. The silver-haired youth turns his face, guaranteeing that his master knows the reason. With a slight smile on his face, the boy calls the great villain leader, brother. Takayoshi scratches his head, admitting that he cannot alter a death sealed in destiny. Takayoshi sighs, tired, and decides to let the group of villains flee in respect of their determination. The blonde hero trusts fully that his great friends will find a way to deal with the apocalyptic ruins. With a quick movement, the human warrior disappears, flying through the skies at an absurd speed. Takayoshi lands on the beach, congratulating the young hunters for their excellent work on that mission. the strongest man in the world, shows a big smile and invites all the warriors to eat something. The large group gathers in a modern and gigantic building of the Japan Hunters Association. Takahashi enjoys himself quite a bit, drinking a chic and very colorful beverage with a big smile. Everyone gathers at a hearty table full of food to celebrate the great success of the escort mission. The blonde hero vibrates with joy alone, while the other young people just watch him, very exhausted. An elderly man complains indignantly about the hero having invaded and held the big party in his room. Makoto smiles in relief and praises Tuma for his enormous effort to survive that great battle. The boy with yellow eyes becomes calmer and asks if his great friends are also okay. Ruga remembers that the two elite hunters had already finished fighting when they arrived there. The young people only needed to carry the two powerful wounded warriors directly to the doctors. The redhead complains, very frustrated, that they did nothing great during the world crisis. Toma sighs, looking down, and confesses with sadness that he also did not help much in his own combat. The boy acknowledges, scared, that everyone would have died easily if the spirit Aeon hadn't protected them. He lowers his head, very upset, and laments deeply, having failed in his role as a bodyguard. An elegant woman wearing high heels approaches and tells the boy to stop blaming himself for nonsense. Chimari appears beautiful in her young form and tries to console the downcast boy with a slight smile. The doctor states that she would be completely alone in that location if she hadn't met the young people. She remembers the terrible villains and admits with sincerity that she would never win alone against them. The woman guarantees that she was saved thanks to their great support and asks him not to keep blaming himself. The young hunter smiles very gently and confesses that his heart just became lighter. Tuma interrupts the gratitude, remembering suddenly that his mentor hates the type of attitude. The doctor remembers the sad story of an old doctor who treated his patients for free. She says that the man accepted only the simple and sincere gratitude of people as his payment. But the doctor's mentor was totally against that and demanded he charge for difficult services. The young man continued ignoring the advice and treated thousands of patients without charging absolutely anything. Until one day, a terrible magical ruin collapsed right on top of that same crowded hospital. At that time, the young doctor had no way to defend herself and was trapped in the building's rubble. She accepted her own death as dangerous monsters invaded the totally destroyed location. But the poor patients she treated for free ran toward the terrible danger to try to save her. Ordinary people fought bravely and sacrificed their lives to protect the kind young woman. After a bloody and long tragedy, the young doctor was the only person left alive there. She finally understood the true and painful cost of the immense favor she provided those people. The woman says that gratitude weighs heavily on the soul, and for that reason she prefers to deal only with cold, hard cash. The brilliant doctor stretches out her beautiful hand and smiles in a friendly way to her dedicated apprentice. She breaks her own life rule and thanks Tuma very sincerely for the enormous and faithful support. The young boy with yellow eyes returns all the affection and also thanks her with immense emotion. He is quite curious and asks the real reason she decided to collect so much money now. Chimari reveals the dream of building many hospitals so that no one needs to pay for treatments. Toma smiles very affectionately and ends the friendly chat, saying that's enough of beautiful stories. The doctor thinks, relieved to have managed to survive the world crisis despite not being so strong. The boy stares at the mystical sphere with affection and celebrates that his beloved mentor is finally safe. Aeon observes the shining lights and reflects on how pure bonds transform into real love. The immense blue spirit cries with emotion and hunger while savoring the beautiful emotions around him. Toma moves away and warns that he will leave soon to save the dangerous homeland of his ally Rai. Chimari smiles, revealing that the blue-haired hunter has already traveled to prepare everything for the treatment. Carbuncle jumps on the woman's head, demanding irritably that she pay her debt and transform him soon. Tuma wonders if it is a good idea to take the little monster while the doctor tells the boy to go see his little sister. Toma widens his eyes, shocked, and asks excitedly if the medicine to cure his little sister is ready. The woman confirms, smiling, that she used the remains of the poison left by Aeon to create the cure for the petrification. She reveals proudly that she has already spread throughout the whole world to end the disease once and for all. The shining dust falls over the cities, and the doctor guarantees that his little sister must surely be cured too. In the hospital, young Suzu awakens, confused, and notices a strange light shining intensely on her own chest. She observes her own hands and realizes, scared, that the part of her body that was stone has started to glow. The girl hugs her body, agonizing in pain, while feeling an unbearable burning sensation in the middle of her chest. Taken by immense desperation, the girl cries out for her dear older brother, while the strong glow increases. From afar, the terrible Lord Basilisk smiles, revealing that the supreme treasure he sought so much has finally appeared.